Axis ini kerana Axis semuanya rapat-rapat duduk di tepi. Start dari mana mereka menembak. Mika Opi berjaya mendapatkan VSF. Tidak dapatnya pertukaran sebenarnya.
Axis RedONE mungkin chicken dinner mereka yang pertama akan on the way. Mama ini, hey noob. Kau tak noob sebenarnya sebab kau akan dapatkan winner chicken dinner yang pertama.
Sedangkan tadi mereka hanya berbeza 1 poin, sekarang ini dinaikkan sebanyak 21 poin dan EVOS bukannya bermain mereka tak tusun pun, mereka masih lagi mendapatkan sekurang-kurangnya 5 mata tadi, tetapi
kalau di depan tu ada enemy, kita orang komit. Kalau kita tak ada circle, kita orang komit juga untuk lawan. Siapa decision semua kepada IGL saya okey. Itu yang kita orang komit untuk lawan. Kalau sebab okey dia percaya firepower kita orang. So kalau langgar tu memang langgar sekali lah. Paling busuk pun seorang je kena. Yang satu tim tu semua rata. Kebanyakan semua tu menjadi lah. So advantage-nya ialah kalau kita nampak seorang dua tim dia jauh, kita boleh ambil point free lah. Lepas tu kita rasa teammate dia mesti takkan backup je sebab dia jauh kan. So kita orang anggap dia macam buat online je lah.
Sebenarnya saya masuk tim ni banyaklah benda yang saya boleh belajar, macam segi cara nak masuk zone, cara nak fight. So berbeza lah dengan tim-tim yang sebelum saya join. Rasa kita orang akan boleh kekalkan lah placement kita orang top 1. Sebab kita orang akan cuba dengan macam-macam skill lah untuk dapatkan first place. Tentang tim Farang, kita orang tak ada rasa takut apa-apa lah. Sebab kita orang bagi kita orang semua tim semua boleh makan. Semua sama je.
Meninggalkan hanya satu sahaja player untuk Axis RedONE dan mereka akan masuk ke depan. Adakah ini pengakhiran dekat susu dalam nyawa-nyawa terakhir? Adil Luke masuk begitu garang dan mungkin sekali winner chicken dinner untuk Farang Legend percaya dirampas daripada tangan pasukan Axis RedONE.
Kami amat berpuas hati dengan result kita orang di Super Weekend yang pertama. Gameplay kita orang juga tidak terlalu agresif. Tapi jika komponen itu kita orang perlukan, kita orang akan cuba knock one dan take over tempat itu. Kita orang tak sangka dapat perform macam tu kerana kita orang lawan tu bukan tim yang biasa-biasa. Diorang juga dah banyak berpengalaman. Tetapi semua itu semangat kita orang takkan patah dan kita orang akan mencuba untuk menjadi top contender untuk PMPL Season 4 kali ini. Target kita orang untuk season kali ini hanya untuk mendapatkan champion dan slot ke SEA.
Untuk weekend, hari pertama hari kedua tu kami main seperti biasa. So masuk pada hari yang ketiga tu, sebenarnya IGL kata nak main barbar, nak main langgar. So meta tu tak menjadi. Itu yang hari yang ketiga tu kami agak sedikit lost lah. Kami memang fokus untuk dapatkan slot PMGC. So kami memang cuba sebaik mungkin lah untuk kami punya target, which is point tu kami kalau boleh tak nak cap jauh sangat dengan number 1 and number 2. So kami harap kami dapat pergi ke PMGC.
Ditembak dan dengan berbeza sekarang sebenarnya telah pun ditunjukkan Kamil Mika 8 kill dapat untuk Axis RedONE game merusukkan apa tindakan knockdown. Dua telah pun jatuh untuk demi satu pemain yang berpaskan SMG berjaya pun tidak akan tukar dekat sini. Smoke sudah pun dibuka betul-betul dia akan dapatkan
hari yang pertama tu kita buat yang agresif lah, cari placement, kill. Macam hari kedua tu kita dah boleh santai lah. So kita orang main tanpa pressure lah. kita orang cuba benda baru lah sebab placement pun dah sedap, boleh 10 weekend pun dah lepas masa tu.
Tempuh telah pun diketahui kantang susu ada 5 kill dalam poket beliau. Mampukah dia dapatkan chicken dinner ataupun tidak? Put. Dia akan bangun. Dia akan push ke depan. Tembakan berbalas tembakan. Winner chicken dinner untuk pasukan Axis RedONE.
Kami untuk weekend yang kedua ni adalah untuk kekalkan di nombor 1 dengan menjarakkan lagi point antara kami dengan tim-tim lain.
Look at this dude.
Actually kita orang main cara slow lah. Bila circle to shift, kita orang akan jadi lebih agresif lah sebab kita orang fight untuk masuk zone.
Farah Legend, do or die untuk mereka.
Jatuh ke macam mana? Ada lu.
Kalau dia jatuh, dia akan bagi kill dekat 4 rifle yang itulah dia. Bye bye. Weh, janganlah turun ramai-ramai weh. La ilaha illallah, itu perkara yang sangat-sangat bahaya. Bayangkan Pubg pun turun dan akhirnya mereka berjaya juga. Itulah dia pengakhiran game kita, penutup game yang sangat-sangat menarik.
1v2 dekat sini Snappy akan pegang. Zinbi, Stewart naikkan Bang Mamba, Mika akan bangun. Mika dapat satu lawan satu. Sekarang Snappy nyawa dia rendah dengan DP 28.
Saya tunggu timing yang betul lah untuk nak ambil take fight tu. So saya tengok dia tengah angkat revive member dia, so saya tembak dia.
Game yang mereka nanti-nantikan untuk melayakkan Liga Super Weekend, dan Zizok akan dapatkan kill beliau yang kelima dalam poket 3v1.
Bagi saya tak ada tim yang bagi masalah kecuali kalau tim tu tiba-tiba tukar diorang punya pattern lah. Sebab kita orang dah buat research and kita orang dah tahu apa pattern-pattern tim ni buat. So kita orang just ikut based on information and adaptation. So dapatlah chicken ni kan.
Mencari chicken dinner mereka di match yang keempat pada hari ini, dan Noob hanya menanti saja dalam kawasan zon biru, dan winner chicken dinner untuk tim SMG dengan jumlah kill sebanyak 10.
PUBG is a game of 101 ways of factors, you know. Maybe there's one day you have that 5% or maybe 10% of luck of the circle keep on shifting on you. So you may have a good game. I just tell them what needs to be happen inside the game, but I need to give credit to my players. They are all 4 incredible players in terms of decision making, in terms of what needs to be done inside the game, how to rotate, how to play against the enemy. It's all on them.
Mungkin situasi akan menjadi lebih mudah sebab 1 lawan 2 saja, tapi Fredo akan ditengah oleh Playzone. Pemburu akan nampak ke depan.
What I just tell them, I just give the general idea on what is happening inside the game, and from there on, they already know what needs to be done. So I need to give the credit to my players.
3 pemain select yang berbaki untuk pasukan No Boys. Farang Legend, mereka ada 9, dan adakah ketika ini mereka akan melakukan satu gerakan agresif ke hadapan? Mereka ada circle, mereka tak perlu pun untuk melakukan tindakan yang terlampau agresif ke hadapan.
Masuk Super Weekend 2, kita orang try main secara agresif lah. Kita orang try fight team lain tu. And kita orang buat strategi lain lah.
Rapat dengan circle yang seterusnya untuk pasukan Farang Legend. Adakah ini akan menjadi comeback untuk pasukan mereka? Sebab mereka boleh dikatakan King of Comeback ni. Diorang selalu macam tusun. Dan pemain yang terakhir adalah Kacang Susu. Ini yang begitu mantap sekali dijaga oleh beliau, dan macam biasalah dihabiskan, ditamatkan dengan sorakan kegirangan dekat sini sebab saya rasa dia tahu bahawa pasukan yang terakhir tu ada full squad plus pun dia tak boleh nak masuk pun. Take over kawasan lereng ini, dan mungkin mereka adalah pasukan yang ada probability terbesar untuk mendapatkan winner chicken dinner.
Tu sebenarnya game 1 to 4 kita orang tak ada point sangat, point sikit. Jadi I told them to maksimumkan point the last game. Time tu saya cakap kalau rasa tak boleh masuk zone, anything in front you guys, sapu je.
Match tu memang match yang intense lah sebab kita orang nak masuk zone memang post fight punya, semua zone post fight. So memang game tu game yang best lah untuk main sebab game sebelumnya kalau nak chicken dapat zone dah tunggu kat zone, lepas tu nanti chicken. Game ni tak ada different, ni kita orang kena fight untuk dapatkan zone.
Okay, dia memang tak takut siapa pun depan dia. Dia memang kering hati. Langgar seorang pun dia still berani lah. Macam split semua tu memang dia yang buat. Secure circle pun dia ambil awal. So dia memang berani lah.
Let's go! Let's go!
Okay, actually sebenarnya bukan saya yang buat call, saya as a support. Saya sebab kita orang tukar-tukar strategi dan Putra yang buatkan call untuk fight rumah tu, and then disupport oleh Deb apa semua. Dan memang persetujuan ramai lah, kita orang push rumah tu sebab memang kita orang dapat info dan rumah tu tengah fight, and then kita orang menang lah fight tu.
Tidak duit-duit, chicken dinner berjaya tu diambil oleh pasukan Sam lagi akhirnya. Menang tetap menang. Lagi salah tipis mana mereka langsung tidak akan kehilangan sesiapa. Ya, sekarang ini ada kedudukan yang terbaik. Salah seorang pemain telah pun terjatuh iaitu si Mato, tetapi chicken dinner akan ada untuk tim Secret bagi pusingan kita yang ketiga. Winner chicken dinner telah pun dimenangi oleh pasukan sebagai tim Secret. Lama Axis akan mula berjumpa dengan R2K.
Dengan satu M249 dan sudah nampak dekat situ dan boleh dijatuhkan. Pasukan Axis RedONE dihantar di tempat yang ke-12.
Ini adalah posisi yang sebenarnya akan memakan diri untuk EVOS Reborn sendiri.
Even my players after the tournament, after they finish the tournament or somewhere around 10, 11 o'clock, after that they still playing the game. They still play scrims, midnight scrims and everything. So that is their daily basis. In the short term, basically, they really can play a long period of time playing this game. So they didn't get tired.
Game kita untuk weekdays, Wiley masih lagi merangkak-rangkak menunggu Cik untuk memegang diri beliau 5 penyingkiran untuk Ija di match kita yang terakhir sekarang ini.
Ija berpaskan tembakan, 9 penyingkiran.
Perasaan saya, biasa je. Hari tu takut, ni dah tak takut dah nak buat apa. Nak pergi depan ke, nak pergi push ke, nak lawan ke, dah. Bantai je.
Okay, prepare for the week 3. My teams actually, how I see my players is, they take some time to get used to the lobby. I mean, the super weekend lobby.
Apa yang kita orang akan buat, kita orang akan banyak lagi study rotation and gameplay yang diorang tunjuk, and kita orang akan try harder untuk dari segi mentality and dari segi firepower kita orang sebab banyak mistake yang kita orang dah buat.
So usually they have this kind of habits or pattern that I see in them. If it's a new thing, it will take some time. Once they are getting used to it, knowing what the enemy is going to do, knowing how the enemy is going to play, from there on they can just take the advantage of it and just play their game.
Weekday rankings kita, Farah akan berada di atas, EVOS di nombor 2, Four Rivals di nombor yang ketiga.
Tim-tim yang ni mestinya nak tahu tim mana yang confirm secara official untuk tak dapat pergi ke Super Weekend yang ketiga. Itulah dia, NT Circle, NSP, YSX dan juga Team Bosku. Hanya berjarak 2 mata sahaja dan benchmark itu direndahkan sampai 32 mata sahaja. Sayang sekali kita katakan.
Selamat datang semula ke PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG season yang keempat, dan ini adalah minggu terakhir untuk kita untuk Liga PMPL Championship.
Kemungkinan mereka akan bertempatan baik, tapi ada tim melawan EVOS sekarang ini. Tapi EVOS kenapa bersini terlebih dahulu? Tidak menjadi dekat situ.
Kita ada semua.
Ya, api-api di balik. Satu lagi kamu terbakar guys. Tu Batman micro Uzi pakai.
So kalau kita crash EVOS, Yudo nak keluar pun susah sebab surrounding dia ada ramai orang. So kita decide untuk lawan EVOS dulu, baru kita lawan Yudo lain.
Mungkin ini formula yang mereka perlu lakukan, tapi untuk Team Secret sememangnya mereka sedang farm. Pada waktu ini mereka nampak beberapa kelibat di bahagian kiri dan kanan mereka untuk pakai BXM juga. Jumlah yang tertinggi daripada segi elimination berkongsi dengan Team Secret sebanyak 5.
Sekarang ni lebih kepada timing. Siapa yang betul-betul dekat ujung sekali. Ini lagi paling lama untuk PMPL MYSG. Satu di atas, satu di bawah. Saya rasa dia terlebih awal guna tu. Matoy.
BXM. Target BXM kita orang target sebanyak mungkin. Lepas ni 3 map ni kita orang akan target chicken, ataupun lagi 10 map yang akan datang pun esok dengan lusa chicken juga semua sampai habis.
Dia dapat Moki juga dekat sini, tapi Moki akan dijatuhkan semula oleh Pami yang mahu berlawan. Dan tembakan akan dilepaskan 26 bulan.
Masa Super Weekend 3, day 1, first game Erangel, kita orang ada buat mistake lah sebab tiba-tiba rotation kena roadblock dengan WSM. So dekat situ first game kita orang dah down. So next game dengan third game kita orang repair balik, and akhirnya dapat good result. Kalau diorang tahu winners kita, so kita boleh counter balik.
Simbi akan terus beri garapan dekat belakang tu batu dekat kita tembakan akan lepaskan
Dalam kesulitan yang dihadapi oleh tim Secret.
Tak sempat untuk RedONE melepaskan tembakan pada waktu ini, tapi iShot dengan smoke yang dibalik. Oh, tu bantu aku dekat situ. Sarko dapat satu. Putra mencari iShot di belakang satu smoke. Dia akan nampak dia sebentar saja lagi. Tembakan yang lepaskan iShot akan keluar. EVOS tengah tinggal.
Begitu saja. SMG yang tadi mengalami kesukaran dengan EVOS.
Kill kelima juga akan diambil oleh Sam Gang pada waktu ini. Mereka akan gerak sebab mereka tidak ada circle yang terbaik untuk dua player mereka. Sedikit demi sedikit, tetapi Sam Gang dia boleh continue macam ni all the way. Dia boleh cabar nombor 1 liga sebenarnya. Double chicken sudah. Dan game ini dia dah 11 kill. Tinggal satu orang saja.
Actually memang kita orang dah kira-kira buat kira-kira. Memang susah, agak mustahil lah untuk kejar nombor 1 tu. Tapi still kita orang akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk kumpulkan poin sebanyak yang boleh. Kita orang cuba mendapatkan momentum sebelum grand final. So kita orang just cuba and then just give everything we can sampailah kita orang berjaya.
Pasukan yang tidak gentar walaupun dua ini adalah pasukan yang pernah bermain global, tapi tidak takut langsung. Begitu juga Sam Gang melakukan EVOS di pada waktu ini. Tinggal Esports rata maka
Sam Gang tidak ada circle, perlu masuk.
Okey, ada orang dekat sini. Lagi-lagi dengan smoke ini, tapi berapa prima dan
tapi ada look yang cukup ramai bersekip. Terakhir untuk mereka tembakan yang rata. Jika tidak on the way, triple chicken untuk Sam Gang.
Itulah dia Sam Gang, triple chicken in a row. Wow.
Sebelum ni kita orang agak struggle, memang struggle pun, tapi kita orang cuba improve dari hari ke hari dan keep training insyaAllah untuk jadi yang terbaik.
So sebab kita orang dapat 3 chicken dinner dalam satu hari tu, sebab memang kita orang sebelum start game kita orang memang ada target yang kita orang nak dapatkan 200 point untuk minggu tu. So kita orang akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner dengan semangat yang kita orang ada. And then kita orang berjaya mendapatkan 3 chicken dinner straight pada game ketiga, keempat dan kelima. Yes.
Sam Gang pada hari ini saja mereka menambahkan 8 dekat depan dekat nombor 200 kan. Sebelum ni mereka hanya ada 109 ke berapa je.
Untuk Sam Gang dia jangan terpedaya tau. Dia 77 tu untuk 15 game, 83 tu bukan 15 game tau. Itu untuk 5 game je.
Ya, itulah dia. Ya, forever peluang yang sangat tinggi untuk mereka. Hit jatuh oleh AP. Memang premium dibayar dengan emas. Kali ini mereka akan mendayar dengan cara EVOS VIP dijatuhkan. Dua player yang sangat garang. Zen akan pergi ke depan untuk memberikan informasi, tapi informasi terlalu lama sampai.
I don't think everyone is consistent, honestly speaking. And as for my team, as always, they did the hard work. They always play this game night and day. And I believe they can become a champion. No matter what people say, they are not consistent whatsoever. I still believe in my players because I know them pretty well since I've been staying with them a lot.
Kalau kita lihatkan daripada circle yang berada dekat sini, tapi Sam Gang juga telah berkumpul dengan 2 orang bergaduh terlebih dahulu malamnya untuk Matoy.
Mereka akan cuba untuk mengumpul 4 kill sekarang ini untuk Sam Gang. Tanggung diberikan kepada Man dan juga Drax, dan dia mungkin akan jumpa. Yap, dia akan jumpa winner chicken dinner.
Sedangkan gameplay tadi, sebenarnya kita orang sebenarnya memang tak tahu orang buat apa tadi. Tiba-tiba Man dapat idea, jom kita langgar untuk aku nak jadi rahsia, nak kill lagi ni. Kita orang pun terus keluarkan meta baru, langgar je. Dia kita orang langgar je kat Rozok tu, mati-mati lah. Gitu.
Selamat datang semua ke PUBGMOBILE MOSD season yang keempat. Dan hari ini special sedikit. Kerana ini hari terakhir untuk weekend. 8 tim saja berbaki, tapi banyak gila player pada waktu ini yang sudah pun masuk dalam kawasan air. Tembakan akan dilepaskan oleh Mika. Siapakah yang akan jatuh dulu akan menjadi persoalan. M249 grenade tangan cuba dimasuk oleh Mika, cuba untuk dibaling.
Topi boleh nampak padam-padam. Yes, dia akan nampak dan dia akan ditembak. Brother Sam Gang berjaya naik ke atas SMG dan juga EVOS. So 3 harimau berbaris.
Sekarang ni tim yang pertama memecahkan 400 mata, 418 mata untuk satu mata yang besar jugalah untuk mereka kejar.
Tadi tu kita orang main PSC lah. Anggap tu ikut circle lah. Kalau ada luck circle tu, tu kita orang buat yang terbaik lah kalau ada circle tu. So kita hold biasa lah. Kita orang excited gila-gila lah. Kita orang memang nak GC lah. Nak champion Liga ni.
Jadi kita akan masuk map Wrangle.
Untuk Sam Gang, mereka confirm boleh kejar untuk kedudukan pertama dalam Super Weekend.
Berapa dikit berjaya mendapatkan satu pemburu berjaya knock. Tapi Drake keluarkan light machine gun beliau tembakan lepas kami Drake knock down. Satu jatuh, Matoy menjadi knock down dekat situ. Dev mencari Matoy.
Jadi ini merupakan fair fight dan Man dan Keith memberikan informasi kepada dua player ini. Siapa yang akan menang?
Dia dapat! Dia dapat! Apa dia yang berlaku?
Untuk masa situation tu sebenarnya situation 1 vs 3. Dev dapat clutch 1 vs 3 tu. Dia mula-mula dapat first guy and then dapat kit dekat atas bukit tu and then 1v1 dengan iShot. Masa 1v1 dengan iShot tu dia ambil keputusan untuk baling pen tu untuk mengganggu bunyi lah, macam bila pen jatuh dia akan ada satu bunyi macam boleh kacau dia punya step punya sound and then dia cuba nak push tetapi bila dia baling tu iShot keluar and then macam tu lah. Orang kata lucky shot tapi still we got a kill and winner chicken dinner.
Tapi kat sini berjaya jatuhkan satu orang Mika OP. Satu lagi akan lompat Batman kat sini. Macam tak ada cukup peluru. Oh, Obi-Wan dibangunkan. Alamak malam. Depannya adalah Team Will. Cukup gerak ke depan sini. Kenapa target untuk ditembak? Dia akan prone tapi dia akan jatuh. Tempat ke-9 dengan 2 kill ke-2. Cuba berlari dilihat di belakang batu. Tapi satu distraction play yang cantik lah. Tapi dua-dua Itu keluar dah.
Daripada ketika ini, Bigetron akan dijatuhkan bertubi-tubi APG Esports.
Dia pakai dia berdiri tembak. Juga boleh dapat. Tapi kena lari. Kena masuk.
Untuk Team Secret, satu lagi berduratakan winner chicken dinner untuk Team Secret. Tetapi, one game too late untuk mereka. Ini cukup untuk meletakkan mereka di tempat kedua mungkin tetapi bukan tempat pertama. Kita akan dedahkan terlebih dahulu sampai ke champion kita, Axis RedONE untuk PMPL season keempat Malaysia Singapura.
Happy.
Walaupun first time main game.
Happy.
Lepas tu terima kasih dekat fans. And then terima kasih dekat teammate saya lah. Kacang, Faris, Ika. Ni muka lah.
Joget-joget je. Hello.
Kita orang akan buat yang lebih baik lah untuk SEA sebab banyak lagi kena belajar. Saya pun first time jadi IGL. Ika pun first time masuk PMPL. So dia orang banyak lagi.
Sekejap akan. Okay, bye-bye.
Rasa macam terkejut sebab squad baru buat kan. Line up pun bertukar daripada season lepas. And of course lah happy dapat secure slot C. So grand final kita orang tak ada pressure sangat. Just fokus dapat top 3.
Dari segi performance diorang dah western. Kalau yang mana yang dapat secure dia dapat good game kan. Kita orang just belajar daripada mistake kita orang. So kita orang akan perbaiki untuk kita orang target champion lah sebab kita orang tak dapat piala season lepas.
Perasaan kita orang sekarang bersyukur sebab ni first appearance kita orang dekat PMPL SG and kita orang dapat top 3. Kita orang sangat happy and bersyukur, tapi still masing-masing ada perasaan tak puas hati sebab kita orang boleh kejar gelaran champion tak jauh pun but kita orang tak dapat kan.
Grand final kita orang ada satu lagi player ke-6 Aziz Lex. So dalam masa 2 minggu rehat ni kita orang akan bawa dia masuk scrim and akan bagi dia main untuk grand final nanti. Saya harap dia orang boleh lepas ke PMGC sebab itu impian dia orang untuk main untuk dapat experience dekat global.
Actually sebenarnya selain DB banyak tolong dalam mental kita orang sebab kita orang perlukan seseorang untuk bagi kita orang semangat. So selain DB ni macam dia sebenarnya dia kawan rapat untuk Hagus. So dia berniat baik untuk tolong kita orang untuk menaikkan semangat kita orang. Disebabkan dia pun tak ada buat apa-apa, so dia just datang gaming house, dia tolong kita orang. Sambil-sambil tu Lepas tu kita orang jadi bersemangat sikit lah. So dia bertolong, dia tolong tanpa minta balas. Macam itulah.
PMPL SEA Season 4,
PMPL SEA Championship Season 4,
PUBG Mobile Pro League SEA Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
Welcome to a weekend, sir, and you are currently watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4, and we'd like to thank you guys for tuning in, and also to thank PUBG Mobile for hosting the PMPL SEA Championship. My name is Contra, this is Keith Elijo, as our casters for the entirety of the evening. And of course, we like to thank our dear partners for making this happen. And first and foremost, it's our official smartphone partner, Xiaomi, where you can challenge your boundaries with the Redmi Note 10 series. Make sure you check out their website to find out more of how you can get your hands on the best phone to play PUBG Mobile. And of course, our media partners as well, Esports Fight Club, where you can watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. And not forgetting, WeTV, always more, as they provide you with Asia's best content for absolutely free. All you can do is download and watch for free through your Google Play Store or Apple App Store. And all this is co-organized by VSPN. As VSPN powers esports and provides to you the epicness of what the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship has been able to provide. And well, oh well, we're finally here for the weekend, Keith. Yep. And we've got our top 60 teams at the ready to conquer once more. And once again, we are having the entirety of this show held in closed doors under strict safety protocols. And we've already got our double jabs out there. We're pretty much safe, and we've already gone through all the processes. So we're all cool. We're all cool.
That is a hefty long intro indeed.
Yes,
and it all boils down to saying, hey, we're vaccinated. Okay, so we don't want to hear the argument on vaccines. We've gone through that many, many times now. It's not the platforms to be in. So we're safe. That's all you got to know. And we hope you're safe back at home as well. Now, you were talking about the top 16 teams that made it for the Super Weekend. What about it?
Well, of course, we've seen Vampire Esports so far showing such a great sign of dominance throughout the weekday. And also, we've seen even more names emerge on our top tier list. So later on, we'll, of course, will unfold to you the teams that have qualified to the weekend, just in case if you miss out on some of the action. And for those of you guys who are brand new to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship, welcome on board. We'll be introducing you the entirety of the format of how the show will run throughout the course of the weeks.
Yeah, and what's interesting this time around is 3 of the teams that made it in Super Weekend 1 now has to sit out. But first, the format, the schedule of the entire PMPL SEA Championship Season 4. As you can see, this is the first time the league system has been introduced, which means we've got more games to play. With 2 phases that's happening well, every week, right? We've got the weekdays that's already passed. That happened on the 19th to the 20th. Today's the 22nd, which means beginning the super weekend of week number 2 all the way down to the 24th. That is this Sunday. So 3 days to grind it out and collect as much points in super weekend number 2 in hopes to eventually accumulate enough to be in the top 16 teams to move on to the final week happening in November.
That's right, it's back-to-back action, back-to-back chicken dinners to be served to our teams that have definitely fought pretty hard. Now we're in the midweek, and in the Super Weekend, it definitely is vital as they are all fighting for the slot to head to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And here are your 4 teams that have already qualified in respective PMPL regions. In Indonesia, we've got Genesis Dogma taking that #1 spot. And also, we've got from Vietnam, the savior there that's been able to, of course, dominate their entire scene. Same goes to the Infinity of Thailand. And last but not least, Team Secret hailing from Malaysia.
Yeah, as you can see, these are big names that will be playing. However, though, the narratives is a bit shaky right now for the side of D Xavier, who, by the way, holds #1 spot in the Super Weekend 1, but fails to qualify in Super Weekend 2. So I think a lot of people are interested to see how far down will they be pushed back in these next 3 days.
Indeed, same goes to Genesis Dogma. But before we get into that, this is that juicy prize pool that every team is fighting for as it accumulates up to $200,000 US. So the team that gets chicken dinner per round will get a total of 15 points for the rank. And you see second place onwards, you have the numbers dwindling down from 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, and 13 to 16 will not receive any points. Therefore, it's very vital for them to accumulate as much elimination points as possible.
Yeah, and so far the teams that have been able to do that, at least during the weekday in week number 2, FaZe Clan coming in very scary towards the last day of the weekday qualifiers here. Obviously Vampire Esports hitting 12 kills in one of those games, matching again the likes of FaZe, who's close by. And what are the names that we could pull off on our head that, you know, just raking kills just this week alone?
Well, Vampire Esports definitely is one to really stand out against the rest of them. And speaking of the teams, here are your top 16 that has qualified to the weekend. We start off with the first seed of Thailand with the Infinity there. Alongside with FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, EVOS Esports, well, EVOS Reborn as you may call it, Bigetron RA, Axis, RedONE, NFT Esports, as well as 4 rivals.
Yes, and going on for the second half here, APG Esports, MSC Chonburi, Geek Fam Malaysia, Onyx Esports, and Team Secret, Banam United, who, by the way, pulled one heck of a comeback to qualify here in Super Weekend number 2. RRQ Ryu and Eagle Esports. Now, bear in mind, Banam and RRQ Ryu did not qualify for the first one, right? So we finally get to see them play here in the Super Weekend. We think they may be hiding strats, but, you know, who would intentionally miss out on the first one in the first place?
Nobody has been, of course, holding themselves back if that's the case. And now we're also not seeing some of the big names like you mentioned. The Saber is not playing this weekend. Same goes to Genesis Dogma, but at least they have a safety card here to play. They've already got that slot to PMGC, but they need to fight for that prize pool though. So here are your matches that we played out for the entirety of day 1 of the Super Weekend here on a Friday night. Thank you for hanging out with us. We start off with that classic Erangel as we head towards Miramar for the first time this week, and we go back to Erangel for 3 times today. And that one map in match 4 is going to be inside of Sanaa before we dive right in for Erangel once more.
Yeah, and usually Sandhawk would be the wild card round in the whole set, but after having so many Sandhawk games played during the weekdays, I think now Miramar is the bigger question to be asking who is going to be dominant on it, because we have yet to see a single Miramar game on the weekdays here, but I guess we will find out here during the Super Weekend number 2. Now, you mentioned about Genesis Dogma and D Xavier not making it into the Super Weekend number 2, so is Yangon, but first, modes are returning on your favorite game called PUBG Mobile on October 8th, which has already passed, which means Vikendi is now playable. Runic Power is now playable in a bit, I guess. You know, 31st today, November 15 is the second coming for these modes to return. Survive Till Dawn today. It came out back. Go ahead and check it out during the breaks. Payload 2.0 starting on the 31st of October to the November 15, as well as Infection mode.
Yep, I'm definitely excited to play out some of these game modes that have made a huge comeback. And I hope the teams will be able to actually bounce back up if they were not performing all too well during the weekday. And of course, PUBG Mobile is nominated as one of the games here. And well, it is the Esports Game of the Year, and you have to vote for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year at this year's prestigious Esports Award. Head over to esportsaward.com/voting and select PUBG Mobile for each category to submit your vote. Remember, you can vote every single day, and voting closes in early November, as you can vote once per day yet again. So PUBG Mobile has offered all of you guys great excitement day in, day out with your friends as well as your peers or even competitors. It's time for you to give back so that they can give you even more with many more months and years to come.
Yeah, you know what they say, keep them at number 1 and they'll keep you as their number 1 priorities as well. So community makes esports, let's get them all the way up.
Well, of course, we speak a lot about being number 1. So which team will be the one for this weekend here? I really do wonder. Later we'll touch a little bit on predictions, but right now, as you have your eyes on your screen, we've got the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship happening eventually, where you can start registering from 12th to 24th of October, meaning to say you've only got like, what, 3 more days to register. If you guys are currently studying in varsity and you play a lot of PUBG Mobile from time to time, hey, why not take a shot at the PUBG Mobile, where you can head over to www.pmccsea.com/my. I guess this is open for the Malaysian region.
Yes, specifically that. So I'm sorry for those who are watching who's not specifically from Malaysia. We're not trying to exclude you here, but
hopefully one day.
It is what it is, and I think they might have PMCC of their own. I've seen it in like Europe, the Western region. But let's take a look at the predictions.
Hey, we've never talked about this before we even start off.
Okay, so let me just clarify with the viewers how this works. Before we start, we secretly both put a prediction into a box, and then production will just place it out here. And turns out you took my team, or I took yours. How does it work?
We can claim that it's our team. Okay, Vampire Esports definitely have impressed them, impressed both of us in how they've played out throughout the weekdays. And there are times where even they were taken down to only a singular unit left.
Yeah.
Players like Stone can carry games, and we've seen it multiple times that not only do they always consistently make it to the final few circles, they have always been able to drop those huge numbers when they have all 4 units intact.
Yeah, honestly, that's really why I went with them, right? Because this is week 2. We've had more statistical data to go off from, and it just seems like they're the more stable team that's coming in from Thailand. Although that's not saying much, because all 5 Thailand teams has qualified for the Super Weekend, so they're all equally as powerful. But Vampire Esports stood out for me because every week it seems that they're always there in the top 5.
That's right, and I believe that with this consistency, they can still claim all those points, especially when you have teams such as the Saber that's not going to play throughout the span of this weekend. But when we talk about this team, though, last weekend, Vampire Esports was at number 9. So
That's true.
perhaps there might just be maybe a little bit more stumbling block when all the teams here have already got 1 day of rest. You look at teams like Bigetron Aliens, 4 Rivals, who's pretty much up and coming. And last week, 4 Rivals have been able to claim that number 2 spot. There definitely is a huge chance for some of these teams hailing from Indonesia, Vietnam, or even Thailand. And, well, even the wildcards will be able to contest for that number 1 spot.
Obviously, the possibility is always there. This is PUBG Mobile, and again, there are so many factors that comes into play when it comes to winning that winner chicken dinner. But you know, in terms of just skill-wise itself, you can see, I think it's telling when an entire region just qualifies through, and then Indonesia is there as well. A lot of powerhouse. And talking about powerhouses, though, the El Clasico BTR EVOS. We've seen that rivalry happening over the weekday.
That was great.
Yeah, there were blood in each other's eyes. And guess what? In the Super Weekend standings, just to recap, they're right next to each other. BTR just hit them by at least 4 points. 2 chicken dinners for BTR, 1 only for EVOS, but they are only 4 points apart. So that rivalry is still very strong.
I could definitely sense it, and I can't wait to see even more of those battles to come by over the course of span of that 15 games that we have here over the weekend.
Yeah.
So the last time that they fought, let's head back to a little bit of recap of what happened on the final game there. So Bigetron Aliens, they have the circle in the farm. They chose to take the fight upon EVOS Reborn when they got that 1 knock. And they know there's one guy that's on that hit list, and it's Micro Boy. But the thing about that was that they set up flank formations. They tried to push in aggressively, but it didn't seem like EVOS Reborn were giving any sort of chances there, as they've been able to also come up with strategies of their own to take them down. But then again, both of them crashed out early, but it was EVOS Reborn that secured that 4 pointers out there. So, meaning to say that, yeah, they can actually take these fights really well, but they shouldn't take it too early though.
That's true. I mean, I'm always in it for the action. To be honest, we've got nothing on stake. You know, if they were to go out too soon, sure, the fans will be bummered out a little bit. But we'll be happy to see that El Clasico go down any day. You know, any time in any match here. But there's one thing though that we might have overlooked, right? Bigetron, there were 2 members up against 3 from EVOS in that compound crash.
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty much amazed where Luxy, back in the days, he was known to play without the gyro for a little while. And once he got used to it, you can see that he has improved so much when it comes down to close quarter combat that he was basically one-man showing versus 3 members of EVOS that time around. So this time, I want to see if there's any more of those kind of fiasco that happens to farm, since we're in Erangel for our very first map, and it excites me. But the thing about this is that when we move into Erangel, 4 teams are missing out over the span of this weekend. And this is the second time that we're not seeing V Gaming. And for the first time ever, we're also not looking at Yangon Galacticos. It seems like they have a problem with latency, and they did not just sort out through that span of 2 days. Of course, there is a week for them to now go in for a little bit more break and come back stronger. And well, we talked about DX as well as Genesis Dogma. I think they're not too worried just about yet. Now, this is your top 16 teams. We already blurred out the teams that are not participating. And here we are in our virtual arena as we're about to kickstart our first matchup.
Yeah, it's Erangel, and yeah, I'm really excited to see for this one because Erangel again is the best map to kind of demonstrate what they have here in terms of skill sets, and you know, it's the most comfortable map for every single team here. So without further ado, let's just get into this beamer and particle accelerator, whatever you'd like to call it. Boost yourself up into this first map of the weekend. It's Erangel.
That's right. Well, I hope it's not like a UFO that dumps them to outer space. But hey, if it transports me to Erangel, I definitely will take a jog around town. Just hope that there's no bullets flying at me. Just flying a pan off. I'll just basically block that off. Okay, jokes aside, let's start off. First game of the weekend. We're taking this flight from Severny all the way to Primos. So majority of the teams that head over to the eastern side, they will have to fight for those vehicles early on, so it may not be the best thing possible. Now that Pachinki possibly is open up. I wonder if Team Secret will contest for it. No, they're not. They're going to be dropping back into 70. They want to stay consistent with that because back in the MYSG scene, Team Secret likes to think Pachinki. Now, without the Savior there, it feels a little bit empty most of the time. Like, some teams may opt to take over those spots, and I wonder who.
You know who I'm curious about? Vampire Esports. On last Super Weekend, we've had similar flight path, just opposite from Primorsk all the way up. They took Sarki.
Yeah, it's a place where majority of the players don't really favor because, yeah, that town definitely offers you so much safety in the early game. But based on my experience playing so many times in Zarki with my friends out there, it's a place where you chicken out. You just want to stash a few loots. You won't really get the maximum amount, but just about enough. But sometimes you just have problems with the vehicle, and when you rotate, you're going to be pretty much left off if it goes to places like Milton Power and Nova. And I see that you're giving me a face, and that first face itself
because,
is scary.
Yeah, it's a SMB circle. We've seen it time and time again. It's so hard to play against. Yeah, that's true. It's a bit too premature to call it just yet. No, but I guess what you said makes sense. That's why VPA, Vampire Esports, actually did not drop in Zarki this time around. Yeah, decided to be nearby Quarry instead. I guess it's strategic, seeing as the circle has already shown itself. It gives them a little bit of flexibility to play whether they want to make the crossover or stay on a mainland.
Exactly, and I really want to bring out this point as well. When we take a look at Eagle Esports, they make their way here, and you look at how smart they immediately take that garage compound, knowing that there is a vehicle spawn rate that's pretty high. They immediately take the SEA, and then hit straight into where they need to be over on towards the eastern side, because that move could have been a little bit risky, knowing for the fact that there are teams that like to play on that school apartment, but they managed to get their way safe, so kudos on that. Meanwhile, Batnam, they're kind of going for scattered loots. They're not really dropping directly to the city. It might just be pretty difficult, and you can already start off with the game. Look at Anchor PUBG. Walking around, no itemization, on foot. And they're lucky that majority of them are still pretty much intact because there's no rotation. But if there is, it's hard for them to start off the game.
Yeah, definitely a slow start. Every second on foot is another second of another team looting up, just, getting ahead of you in terms of supplies. And we know that PUBG Mobile is a game of efficiency to a certain extent. You can't, it's as simple as you can't shoot without bullets. So that is going to be time wasted on their end. But Team Secret going on Saverni now. If the circle does hard shift, closes down onto SMB, then they might have some troubles getting through. As we've seen in the weekdays itself, we've had a circle similar to the ones in SMB. They just can't push through. There's just too many layers of teams on their way. Now,
Wait a minute. Okay, this is the first time I'm seeing this dance while they're driving. So, White Cat definitely can bust some moves, and White Cat was that star player of Batnam United that's been able to propel their way on that final game with that 7 points of frags that he've accumulated along with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, he was the only guy on Batnam who's actually been able to, get points onto their end in that game.
What a carry.
So, carrying really hard here. He deserved that victory dance, I guess, here. But I think maybe Batnam recognizing that they were playing in a Sandhawk map, so maybe a lot of it, or at least a huge portion of it, was luck. That's why they didn't really try and contest hot loots, and instead takes the little things outside of the city instead.
Yeah, I guess this is quite a good strategy as well. You want to avoid conflict in the early game. So with so many of all these changes coming into the weekend, teams will really have to adapt. But as we look into the total damage scoreboard, nothing too much have changed, but Tony K so far has been scoring so much per game that now he sits at number 2, pushing downwards here, where Damrut used to take that number 1 spot before we, of course, get into week number 2. And Lamborghini, as much as he's not playing on this weekend, I think that he definitely is a very formidable player. So hopefully by week 3 onwards, we'll see him back in action.
Yeah, definitely back in action, but not sure if it's the super weekend we're talking about. Yeah. We'll definitely see him play for the weekdays, but we don't know, right? Because again, Xavier has secured a slot to the PMGC. So for all we know, maybe they're not as selfish as us. Maybe they don't want a piece of that 200,000. But maybe to them it's a long. You know, it's for the long haul. They don't want to show their hands here and see, and then get figured out later on in the global championship. So.
That's right. There's a lot of strategies that you can utilize in PUBG Mobile, whether it's the early game, late game. But then again, you got to pull it up when you need it the most. Like, you can't afford to burn games. And yeah, if you burn some games, you might sit out on super weekends. You might even sit out of even more major tournaments to come. So every player here is definitely out to put up their best form whenever they can. But, you know, when it comes down to a league, it's a long-haul marathon, as we always said, that you can't always go for that #1 all the time when there are so many different circumstances per game. And you got to take good care of yourself, whether it's your health, outside the game, in-game as well. And most often than not, teams will suffer a little bit of burnout midway through the tournament, especially when they don't get the desired result after trying as hard as they did.
Yeah, I mean, that is just the nature of every sporting events. In the end of the day, like even the esports or sports, it's all about pushing your ability to the limit. And esports as a whole, I would say is quite tasking mentally. And you can have physical stress and still recover from it with a good mindset. You know, you can power through things, but if it directly attacks your mentality, then you suffer it even harder, I think.
Yeah, sometimes they definitely need to take a little bit of time of break just to reset for a little bit more. Now we're looking at NFT, who's currently in Stalber, and somehow they're already soaking in some damage from phase 1. This is quite far away, but then again, you just need to drive about 3 kilometers ranged in order to get into the very first phase. So all they could do, basically charge up with any boosters that they have or even bandages if they were to take too much of damage, while a convoy is being set up by Geek Fam. Let's talk about Geek Fam for a little bit. So first Super Weekend, this team have impressed. There were times that, you know, when they're down low, they're really not getting much points at all. But when they show up, it has been Damroot that's been all over that kill feed for a very good reason. And you're telling me he's a support.
That's what they told me. That's what SirCloud told me, and he knows them, right? Like, I didn't really know what position he played in, but if he was a support, time to switch things over here. Maybe
pseudo support.
Yeah, maybe
super support.
Maybe get him in, and you know, as the guy who rushes. But then again, play style really depends on mentality, right? Like, I know some people that's a pure-hearted support who can do a lot of create impact playing from the back end when he knows he's secured, like just more in an assistance role. And then some people just have like the hearts of steel to just burst into windows and doors and just take fights.
You know, back in the days when Janks, you know, the current coach of Bigetron RA, he was a pro player back in Geek Fam, and they all share the same gaming house, and he tells me how hard Damroot works. So Damroot, he'll be playing from morning till midnight, and he will always ask the coach, what am I doing wrong? What is there to improve? Every single day, without fail. And look at him now in the Southeast Asia League with a circle appearing on phase 2. And it's going to be around Fairpure. This is the turf of EVOS Reborn, but we're currently catching a fight between Onyx as well as Axis.
Yeah, they're playing the Battle of the Hills right now, with the king being Onyx, of course, already getting one knock onto Voki. That's Seasky. So, you know, high ground advantage here. Onyx, on paper, should be able to take this one, but this Axis isn't push-arounds. They might be able to bounce back if they can make something happen here. They have to make their call really, really fast here. But Onyx has all their members. It seems more like it's a suicide attempt here. Voki gets confirmed, and that's first blood going to the side of Onyx.
That's a really good catch. Seasky only will need to also help his fallen brethren right there. Error Now down on his feet, Axis RedONE ain't too happy about losing their captain. They will have to try to go in for some defrags. Haydu now taking over the hill. He does not spot them out. There's too many vision blockage coming in from the smoke grenades that's been thrown out, and Axis RedONE might actually opt to back away as you see Haydu slowly repositioning, using the UAZ, and they may just say, we're fine, losing one member, we don't want to crash out all too early. And I think this is the wiser step to take for the team that's been able to qualify to the PMPL Southeast Asia for the very first time.
Yeah, and that was kind of textbook on how high ground advantage gives you so much in a 1v1 situation here or a 4v4 situation. Like that alone, it's so hard to peer up, to look upwards and not have anything in your face.
Right.
Because it's a curve. There's a curve gradient there. So they could be just a couple of steps back and they're hidden from your sight.
And you look at the position of Onyx, they have trees for cover and a couple of all these tiny little slopes for them to at least leverage on as protection. You know, grenades, they have this fall off trajectory. When it bounces, it can just basically lob towards the side where you don't really want it to land. So it's kind of hard to really catch on to Onyx. Now as we look to NFT Esports, this was a team that also almost got close to elimination. They start off the week pretty much on the low run, and then they've got themselves a huge swing of momentum as they hit their way into, I believe, a match in Sanok, and they got themselves high number of kills, and then with the chicken dinner, they got into the Super Weekend, and I'm glad to see the veterans back at it. Now, this is a team that we vote for.
Yeah.
Vampire Esports, as we have Fluke on the scouting position.
Yeah, very deadly Vampire Esports. A very, very new team here, but their players has got history that dates back. Take a look at the circle, though, now favoring the mainland sure at this point. Infinity, who's just by the bridge, just gatekeeping it in case of some teams that's coming out from it. They will get it paid off here, as we can see one team's currently an SMB, but MSC also another Thailand team. Actually, why don't you just go down the list of all the Thailand teams, because it seems like every single one of them is fatal with a gun.
They are, and all of them have qualified to the Super Weekend, and it already tells you that they're definitely hot shots out there. Swafel is kind of hanging out by the beach, taking a little bit of sightseeing, taking some pictures, and now back to the buggy saying, okay, sightseeing is over. We got to take a good spot to camp out on. And it's interesting to also look at the mini-map early on that EVOS Reborn, they could have actually hang about a little bit longer in Very Pure, but they had that hunch that, okay, it most likely will shift. They took over the Lighthouse and slowly hit into the south side of Pachinki. Now they're in that perfect mid position inside the circle, but they will have to carry out a perfect defense. Horpai all alone though, jumper on foot, and he heard those movements from the buggy and is slowly scouting up ahead for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Jumper's got to be careful though. I think he has been caught out one too many times now so far, and at least in the weekday, not the Super Weekend. My bad. Yeah, but they're doing pretty fine in the Super Weekend. I think 10th place, not too bad, not too shabby. 98 points, still very doable for them to catch up. We've seen Team Secret; they are a PMGC team. But Bantam, they were the ones who were in SMB, now trying to make a cross over the bridge.
To see us stuck though.
Oh, that it feels bad.
That's a bummer.
Well, at least he's taking the right steps here. If he were to continue his way forward, Infinity would have gunned him down. They were just ready to block this entire entrance.
Well, if it were to be a buggy, they would have actually got out smoothly. Now another one being stuck here. Batman making some awkward moves.
Hey, they made it.
They've got two vehicles to move with. They have to ditch one, and they say, "Silence, don't worry, we've got you." And now, going with the pickup here, they're just gonna look underneath the bridge, and they have to be very wary of the positioning where Infinity is currently at. The lighthouse, as well as the houses just by the left-hand side where we see the sniper bunker. Now, yep, Silence's vehicle is still stuck right by, and this is going to be quite tough for Batnam.
Oh, Vampire Esports gets a knock though. Batnam, this was the other team who was by this entrance of the gate, of this bridge, and now they're gonna pay the price. Batnam Silence gets naded out from the game. Is that player, and it seems like the entire team might just fall here at 16th place.
Quite a poor start based on all these small little casual mistakes that have kind of resulted in the late rotation for Batman. And now that they know, okay, that rotation pathway is not safe. They lost 2 members, and Vampire Esports, they're taking 2 teams at once as they lurk around the corners of the patrol station trying to catch a side. And Batman, they're flushing forward, and they get a catch onto Logan. Infinity will try to go in for the refract as well, with Nate being tossed in from Newsy, and that's Batman United out at 16.
Yeah, it was a tough one to get through. Infinity and VPE both holding guards in their own respective posts here. So it was an unfortunate event for them. I think they were hoping for a hard shift down to SMB and they would have gotten the advantage, but unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out that way. But now Vampire Esports is the one in a pickle because Infinity, they've got eyes all set to hold this entire compound, but they don't care. Ravenclaw crashes straight into Sniper's bunker. He's taking fire from all angles. Oh, he survived. Oh, but the grenade will take him down. Newsy gets a god nade, and now Ravenclaw in need of assistance here. Can Vampire Esports look to follow this one up?
Happy now also catching on to members side of Onyx. Meanwhile, Moans gets dropped out as Axis Rent 1 goes in for the frags. Shreps now take a peek. That's got huge damage being done. Haynoot will burn the vehicles of NFT Esports, and that's drawn taken out as well. 3 members left for Vampire Esports as they opt to move away. Now that they've already lost Ramones, well, not really Ramones, that's another different player from another team. Well, Onyx have got that perfect position right behind the tree as Jevs goes in to swipe a few players out. They've got 4 frags already by just staying into the heels of Pachinki.
Yeah, definitely panning out for them. Now, Geek Fam is another name that you said has done very tremendously well during the first Super Weekend, but now they're up against gods because it's FaZe Clan, and we've seen what they can do. Vintorus confirms the kills onto Geek Fam. All their other members injured and does not look like they're in a potential winnable fight, although they have the high ground. Sane OP playing just behind a rock with the nades. The Molotov has been tossed forward. He's burning, and will go down. Tony K rushes in, wipes Geek Fam out.
Geek Fam, they were trying to pin them down, but there's no way that you can stop the prodigy of FaZe Clan. Tony K goes on a rampage, and that's 4 pointers in for FaZe Clan as they try to match up to Vampire Esports, who's already got 5, but they left 1 out there. So with 3 members in the matchup itself, I want to see how Vampire Esports navigate their way around Eagle Esports. This is their time here to take up a fight against RRQ Ryu as they are by the forest. Paragen soaks a little damage coming from the grenades that was being tossed in. The flanks come right through with the smoke grenades also being popped, but it's not going to give him any sort of cover. Here comes a little bit more exchanges as they drop more nades. Back at it again as RRQ Ryu is being held back, and they both have to actually make a move. The circle's going to be shrinking pretty soon. Kachang Susu takes out Paragen from another off angle with a little bit of third-party action. That's going to be another member off of side of Eagle Esports. Paragen as well as Napchin is already down. Dakon is the next to fall through. And RRQ Ryu finding a way to clean it all up, while Anchor Pubg is the next one on the short end of the stake, leaving only 1 member left, and that is non-standing. My word, 6 pointers in for RRQ Ryu.
Now this team, man, they missed out on the first Super Weekend, but look at how they play. They are absolutely devastating. Scary, to say the least. Right now, leading in the elimination charts, only shy by 1 from VPE, but they are, this is not the first, this is not the RRQ we saw in week number 1. This is definitely a revamped one. Whatever they're jabbing into their veins, keep it up.
That's right. Team Secret Orleans circle alongside with MS Chonburi, I do believe. If they're not in, they're just pretty much close by. Meanwhile, Bigetron RA is next to EVOS Reborn. I'm looking for that rematch that we've been waiting up for. Now, Vampire Esports, they want to take their guns straight at it as they find members of FaZe Clan. That's Corpy taken down with Schweb.
MR5 too.
MR5. And now, members of the Vampire Esports, they didn't see the flank coming in from Tony K, but he's outside of the play zone as well. Ventoris needs to hold up a clutch with 6 pointers in. These are your top teams out there battling out early in Phase 5, and Fluke really has to find that opening, and Ventoris pretty much all alone. He has to move on by, and he doesn't have the health, and he's a little bit too slow. Ventoris is now caught up with the DP spray down coming out of Fluke to secure those knocks.
Oh, VPE, that was a clash between Thailand teams here, and, well, it was a stalemate, I'd say. FaZe leaving Tony K left alive, and Fluke from Vampire Esports. Meanwhile, MSC Chonburi, they're another Thai team that got knocked out, but look at that. FaZe is now in a sticky situation with Fluke already getting bombed out by Axis.
Speaking of being bombed out, there goes Tony K as well. Onyx Esports, they have 2 members crawling right by. And for now, it's FaZe Clan there that secured a 9th place position with 5 frags for their own. At least a decent start to come right by. Newsy inside of bars. Meanwhile, EVOS Reborn, they're pushing in. They're looking for Bigetron RA, and it's in this close quarter compound. To gather UMP, it's going to be KF here that wants to look for the opening. And Zuxi, he doesn't really have that much health left. And Bigetron RA have been bitten off by the White Tigers of EVOS Reborn.
Man, Bigetron out with 0 points. That does not feel like them. And we finally get a conclusion on one of the El Clasico matchups we have today. Obviously, does not determine everything indefinitely, but the Bigetron, they just were the lesser teams today. So far in match number 1.
At least when it comes down to position, they definitely have the greatest of idea on how to hold it out, but they don't have the firepower because they already lost members very early on. Meanwhile, Team Secret picks off the final member in the form of the Infinity. 7th place finish with 6 more teams to go. It's only 22 minutes of the game. And you look at it, only 16 remain, and that intensity, that sort of tempo that these teams are playing on is definitely beyond the usual rate that we are seeing from most of these other casual competitions. But whereas we fix our eyes onto Team Secret, they will launch an attack onto EVOS Reborn with Kachang Susu taken down by Neprico of RQ Ryu.
Yes, and talking about RRQ, look at that. They're leading up the charts right now. 8 kills with still all 4 members alive, and probably going to get even more kills here as Axis. Kachang Susu gets knocked down. And, well, confirmed by Onyx, actually. Stolen was his efforts, but they didn't lose a single member, so I'd say value on their end. But EVOS, though, Lyzerk gets a knock onto one of RRQs. They have the high ground, have this top spot here. Lyzerk, very strategic position. I don't think a single person can get by without him noticing at this point. So EVOS will hold his ground here, pin them down for long enough. Let's see if they can retaliate.
And as we look at the rest of the field of view here, we have Axis RedONE using the smokes here to take cover by this small little shack that they have. The problem with this is that they will draw attention. Meanwhile, Ryu will have more trying to reposition with Haynu trying to pull the trigger by this small little angle that he has in this sort of shack that can have a little bit of that open window. As they try to take good advantage and sort of trade frags, and Ryu don't really have all too much of that vehicle options left on the table with 2 members remaining. Axis RedONE, they just right by that corner of the circle, and they can still stay put.
Staying put indeed, but so is Axis, and Axis is the one with the cover, but Matoy, though, knocks out Micah from the far end with the scopes, so that would create some sort of alleviation to the pressure, but EVOS now, all these White Tigers waiting to munch on him. This is more like shark-like behaviors, but they're gonna look to prey and pounce. Wow. He jumps straight across them, and it's actually shooting them from the sides here. Frito will try and outplay this situation. He does get info on one of the members of EVOS, but it's become a 4v1 here, or rather a 3 with one member taking a look at some other angles here. But Team Secret, Fredo, we've seen him clutch before. He will try, he's going up on the high ground, will get some sort of advantage, taking some hits, but Matoy, he's still alive.
Yeah, Matt's managed to maneuver his way around, but members of the side of EVOS Reborn, they have that numbers advantage to take them on. Axis RedONE has already been taken out. Micro Uzi coming up from Micro Boy. And now with Matoy making a move, this ain't gonna look all too good. The spray transition is great, and Matoy crashes out, having no space to move out of the way. Although 4Rivals does have the circle, they don't really have all too much firepower left. EVOS Reborn, now that they have what it takes, they have vehicles to make their run in, but they have to deal with RRQ Ryu, which is now currently pinned down as Borg needs to be safe here. I'm not too sure whether they could actually launch a refrag, and we already seen 10 frags coming. EVOS Reborn, they start off on such a dominant fashion.
Yeah, it's looking like so heavily their end here with Microboy just spraying down the smokes here. No hesitation, and EVOS will claim the first winner chicken dinner in match number 1 of Super Weekend 2.
And this is it. Your Indonesian representatives here for the PMPL IB has been able to start off on a great note and set the bar high. You just look at the kill feed running, and there's a whole lot of white and blue, with Microboy as well as Lizer securing 4 frags apiece. Red FaZe alongside with KF with 2 as well. And when you add all these numbers, boy, oh boy, we have a total of 12 elimination points for EVOS Reborn to start off our first match of the weekend.
Yeah, they definitely have eyes set to kill so far. I think EVOS popping up right about now is finally true and telling on why they were second place winners for Season 3. But it's showing out really strong. But I have to give credits to RRQ Ryu as well. They are looking better than what they usually would in their situation. And it's just working out. This is going to, I think this Super Weekend 2, we're set up for a very interesting people taking up the spots on top.
That's right. Winner chicken dinner for EVOS Reborn. And these are your players that have been able to take the whole party by storm. And look at the damage numbers on KF. That is immense, alongside with Logic with 749. And look at Microboy taking those 4-pointers in. And that adds up a huge volume to kickstart our weekend run here, as they will rise up to the top once more.
Yeah, but Microboy though, I think he's got to be a bit egoistical at this point, because that 4 kills could very well just be Bigetron.
Well, we definitely have to check some of these highlights here. We start off with a really good shot coming out of Vampire Esports as they try to get some of all these great flanking angles against Infinity, as well as another team in the form of Batman United, who was unfortunate to get in the way.
Yeah.
And either side of the party, they have basically go at each other for a long time. But this is something that we kind of missed out on earlier, where MS Chonburi were trying to fight off against Team Secret, but Team Secret had the last laugh because they last much longer, heading into perhaps a top 5 finish.
Yeah, I think also the Vampire Esports against FaZe was a very tight one. They actually had some members on VPE, but maybe that fight was not the right call to take, you know? They traded, they had no covers, no nothing, they just ran straight in, and that ended up with a stalemate with FaZe of 1 member and VPE with 1 member, which eventually went out here.
That's right, my long range galore that we're looking at some of these highlights here. And the production level definitely is top notch, where we're giving us all these sort of views that we may not have been able to catch. And Baltimore definitely had hold on for very long, and that definitely is an angle which we saw early on. Ryu was basically in certain open grounds out there, but they've been able to punish Axis RedONE as they both goes on that form of long trade. But then again, it was EVOS Reborn that's been able to take control of that force on the left and had a perfect sight upon RRQ Ryu. And they basically handled the perfect situation to close out the game with that chicken dinner. Wow, that is definitely intense. I've said this word a lot, and EVOS Reborn, I've been voting for them basically every single week, and I thought that, okay, maybe...
The one time you betrayed.
The one time. I'm not betraying them. I'm a fan of EVOS Reborn for sure. But, you know, like, they sometimes have this crazy performance. There are times that they don't start off all too well, but when they get to that late game phase and they still have 3 to 4 members, you pretty much know that their chances to close out the game is pretty much on a high scaling. And we saw that prediction rate there from production that was like 70-30.
Yeah.
Like they know very well that from that position on, it's very hard for EVOS to actually lose control of that situation. And after all, I've mentioned that first circle, they were already in that very pure section. So that rotation heading to the final zone, honestly, is not too tough.
But you know what's crazy about the whole thing that happened there with EVOS Reborn? I think them winning the fight against Bigetron is what won them the game. That gave them compound control, which then Lyzer was out on top of the roof, pinning out all the members of RRQ Ryu, and then that gave them the high ground, which was perched up in a small hill, which then Team Secret would have tried to contest, but I guess with the numbers advantage, they didn't lose a single member in trying to take down Team Secret, which eventually they did. So everything just formed a line perfectly for them. The chain of events right after they took out Bigetron and took over the compound technically won them that game.
Yeah, I gotta say that was a perfect scenario being played out by EVOS Reborn, and they know how to tactically place each member on the right spot to gain all these advantages. And hope you guys who are aspiring pro players out there or just casual players who wants to get better, you can definitely take notes of how some of the top teams here in the PMPL SEA Championship has been able to basically capitalize on advantages out there. And like you mentioned, Lyzer was definitely having those eagle eye view to get themselves ahead with a total of 30% team contribution, even though he did like 749 damage. And this is kind of ridiculous to me that, you know, this guy, he did so much damage and you're telling me that he's only doing 30% of the work.
Well, I guess, you know,
it's the same effort after all, right?
No, it's not just that. Like there's one thing about, you got to take statistics with a grain of salt, right? Like what they, in the end, is they're just tallying up stats here, and it doesn't covers every single aspect of the game. And so with two members from EVOS dealing, you know, getting 4 frags each and the rest getting 2 frags each, obviously it's going to be way more even. But take a look at the match rankings here with EVOS taking out 12 eliminations onto their name and 15 of that winner chicken dinner. RRQ Rio coming in with 9 kills on their name, second place. 4 Rivals with third, and Team Secret coming in with 5 kills.
That's right, and we look at 3 teams from Malaysia having the 3rd to 5th place here, just having pretty much a good record to run from week 1 of the Super Weekend heading to week 2, and they're definitely contesting for that top 1 spot, knowing that the Savior is not playing. Onyx, however, here, bouncing up with 7, and this is a team that's missed out on the first week of the Super Weekend, so that definitely has been able to put them at a decent position, but there's still much more work to do here. Vampire Esports took very much early fights, getting themselves 8 elimination points. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan is coming up with 5, 3 for Infinity as well as MS Chonburi, and EVOS Reborn is so good that you just have to have that head-to-head between both of their own players as well.
Yes, it's all painted white and blue with EVOS right now. Lyzerg and KF next to each other, 4 eliminations to 2. I would have thought Microboy would have taken that spot, but hey, don't trust me, trust the statistics. 749 damage for Lyzerg, 734 for KF, 49 meters longest elimination distance for Lyzerg. Not too shabby, I guess, but kind of dwarfed compared to the 167 of KF. 30% team contribution, because I guess more kills equals contribution.
That's right. It feels like we're having a little bit of a difference in charts. Like there are those that basically comes in the pulse. This time, most people on the left as well as the middle get the majority of the damage output as well as eliminations done. The highest being EVOS Reborn, as they've closed off with the chicken dinner, taking the majority of the teams out. RQ Ryu definitely has impressed me on how they took those fights, and they were also in charge of taking out huge teams like FaZe Clan early on, and from there on, then onwards, they had that momentum where they closed out a fight against Anchor Pubg as well to make their way into that top 2 position. As much as Vampire Esports were taken out early, it was 8 points that been able to basically keep them pretty much on a healthy note, while the rest of them basically walk away with an average of 3 pointers or none to begin with.
Yeah, and that's what's scary about Vampire Esports, right? Like, they played a kill. Take a look at the match summary, you know, the top traveler goes to MSC Chonburi. The vicious sharks, I'd say, but this time it's going on a migrate. The water is getting a little bit cold. And now the most throwables used, Team Secret with Mud Toy at 23. And, well, Infinity Newsy coming in with the most eliminations via Grenade 2.
I like the fact that when you mentioned about sharks in the water, it was Infinity that was also in the water that was picked up by Team Secret eventually, with Ferdo basically hunting out Newsy. Though he managed to find that grenade in that early game skirmish, and that's how he managed to get the 2 frags via dropping in those frag grenades. So that concludes our very first match, but don't worry, we still have many more to go. So as we take a little bit of a look at a recap, this is just an opening as to what is being offered on the table for the Super Weekend. I believe that teams who may have actually had the rough stuff start, just like BN United. Yeah. Maybe they just have to look at the ways of rotation a little bit more differently, because what Batnam did early on kind of choked them on the bridge for a slight bit, and after that, they don't really have a smooth rotation coming from the bottom of the bridge.
I gotta say though, Batnam is very confident, it feels like, right? Because, okay, let's try and process the mindset that went into how they intended to play this game. It was a flight path from you know, Zarki all the way down to Primors, and it was great. SMB was available, they jumped into it. Now, in any given day, that SMB is very much accessible to the Infinity. Like, were they thinking that they were going to go head to head with the Infinity at minute number 1? So for them to drop there is kind of telling on how confident they're feeling it. But obviously, they got shut down with the Infinity, instead just gatekeeping the exits.
Yeah, and a team that I want to give my compliments to is basically Team Secret. You know how far they rotated. It's all the way up north on 70 to get to the southern side. They arrive safely, they make it into the top 5. I think that itself is astounding fit as it can be. Meanwhile, Bigetron, they got that position really well. It's just that they didn't hold on long enough because they were basically visiting the Tigers Den. But speaking of that, we will have a player to be joining alongside Sis Jenny as she'll be conducting that interview here. So why not take it away, Sis Jenny?
Hi, Y2K.
Hi.
Hi. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about the game. We did see how Team Secret actually went to that rock that you guys rotated in. I think that was actually a smart move. So maybe you can talk a little bit on how you guys actually went into that rock.
I think it's just basic instincts, you know. So given the situation, I think IGL, Jumper and Matoy made the right call for the team to actually rotate to that. Yeah, so kudos.
Yeah, if only you had like your manpower, I think it would have been a different game, because I realized at the very last moment, Matoy and Fredo was doing a very good jiggle, and then I think 4 Rivals kind of like got Fredo and then he went down at that very last portion. Okay, so next question. Knowing that Team Secret has been very, very consistent, can you, in a way, answer this question? How is Team Secret able to avoid too soon? Because honestly, I've not seen you guys too soon for the longest time.
I think the results speak. I don't think that we are that consistent, because given the last week Super Weekend, the last day we only gathered 4 out of 5 games, we only gathered 3 points. Yeah, we have our ups and downs, and that shows the inconsistency. But we try to analyze gameplay, and we try to rotate based on what we feel that that will lead us to a safe spot before we take any fights. Yeah.
Alright, okay, so Y2K, now besides training for big tournament, what else is important in daily routine for a pro team or player?
A daily routine, I think it's just basic training like TDM or basic scrims, where regardless the tier of the script, we just have to keep our hands warm, keep our momentum up. Yeah, I think that's it. And also to study the games, analyze the games, and of course, most importantly, is to spend time with each other to, fix our problems and our mistakes. that is also quite crucial. Yeah, so that's about it.
Alright, very nicely answered. Okay, last question. Now, besides being champions, which we all hope for our Malaysian team and of course Team Secret, what is Team Secret aim for this season for the Southeast Asia PMPL?
I think just like everyone else, we aim to achieve the highest goal. Given that we have already qualified for the PMTC, so there's less pressure behind our backs. But we still aim for the best, for the reputation of Team Secret and also for Malaysia.
Alright, so thank you so much, Y2K. I wish you all the best and all the luck in the world for Team Secret to be the best for the entire Super Weekend. Okay guys, so come, let us do some analysis. Thank you, Y2K. Let's go. Alright, so let's break it down a little bit on what we saw earlier in the match. So, we did see the flight route started from Cervini to Prima. So it was initially a little bit of difficult, I would say, because it is more towards one side of the map. And we can see that how did EVOS won the chicken dinners, because we all know that they kind of dropped somewhere near where Ferry Play is. Honestly, the looting is not amazing, but it's because of the way they get into the circle. They keep on getting into the circle, how they rotated in, especially at the very last between circle number 6-7, I realized that one of the players from EVOS actually went inside first. So I think rotation is key, and they are always on point to keep on hitting enemies that decides to get them off. And if you realize also, they kept on getting vantage point. That's the reason why they get to farm the kills. Alright, now looking at the graphic right here, which is similar, we can't see the rotation is almost nothing. It's just that they are playing around those areas where it's not heavily concentrated on big compounds. It's literally like small compounds. They went one area to another area, but how did they keep on getting that loots or getting it the sustainability of the team itself? Because they keep on having to get kills along the way, eliminate players along the way, and then they get to replenish their stock. So it's the way they play for this round, they don't really care about their loots as much. It's more of like, okay, we got what we need for that point of time, and then they go hopping onto from one person to or from one victim to another victim in order for them to sustain the loots. Okay, so besides that, yes, the graphic shows about EVOS, but we did see how Infinity did a gatekeep. There you go. Thank you so much. The gatekeep near the bridge. So we did see Infinity. They did a similar thing. I think it's in a way, this is how they're gonna do the first few kills on momentum to get them on momentum, and they actually gatekeep that from BN from coming in. But unfortunately, this is the cute thing here, that we did see a few Thailand teams is clustered around that area where I'm talking about near Ferry Pierce Bridge. We did see Vampire coming from that side, Infinity. So Infinity did not get to fit the entire kill points or the entire clutch for BN to come in. So they were like they were disturbed in a way in how they are going to build up the momentum. It's usually like how they used to do it, so it was not really how they can get the points. Now, looking back into how the rest of the team, yes, it was a difficult circle for some of these teams because they have to come in, like APG. They are coming in all the way from left side, and then the circle shifted away from them, and all these teams had to go up. Now, looking at the graphic also, we did see a few teams here. BTR was being disturbed by EVOS. Again, they are crashing, they are locking the enemies on how BTR, you can see in the graphics there, EVOS was separated into four of them were in different areas, and BTR is clustered into one. So in a way, it's easier for them to lock the target, where we can see the player all the way that is outside of the circle. Only thing he gotta do is just keep his eyes on BTR. That's the reason why we did not see how BTR fought that long as compared to how EVOS kind of wiped one team to another team. And of course, not forgetting RRQ, they managed to get a good vantage point to right beside EVOS. But the reason why EVOS got ahead of it, because I think it's the way they move and the way how they rotated themselves and their position themselves. That was the key for EVOS itself. Okay, So another thing to talk about also that I wrote in the notes is that there was a good call while engaging. So FaZe Clan, they pushed together initially, and then they kind of wipe out Geek Fam. So we saw the fight earlier, how it happened, and in a way they were ready to take the fight together with Onyx, and they pushed in together. But it was a good call because it was a fast, in a way the IGL know what's happening, and they say, okay, you know what, we got to do it now, and it was really a good call. So those are the discipline things that we did see from all these pro players. Right now, looking at this image, this graphic, again, the circle was just coming towards an area where it's almost, there's no compound at all, it's just roads, it's just hillside. So how are they going to move? We can't see. EVOS is all the way at the corner, and then we can't see Team Secret is all the way on the side, but how they kind of flush one another down very quickly. So information was key. They have the information. You see how fast they are moving forward, and they kind of block the entire space for any team to be in the distance. So they know what to do. It's like they do it in a clean way where one team to another team, they finish it like step by step. So that's the reason why it's a given chicken dinner. So when the moment EVOS flash out Team Secret, we did not see the kill feed as fast as it was, because it was literally, they know what to do, they had the positions already, and they just wiped one after another. So that was really a good, I would say, call, and they were very, very alert in listening to the IGL, and they know what to do. So it was really a neat chicken dinner. And you know what else is neat? Our casters that has been talking from our first game. So let's go back to Contra and also Keith.
Thank you for a breakdown of the analysis of match 1. And of course, all that brought by Sis Jenny, who has been able to pinpoint how EVOS Reborn received that chicken dinner based on some clean rotation and perfect way to take up fights. So, Keith, we're pretty much ready for our next matchup here, as we basically will have Miramar coming up next. This is going to be the very first Miramar matchup, and before we talk about that, I think that we're doing a great job keeping ourselves in sync of the color team between the talents here. Yeah,
talking about that though, I have to add on.
Yeah.
Since Jenny's way nicer than Tasha. Tasha always has to like rub us the wrong way, you know?
Just trying some shade. Don't mind us. Well, and when we're all blue, I guess that kind of indirectly gave a little bit more energy for the boys in blue, EVOS Reborn. So maybe it's not intentional, but hey, we're not just being biased here. We're just, of course, throwing some jokes around. But we still have all of our 16 teams here set and ready to go to face off even more of the challenges in Miramar. Let's talk about Miramar for a little bit, because it's going to be having pretty much long rotations, long haul, long range fights. Everything's going to be pretty long, including that early phase where you may not expect too many of those fights. Now that this is going to be the first Miramar matchup of the weekend itself, and including the weekdays, are we expecting any sort of a contest early game when it comes down to township control?
Well, it's a bit hard to say, right? Like, to expect something, you have to have references of it first.
Well, maybe on the week 1, there were a few matches out there. But now it's a different scenario when you have 4 other teams that is not playing over the weekend. So certain teams that may be sharing that neighborhood with the State 4 teams, they're going to be happy. It's like, hey, I have a little bit more relief. I don't have any noisy neighbors next to me. And perhaps that might just be able to set the tone a little bit better for teams to propel themselves forward.
I guess we'll find out then. It's going to be an interesting one for me, for you, for everyone here, because you've seen this team play very heavily on Erangel and Sandhawk so far this week alone, and we've seen how things, dynamics can change when now all the 3 teams from the first Super Weekends are not playing, which means some slots are open for the taking, and we would get to see if they would contest said slot from another team or book out and, you know, find a safer route. Bandam has already shown that they would drop wherever Infinity's at, so I'm curious to see what they can bring in game number 2, because the first game, they got the harder part of things, right? They had to push through Infinity, and towards the left it was Vampire Esports.
Yeah, playing in Nazca military base definitely is challenging, so I guess that they're kind of relieved this isn't Erangel anymore. So heading into Miramar when you have 83% of land, to play out from. It could be anywhere if you want to play it in a very lonely area, where you can head into Campo Militar, all the way up to the northeastern side, or some just like to, you know, serve some time in prison. Okay, not serve some time in prison.
I get it.
Just
I get
kidding.
it.
Like,
There's a spot
all the way
called
down to
prison.
the southwestern side, right? Like, you pick up whatever you have and slowly rotate your way around. That itself, over on towards the southwestern end, like alongside Valdemar, is definitely an interesting spot because there's actually plenty of loot, plenty of vehicles, but that's also one part that's furthest away for where you need to be when you have certain shifts that hit into the northern area or somewhere towards the central. So it gets a little bit tricky. I think Miramar, if you're playing somewhere near towards the central area, it kind of gives you a little bit more leeway as compared to the rest playing by the outskirts.
I'm glad you brought up prison earlier because if I'm not mistaken, there was a circle that favored that area.
Oh,
that was like
I've not seen that in a long time though.
The scam circle. But you know, let's not talk about the what could be in the 1%, right? Let's talk about what is most likely going to happen, because you always want to go on a better end of probability when it comes to these things. Yeah. And so Miramar, statistically, he who has the high ground is king.
Yeah, and you look at many of all these great talents that we have across Southeast Asia, the region of Thailand as well as Indonesia, they're basically masters of this field. Same goes to the MYSG as well as Vietnam, but when you look at the rate of fire or the way that they take control of all these elevated terrains is definitely on a different form where you don't always see. So we're about to, of course, set our sights to witness in a moment's time. And while you're currently at it, if you spot any of your favorite players out there basically getting those huge numbers, make sure you cheer them on as you're currently watching the live streams from our official PUBG Mobile channels out there. We're live on Facebook, we're live on many of all the other platforms as well, such as YouTube. You can even watch it on WeTV, always more. So you can definitely take your pick. Meanwhile, of course, drop them like as well as follow, because majority of all these players that are currently playing in the C level, most often than not, they have their social media platform out there. You can check out what they do behind the scenes before they start a match or after the match, where they start celebrating and stuff. And it's great. You know, like we got to share that vibe out there. And you guys definitely have a lot to check out.
Yeah, in fact, while you're at it, while you're already dropping things down and cheers in the comment, I want to know, right? Because Southeast Asia is just a pot with so many cultures, especially in the English stream, right? Like, sure, if it's a Malay stream, you get majority of Malaysians watching it, and then if it's a Thailand stream, yada yada yada.
We got people all over the world
exactly.
watching.
So why don't you let us know where you're from? Use the hashtag, insert your country,
or put that emoji right there.
Right? No, just hashtag Indo if you're from Indonesia, Pride, and then hashtag Thai Pride. Spam it down in the comments. We want to see who is, you know, the majority of the viewers watching us. You know?
That's right, and of course we got all these fans, whether they're from South Asia, whether they're from NA or SA, or all across the Asia Pacific. We definitely welcome you on board. Make sure, of course, you keep the chat alive and also, of course, healthy all the time. And I hope you guys stay healthy, stay safe. And once again, just to remind you guys, we're in this, of course, secluded studio, and we've already got our double dose. We've gone through a couple of all these tests. We're absolutely fine. We're all healthy. We keep ourselves sanitized every single matchup. So now, to talk about safety, right? Like, we see certain teams, they definitely play in a form of risk. I'm not saying like outdoors or anything. I'm saying the matchups itself. Just look at how some of them, they were forced to take certain risks to get to where they need to be. Like, you look at Team Secret, they found themselves in a really nice position, but they have to challenge EVOS Reborn in order to make it into the final few to test for that chicken dinner. But unfortunately, like what was mentioned by Sis Jenny, if they had the manpower, if they were not backstabbed by 4 rivals, there's a lot of all these situations which pro players have to consider of where is it safe for them to play out from. So this is what Miramar offers when you go into the map, because most often than not, when it comes down to the final few circles, it may not be an urban terrain. It most likely will be somewhere between a valley, somewhere in the middle of all those hills, which means that whatever cover from the natural terrain that you get, you have to leverage on. This is why this is my favorite map of all time.
Same here. I mean, the fact that it's so scarce with covers and all you have is natural covers and surroundings with rocks and, you know, crater holes which you can hide in. I think it makes it for a very fun map to see how people take these fights. And talking about being safe, I really don't want to see any team play safe because you're now in the C League. I think a lot of these teams risk losing more, not taking these risks, you know, if it makes sense, right? Because everyone here is a good shot. Like, you cannot argue that they're maybe mediocre at their shots, but they're just good in rotations. I think everyone here is a good shot. Mechanically, they're skilled, and knowledge-wise, they're equipped, right? So if you ever had the chance to take on another team and not take it, I think that you're taking more risks just sitting that one out.
That's right. And now we're talking about so many of all these possible scenarios that may actually happen, and I guess when the players are prepared, we'll slowly take a flight into Miramar as you are currently watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship. And there you go, we've got the timers out already. Now, there's a lot of options to choose from where we look at certain areas of play. St. Martin is definitely a hot area of contest for many teams. Team Secret usually drops right into the city, but I believe that many of those teams, as much as they have their usual pattern back in their local league, their regional finals and stuff like that, it seemed like majority have made certain drastic moves to change things up. And the key focal point when you move into Miramar, you gotta take a look at areas such as Minas Generalis, St. Martin, El Pozo, as well as Chumacera. These are 4 points alongside with Picado. That is going to be the major hot contest between the 16 teams here to secure. And now, I guess we are about to set our eyes to the desert dunes of Miramar soon.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that you brought up St. Martin, because as a matter of fact, all 3 Malaysian teams actually dropped over close enough, or at least close enough, right? Team Secret and Geek Fam, they like to head over that spot. Obviously, 4 rivals would rather play up and cruise the Vel, but they often stop by in St. Martin eventually, right? Minas Generalis, that is a hotspot for Vampire Esports. So if it's a good looting place, I'd like to see people drop there and try and contest it from their hands. But without further ado, into the sand dunes, we have Miramar for the second match of the weekend.
Here we go into our second match of the day. As all this, of course, brought to you by PUBG Mobile, Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation. Now, this is a flight that I really like.
Yeah, even
many of these cities up for grabs, all the way from the Oasis itself. You can even drop by on the place which you can just chill by the water, or hit all the way down south, closer to Los Higos.
Yeah, it's split right in the middle. There's no way this should be a very heavy-sided map. Unless I think maybe the circle just throws in a curveball, but so far it's looking dead even right in the middle.
That's right. RQ Ryu sort of dropped out of the plane looking for areas such as water treatment or even the scattered grounds over onto the western side of the valley. So Geek Fam likes to also go to El Pozo whenever this flight path actually allows them, because this is a huge city where they could actually loot from, and you were going on a point, right?
Yeah, yes. RQ likes water treatment or Hacienda de Patron. So if you've got eyes out on them, then that's where they're most likely gonna be. Oh, there it is. Already down, reached on flatlands here, has the vehicle as well. Circle does favor towards the southern west side, I guess, which is going to favor some of the teams like Bigetron, Red Alien, APG finally gets a chance to maybe, because we've seen it in the weekdays when APG does have Circle, they can actually make something happen for themselves.
Definitely. And for PUBG, so far, having their first visit in any Southeast Asia tournament that's officially sanctioned by PUBGMOBILE has made a strong debut. I definitely do fancy their chances here. But speaking of Batnam, oh no, another first start, and White Cat, he's getting shot already. And it's going to be the VSS in the hands of QB. And that's Zane to draw first blood alongside with Damroot. And Geek Fam comes out strong with the first blood as they slowly make their way into El Pozo while they got themselves that minivan. And they will take that joyride back into their desired city.
Very peculiar positioning coming out from Batnam, though. He was way far out from his allies. There was nothing they could do about it. And to lose White Cat this early, it's a bit rough. It's like what I said, right? Like, Batnam is feeling very confident. They're just going at drop spots, which they already know. They probably already did their research.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the game plan. Sometimes you may have actually have a certain idea of how you want to approach it, but you can execute it because of the flight path. What I would reckon that White Cat was doing was hoping to secure that minivan, but he didn't really expect that. Geek Fam will move towards the same sort of direction because El Pozo takes a little bit more of a stretch through the parachute to get into. So it's best for them to secure whatever vehicle options that they have on the ground. And yeah, just a stroke of bad luck for White Cat to start things off with. NFT, however, they have the whole section of where I do believe this is Tori Ahumada, all the way up north, and their neighbor is going to be almost about 500 meters away in the form of 4 rivals who usually drop into Cruz Duval. Heading into Impala is EVOS Reborn, who's just won our first chicken dinner of Super Weekend Week 2, FaZe Clan. Let's take a little bit of a time to elaborate on what FaZe Clan was up to in the first game that we saw today, right? They were taking a few fights. They were hoping to basically secure the forest ground where it's just by the north of Fairpier, close by to the quarry. But that's basically a region where majority of the teams will basically flock whenever that circle draws close to Fairpier. And maybe they weren't exactly ready to take on multiple fronts of a fight, and they lost out to RQ Ryu.
Yeah, but they also did secure a very respectable amount of kills towards their name, including APG. So I guess, like, you know, you're still doing well for yourself given the circumstances you're playing in. And sometimes PUBG comes down to a game of, you know, nipping the bud, making the best out of the worst situations. And FaZe Clan has shown a lot of that, I think, this week.
Indeed, they have, especially during the weekday run. Man, Tony K was
Match one.
absolutely on fire. Like, there's so much rave about this boy who basically has been the talk of the town for months and basically years now. And we don't always get to see him. Back then, of course, he was basically
too young.
Yeah, like a Bruno Mars song. But then again, I'm not going to sing it on stream. Anyways, Tony K. This player has one of the sharpest of reflex. You don't believe me? Go type his name online, and you'll probably see montages of Tony K beating everybody to a pulp. Well, not physically though.
Obviously, we get that. Don't worry. No one's gonna.
Yeah. So long as you get that context, right? So long as you get the context.
Man, the cancel culture's got this guy sweating.
Yeah. Not like this.
It's insane.
Anyways.
Yeah, RRQ though, we've seen them having a really great start as it is. I think even in the weekdays they weren't so hot. I think towards the end they finally started, you know, coming online, and now we've seen what they're capable of. I really want to see how they play this one out, make things work for themselves. But BTR already has U-High in such a position here, maybe scouting in this compound location. But he is by himself. I wonder what the splits were.
I guess he's scouting out for anybody by the corner of Los Leones. It definitely is a huge town. So all you need is to retrieve information. If you were to land a shot, you won't have the attention of maybe not just one team. Because Los Leones is so huge, it can fill up to 3, 4, even 5 teams if you wanted. Then, not in the early game. People prefer not to share, as it's every man for themselves in PUBG Mobile, other than your squad, of course. You gotta work with a team.
I mean, that goes to shows, and it applies to anything, right, in life. Even that $200,000 US. If you could,
Okay, $200,000.
yeah, if you could have it for yourself, surely you wanna rake it up there. Now, just a reminder to the viewers on maybe some of them would come in with the benefit of the doubt, saying that hey, this Xavier didn't make it, Genesis Dogma didn't make it because they made it to PMGC, yada yada yada. A lot is at stake. Why? Because it's the weekend, the super weekend, at the end of the super weekend, top 1 gets to go to PMGC too.
That's right. And whoever who basically has a slot already and they manage to still secure that top 4 position, that spot is transitioned to another team that does not have that slot intact. Meaning to say that we will have 8 representatives from Southeast Asia to play on PMGC, I hope.
Yeah. So this right here, these super weekends are just as important as the final week itself. But of course, if you want the moolah, the prize pool, obviously you go all the way.
That's right. Nepico of RQ Ryu. Definitely doing his due diligence to check on both corners. Team Secret now getting shot from 4 rivals. It's basically a classic warfare between 2 of the Malaysian squads. Now taking those long-range pixel shots here. Happy brings out the meaning for team. Meanwhile, Riff soaking a little bit on his helmet. That's not really the best sign in particular, but Fredo definitely knows how to suppress their way through. So 4 rivals knows that this is not going to be the path that we want to take. And you should look at that current position. They just moved out of Cruz de Val, heading to St. Martin. And it's Team Secret telling you that you will not be able to rotate safely to St. Martin. And that's basically psychological pressure that you need to basically exercise. And oh my, a pick-off here as Kid finds the first one for themselves in the form of Fluke.
Yeah, neighboring, as we mentioned, the Vampire Esports likes to go to Minas Generalis. That's nearby, just right next door to St. Martin. Also, obviously, they want to, again, goes down to, they want some of that loot, but unfortunately gets punished for it because everyone's a little bit selfish on the inside.
Well, me on the other hand, I definitely like to share whatever good news that I have or food. But if it's chicken dinner, yeah.
You'd share food? I wouldn't.
That's the difference between the 2 of us then. So Batnam now in a sticky situation where they have already lost Whitecat and they drive to the crosshair of RQ with Valimort now. Also pushing right in. There is a grenade lob into the hut. And caught by surprise, Silence is not going to be holding his breath for far too long, though. Just look at all these angles, and he will not be able to hold up. A great launch of attack coming in from all angles. RQ Ryu continues to stomp out their enemies here as they prey on BN United.
Yeah, the wounded animal BN already losing 1 member. Now the entire team. Not just yet. Not just yet, though. Not just yet. They still have some. Well, it's an expression, okay?
Yeah. I get you.
It should be a compliment. It's like calling them a beast. But Geek Fam actually taking out Infinity. That's something to wow about here. Geek Fam making it happen for themselves.
Indeed. Now, most of the teams have already made their way into the circle while Appy blasted the vehicle. And NASA basically will need some help, but most often than not, if you're being blasted from the vehicle while you're driving, you don't get your revives. You're just down and out.
Unfortunately for them. Hey, Infinity is not phased though with Geek Fam, although losing 1 member from the likes of Geek Fam, they're still not paying their attention towards them. So this could very well be what happened to FaZe Clan and Axis, the backstab on Sanhok. This could be it. The Infinity getting backstabbed by Geek Fam.
As we have a little bit of long-range trades happening across Miramar, FaZe Clan is definitely in a really nice spot as they got the elevated terrains to help them hold on for a long time. Onyx made sure that this vehicle will not be in the way if they need to basically jiggle around the building if they were to be crashed upon on. And C-Sky only. He's currently alone, waiting for the rest of the members to eventually join in. They still have 1 more on the roof, It's going to be a 2-2 split formation for Onyx as they slowly hold out those compounds. Well, Logan, this is where he goes on a solo showdown against the rest of Geek Fam, who basically has a widespread angle. And I'm not too sure if this is going to be good, but Ventorius has already found Sea Sky only, as we earlier mentioned. Onyx Esports, they were on the lower ground with FaZe Clan getting that bird's eye view.
Talking about bird's eye view, Logan has got one very narrow view, actually not being able to cover the peripherals on the sides here, so he might get surprised if he overextends a little bit. But he will be in a position where he might see any sort of rotation, so I think Infinity is going to be at least in a stalemate from now on. Circle looks to be closing down towards Church area, and I'm not too sure which teams drop by. I think APG takes on Church. So that would be, again, them. This is the Circle Gods giving them a chance towards the winner chicken dinner. Now let's see how they work for it.
Yeah, and you look at very early rotations coming in from FaZe Clan, trying to reposition into a better spot, while Eagle Esports will be trailing right behind. This is going to be Impala here being a hotspot, lost out with Chumacera as Anchor Pubg now get themselves into the city as they take on a fight against MS Chonburi. Spots out Pop, who currently doesn't have any form of backup, with the rest of MS Chonburi being a little bit too scattered. Pop just have to heal up first and take it slowly as they expect more visitors into Chumacera.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, that's what Powerbank kind of taught me.
Chumacera?
Chumacera. Yeah.
You're not kidding, right? Because I would believe you.
Yeah. Whichever way you want to call it, Chumacera, no, we'll go with the flow.
Okay. I'm trying to get my Spanish brushed up, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know double L's are pronounced Y, so some of these names I have probably been butchering a lot. Yeah, so like what?
Do forgive us, right? Well, as we move to the side of Pondai, it's been spraying on to EVOS Reborn. MS Chonburi now having TG13 all alone, and RedFaZe is going to take the fight head on. Jasper now is going to provide that backup, and here comes the nades being cooked up. It might just be pretty difficult to land, but they're going to try, to say the least, as they come in with a near lob, as Pop has already left those walls to join right in because they know that they have to take this fight head on, and RedFaZe is already down. A great opening coming in from Pops as he finds another one coming in from the side of EVOS Reborn while they are busy going for the pickup. Here comes the entirety of the squad rolling right in as they get that push sorted out, but they will have a refract coming in with Lizer, the next one to fall. 2 versus 3. How will they fare as Jasper comes in with a back flank? What a beautiful position coming from MS Chonburi. And the White Tigers, who have won that first round back in Angle, is in a dire situation, and Microboy will try to find those pointers in as it comes in for another takedown here. Microboy will be able to secure the knock, but Jasper will turn one down. It's a 1v1, and Jasper goes down. Microboy finds the second one coming. Now can they actually make the cut to find that 2-member remaining? MS Chonburi will only have one more standing in the form of Ponzai. And look at him go. Microboy going on a rampage. He might just actually get all 3 members as it shut down MS Chonburi.
Man, these two teams, it was mirroring each other to the teeth here, but I'm gonna hold my thoughts because BTR U-High has spotted out Axis. Yavoki makes it out just in time here with the vehicle. No, but the two teams, have you seen, both of them positioned really well in that engagement, having one man back as a sniper, shooting from afar. They were trading so evenly, even till the last member.
Yeah, and Microboy definitely took that leap of faith. It could have actually gone wrong because Jasper was already in position, but Jasper wasn't exactly ready. He was deciding whether if he should go in for revive, should he heal up. But this is that golden opportunity that Microboy took because they know that there's no time for a reset. Speaking of a reset here, we're going into another round, and Eagle Esports now will face off against Anchor Pubg.
Yes, Angkor PUBG, only one member though in the area. I guess the others are coming in. As we can see from the names, not too much of a 3D depiction here, so we can only assume, but they are capped and occupied with another teams in front of them. But Team Secret now sharing the compound with Eagle Esports. It's Copper left in here. Do they look to make something happen for themselves though? Team Secret is going for the revive. Onyx really nearby, and the circle will be closing in with the blue zone. So one of these teams would have to make the move really fast here. Oh, Chopper actually takes down Matoy. Matoy in trouble now. Only one member is in there.
And it's C-Sky only coming over the third-party action as well. And Fredo, he didn't really see where the bullets are flying in from. Shroud now on the ground. And look at all these long-range shots. We can't even see it with the naked eye. And Angkor PUBG, they bring out the M24. They want to basically get those bullets through the helmets of Onyx Esports while more fights happen across the map. FaZe will be joining in the party as well.
Yeah, but Eagle Esports though from Vietnam, this team has shown crazy consistency so far during the weekdays, and it's showing it again here. Although they still have only 2 members left in the bank, one of them will be on his knees here, so they will need to be picked up. They did survive against Team Secret, and now Onyx is against Team Secret. The last member of Team Secret still surviving will eventually go down. That will be Fredo, out for Team Secret at 14 plays with only 2 kills.
Great hindsight coming in from Arrow, knowing that there's so little space for him to hide inside of smoke. He's supporting behind the buggy, immediately going for the pre-fire. Now, C-Sky only is going to try to carry the flag for Onyx Esports, dropping those nades on top of Datcon and Namshin as well. So, definitely takes a while, but they are pushing right through the smoke. Arrow now making a little mistake, and Datcon will punish him for that. With the blue zone pressuring every other team. Now it's only down to C-Sky only. They only got 2 frags, but Microboy will definitely assist them on their pursuit. So they thank Microboy for this one pickoff.
Well, that is Eagle Esports now out. 4 kills, so not too bad, but APG has made the rotation towards inside of the circle, taking control of that small little compound down below. That should be advantageous towards these last few circles. It will hold as I guess a fort or a hold or a turret per se. Just stick a gun out and you do a lot of damage. As you can see, it's a lot of open places to run across.
That's right, and I remember you mentioning the Spanish word ladriela.
Yeah.
Ladriela.
Here we are.
Ladriella.
Ladriella. Ladriella, I think so.
Okay, I guess we'll leave it as that. Microboy finds those numbers, as we have earlier mentioned. As Bigetron RA will be able to find that church compound for themselves. Now, coming into the shelters here, going to be able to just take cover for a tad bit as they are in the middle of the circle. This is going to be the best spot possible for Bigetron RA. Meanwhile, NFT members are getting shot by Boki. The sharp pursuers of Malaysia, but they're getting flagged as well. Ravenclaw with the attack, but he's also soaking some damage. He did not find a kill though.
Yeah, I think that we just cursed the entire team of Vampire Esports. So far, 0 kills on their name and already losing 2 members. Oh, that's EVOS out. They did have 7 kills. So pretty decent. Wouldn't be too hurtful in their position. But now Axis going up against Vampire Esports. Can they pull this one off? Axis, of course, has the number on their hands. Still 4 members left remaining, but Ravenclaw and Vampire, yeah, one of them. I think he got knocked or something. He was going up against, there we go, it's Schweppes. Schweppes got knocked by RRQ, who was well positioned at the higher ground. So Vampire will have to play this one out a little bit slower than they would like.
Yeah, Vampire Esports now don't really have those numbers to their advantage. They only got 2 players out there, and with one being knocked, this is definitely going to be a really tough situation for them to squeeze right by. This is a top 10 situation with Geek Fam still having 4 more intact, while Micah is going to be able to find a player out in the middle open, while Venturas gets a catch onto Appy. Ravenclaw sneaking his way out, and Axis RedONE knows that there's going to be someone right down below, and Vampire Esports is shut down by Axis RedONE. And this time, Vampire Esports not looking so hot. 0 frags, and they crash out on 10th place.
Yeah, that's because we voted for them.
Caster's curse, huh?
Remember how you said you were voting for EVOS for the longest time and it didn't quite
I guess
pan
I
out
kind
for
of
them?
lift that curse if that's the case. man. Don't need to do that, but Kachasusu is going to be able to find Ramones, bring him down to the ground. Meanwhile, NFT having a member being chunked down from the back as well, and pinned from both angles as both Yopi and Varach seen. They might just actually send Micah here as they crash right through. Only one player left, and they will just storm them out. 9th place, same fate as Vampire Esports. No frags for NFT.
Axis RedONE on fire this time round. The circle has closed closer into Jumasera. They have to push their way in. I'm looking at, I think, Geek Fam as well within circles, but now 4 rivals getting taken out by Geek Fam themselves up on the high ground, I think. So RRQ, they will have 3 members left. They did get 2 kills, so not too bad in terms of the trade. They can maybe take on to Axis. That one hit him. That's going to cripple them for a bit. That will prevent them from actually pushing up onto the high ground, especially with the Molotovs now coming in. The rotation has been scouted. Now, Axis might be in trouble here as they have no idea how many RRQ members are up on the compound, but BTR might come in as a third party.
That's right, they can actually sweep by the edges there just to slowly pin down upon players of Geek Fam as well. Geek Fam, they can play a little bit more defensively, while members of FaZe Clan, they do get a few more coming their way. Axis RedONE, as much as they have all those 4 members intact, they have this really awkward angle where they have to definitely be careful of RQ Ryu. Venturas now keep putting in those numbers as he finds Ankro PUBG's 20. Luxy keeping himself safe. He's on the lower ground, and the blue zone slowly pushing Bigetron Red Aliens, so they have to go in with the full-fledged commitment. Oh, another nade comes in, and it's MR5. Mr. Maroon 5 with the huge flank of the damage, and FaZe Clan will continue to bring more into the party. Shroud is final member remaining and will be shut off by FaZe Clan. Now down to the top 6. Axis RedONE basically taking over the control of the low ground, while Damroot finally lost the tag against both the twin brothers of Bigetron. So how are they supposed to survive? Ryzen now healing inside the church. He cannot afford to get anywhere out there.
Yeah, but Bigetron once again stopped in tracks by some other team here. That's Geek Fam this time around, and actually eliminated by the blue zone. Cannot heal their way out in time. So FaZe is looking very, very scary right now. A lot of the big names from Thailand has been taken out. So this looks like the kind of game that they can just storm right through. But they have Geek Fam to worry about now. Nades catches onto Tony K down in the low ground. He does. This does create a window for Miracle to push on in with the flank side. Will spot them out right behind the trees. Tries to jiggle it a little bit. Miracle switches onto the gun and finishes the job. Miracle eliminated the entirety of FaZe.
You just look at how he basically bamba his way out there, tangoing with the final member of FaZe Clan, and he had that time to bring out his subsidiary weapon just to land that final blow. Now, chances are great for Geek Fam to close out the game, now that they also have the high ground. But the problem is the circle is not favoring them, and it's Infinity here that's basically lurking around, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now everybody has to find their way into those areas, and Geek Fam is going to just watch on by. Grenades being lobbed at RQ Ryu. They only rely on those couple of breaks there to survive.
It looks like we're down to the last 4 teams contesting for that winner-winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, shots down on Infinity though. They will release some onto the sides of RRQ Ryu. Ryu getting burned, or at least one member is not sent to hell just yet, although the fires will keep them reminded that they are mortals. Now, the Geek Fam though spraying down into the likes of Infinity. They do spot them down at, oh no, it's actually Axis. Axis down on the low ground, green as well, sporting that color, getting shots by Geek Fam themselves.
I'm absolutely impressed by all 4 teams that are remaining, especially for RQ Ryu, who's basically playing defensively in this open area of terrain and just hugging by the break for how long? I think it was about 5 minutes already, and nobody has been able to find the perfect angle to terminate them. And we're looking at Infinity using whatever tools necessary to flush them all out, while Geek Fam now takes out the fight against Axis RedONE. They're also launching an attack back onto Infinity. It's a 3-way battle that RRQ Ryu is not participating, and now everybody set their eyes onto Geek Fam.
But RRQ, they have an idea on where all these teams are playing right now. That could be advantages on their end. Meanwhile, Infinity pinning down RRQ. Geek Fam pinning down Axis. Axis tries to push on up onto the high ground, risk a few members getting hit. One on his knees and not operable at this point. Geek Fam as well will have to go in for the revive. Meanwhile, RRQ just playing CCTV right now, just being the monitor, not making a move, don't want to reveal themselves too much.
They're already man-marked by Infinity for the longest of time. There's no way that the player that's surviving for RQ Ryu could basically move as simply as he wishes to. And as we currently look at the field of view of the Infinity, that's at the lower right of the screen right now. There's going to be a push coming out there, and they are definitely going up for the push. Coming from Pro, and that's where he wants to hunt it out. And that is basically pure confidence of the Infinity to remove one of their competitors out there. Now, down to your top 3 remaining. It's Logan, Micah, as well as Damrude representing each of their team. Damrude, literally the best player of Malaysia at the moment, trying to prove himself against a few other opponents out there. Axis RedONE, they have the numbers advantage, but they're on the low ground though, so let's see how they manage.
So it's 3 members on the side of Axis, 2 on Geek Fam, I think, and 1 of Infinity. Or is it just Damrude? Actually, might just
feels like it.
Feels like it. Well, his one-man army, but we've seen how hard he carries his entire team. I mean, this could be it here. Infinity, they've got 2 members on their end, and then they're looking at sides of Geek Fam. This is opening for Axis to run straight to. Logan will be spraying down the truck. But oh, he does not know. Axis Haynoob gets taken out by Geek Fam. Damrude was there in position, and Axis will take down Geek Fam, but now Axis don't have the numbers advantage. Here comes Infinity. 2 members are down. Infinity just charging in. The rushes in, no hesitation. Only have to take out 1 member, and Infinity, they make it happen despite what seemed like a bleak moment for them. Congratulations, a winner-winner chicken dinner.
And they were definitely the perfect opportunist there that's been able to close out the game after that long haul scuffle. I recall this to feel like it was a 1-hour matchup between the 4. But of course, it took just about, like, what, a few minutes out there in the final few phases. Axis RedONE, they got those numbers advantage, but it was Damrude who almost clutched a 1 versus 3. And if he managed to do that, it's much more difficult for the Infinity to move out of the way because Damrude basically had that perfect sight on top of the hill. And I definitely am wowed by all of our top competitors here that's playing in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia. Congratulations once again to the Infinity. They've got those big numbers in their way. And once more, the PMPL Thai region will find their chicken dinner throughout the week, but this is going to be the first of the weekend here on the Friday night as the Infinity claims this big win in Miramar.
Yeah, and this is why the Infinity has been striking a lot of fears in a lot of people's hearts. No team has gone in and won Season 3 and continued their prowess all the way to Season 4 besides Bigetron, and now the Infinity is here matching the likes of Bigetron back in Season 2.
Yeah, and just take a look at our defending champions here, basically closing out a difficult game. As we take a look at the highlights once again, we start off with RQ here that has been able to put those numbers in, and they basically punish Batman for their streak of bad luck that they're going through, and it feels like they weren't really ready to take on certain fights, but RQ Ryu is definitely not going to be on that spectrum. Well, MS Chonburi basically had a few numbers on the way and was basically down to Microboy to clutch that situation, and he did shut down MS Chonburi.
Yeah, meanwhile, APG didn't get too much done this match alone. They have been giving out a couple of sprays that stopped other team, but unfortunately not so much for themselves. I think they got like 2 to 4 kills, if not less.
Indeed. Now, look, in the name of Miramar, you just know that it's going to be a lot of long-range affairs going on. And we saw how EVOS Reborn, they didn't really have much cover as they were playing on the lower side of the hill. And usually that's how many of these teams get punished. Look at those reels. Everybody got taken down from that lower end. And Axis RedONE, they honestly has been able to press me when they go on those close quarter fight, and they basically take many of all these teams with a clean streak. And we look at FaZe Clan, who basically lost in this scuffle later on against, I believe, Geek Fam, where Miracle has been able to push upwards. And look at the tumble of that buggy. Absolutely unfortunate for Bigetron RA.
Yeah, and Infinity though, like you mentioned, they are the perfect opportunists this game alone. It doesn't seem like they would actually take a winner-winner chicken dinner for to a certain time here. There were only 2 members against, I think, Geek Fam had 3, Axis had 4 at that point, and RRQ had 2 members. And suddenly, they were the one who came in with the advantage. I guess, you know, damn rude, despite it being a Malaysian team itself, there are no favoritisms. Everyone is just as hungry for that winner-winner chicken dinner, regardless where you're from, and they will not hesitate to shoot. And so that created so much opening for Indie Infinity. Congratulations for that winner-winner chicken dinner once again.
That's right, and in fact, Malaysia as well as Thailand, they're both neighboring countries, and this time, the Infinity says, hey, thank you, Darren, you kind of did the job for us out there, so a little bit of a pat on the back. Of course, just a little bit of jokes between us. I'm pretty sure that's not the case when you're in a battle.
For sure.
They're all friends outside, but when it comes down to every single match, you see that ferocity that was being shown. So, Infinity, they definitely will not give chances to the enemies. You saw how they have that high ground advantage, but they push forward. They seek out the final member of RRQ, Ryu, on the low ground, and after that, they wait for the right moment to attack. I think this is trigger discipline as well.
Yes.
It's coming in from them that many teams here implement in very precise measure. And you look at Damroot, yeah, he got those angles out there. I think that he could have secured a second place spot if it weren't to be the case where there was a little pressure from another angle, because during that very moment, he's got that perfect line of sight. You saw that spray transition from one member to another. That leaves Axis with so little time to respond to any form of attack coming from the other 2 angles.
Yeah, and also I think Infinity took the shots when it mattered most. I think they blew up the vehicle that Damroot was hiding behind, so that kind of chipped his HP by a whole lot, and therefore he just needed to go in and get some sort of kill secure, so he wouldn't be playing it passively behind and just overextends, and that gives kills onto the way of Infinities as well.
And I gotta, of course, commend Damroot, because the moment that vehicle is being shot, he quickly strafes away as he prones, knowing that if he stays much longer, of course, it's going to be obvious. Yeah, if you stay somewhere nearby when the blast radius is not going to affect you, yeah, sure, you only can camp up for so long. But he quickly gets deeper into position in order to secure a few of these knocks. Unfortunately, didn't walk with the kills, but it's the MVP title going over to the Infinity, where God to the
truly a god.
This is basically the golden number to beat for the weekend. 1,271 damage in Miramar. That's supposedly like what? If they're full stack with armor, that's 6 kills. If they're not with armor, that's 12. Figure it out. And he's got like 4.
That's the entire VPE in match number 1 of the weekday of the second week of the weekday. But take a look at the match rankings here. The Infinity 9 points just from eliminations alone, added up with the 15 from the winner chicken dinner. Axis coming in with 10 kills. Geek Fam with 9. These 2 Malaysian teams very equally matched so far in this match, with RRQ Ryu taking in 4 kills, but the position they're in, still, you would have never expected a team who failed to qualify in Super Weekend 1 to be consistently up there.
Well, after all, these are the best of Southeast Asia, and RRQ Ryu so far is a staple name. Almost every single season you match to see their name out there, and this organization knows how to, of course, stay a cut of the competition. As we now take a look, Damroot compared to Gatini, I think that if he were to have more members to back him up on the final fight for Geek Fam, maybe they definitely stand a chance against the Infinity. But you look at the damage radius, oh boy, I don't think anyone's going to be able to pull off the same number as compared to Gatini in this week, this day itself.
Well, we have about 3 games.
3 more matches to prove me wrong, right?
Yeah, true. But you know, they are known for being as aggressive as they are in the Infinity. Although they didn't show that aggression, but the way they play things out is just super smart. Like, they turn unfavorable situations towards their favor. Whether it's trigger discipline, whether it's anything, but at the heat of the moment, all you could think of, most teams would just shoot to kill.
Indeed. Just look at the bars of damage. 2,116 total for the Infinity, who've just got themselves that chicken dinner, while Axis RedONE has been able to dish a clean 1,700 damage, and Geek Fam, I think majority of the damage output is actually coming in from Damroot himself.
Yeah.
So I believe Damroot, when it comes down to total damage bar, he was ranked at 3rd while we start off the day. He might actually shoot up to 2nd place or even 1st by the end of this match.
Probably. We can only wait till production shows us what we see, the statistics. You know, I don't want to really assume, but he's got what it takes. We believe so. So, yeah, over here. I guess not much to say about it. VB was surprising, though. How?
Yeah, I guess it was a couple of all these other players that were surrounding them from different teams that kind of negate them from going into a better position. So, of course, I'm not going to be saying all too much about that. Meanwhile, we take a look at the overall stats of what we had in normal.
57 total eliminations, 7,260 in terms of total healings, 63 knockouts. I don't know what the record was for the knockout. We had, I think, sometime yesterday, but we'll have to recheck on that. 260 throwables used, 2 airdrops looted, 10 headshots, 20 total rescue, and of course, Damroot has to come in with the longest elimination distance at 312 meters.
That's right, and it seems like Damroot is basically hogging the limelight for this matchup, although it was the Infinity here that has been able to secure that chicken dinner. This time we take a look at the Super Weekend rankings as EVOS Reborn still maintained that #1 spot after that first chicken dinner with those high volume of frags. RQ 2 consistent runs to send them into the 2nd place with 33 points and huge elimination points to be able to secure themselves that 2nd spot. Axis RedONE now moves up the spot and they tie it up with RQ. Meanwhile, the Infinity, after that chicken dinner, now they're also contesting for that #1, currently sitting at 4th. Meanwhile, Geek Fam with 90 points, they are perfectly in place in the top 5 ratio. And surprising enough, all 4 Malaysian teams are in the first page.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a surprise, seeing as though that the overall rankings for Super Weekend #1 actually had decent amount of Malaysian teams occupying the top 5 position, at least majority of it. But here are your second draft here: Onyx, VPE, MSC, Chonburi, BTR, surprising, APG Esports, Eagle Esports, NFT, and Badnam, who hasn't had much luck in the past 2 games, right? 0 in elimination, 0 in rank points, 0 placement, just out in 16.
Yeah, remember this. NFT Esports, they did not qualify to the first Super Weekend. I guess that they have a rough start here as they are still on a single digit, but they will have another 2 days to go and also 3 matches to play throughout the day. So we'll see what else could they possibly pull up. Meanwhile, as both of us casters here take on a little bit breather, we leave you to Sis Jenny to break down the match alongside with a great interview to come.
Hi, Sin.
Hi.
Are you okay?
Okay.
But anyways, I like your gameplay just now for Geek Fam. You guys won the circle at the 3rd. I think you guys secured the circle during the 3rd circle, right? You got in the middle, just stayed there, and that was how usually Geek Fam will play, and that is very good consistency, I would say that. Okay, so Sis wanna ask, your drop earlier was in El Pozo?
Yeah.
El Pozo, so you rotated that in. Okay, so next question. How is it that you guys are able to read the zone that well, even though sometimes the flight route is from left to right or up to down, but you guys managed to read the circle so well?
Actually, we didn't read the circle so well because actually we take infin position in order to get that circle. So if you realize at the 2nd or 1st circle, we take a fight from infin. We got one infin player which is Mela, I think Mela lah.
Yes.
And then we
you
take
guys
the position over there, and then suddenly we just split. I'm at the church, and then 3 people at the high ground. So let's accept. We just defend, and then I think there's a key.
Yes, I don't know how to say it. It's like Geek Fam, you guys use your brain first and then you guys will decide to show your firepower, which is, in a way, if I think about Geek Fam, that's what I think about you guys, right? You think more than you show more, that kind of thing. But it works for you. Okay, so the heal was actually a reward for Geek Fam, because if you realize, you managed to attack a few teams along the way. There was Infinity player that you attacked, and then there was BTR, and there was a few others, because you guys got 9 elimination points. So the target when you get the heal, was it like you want to secure and farm kills, or you just want to secure?
Actually, we wanted to secure and farm kills, because why not? We have the higher ground, but unfortunately, we got pressured from each side, left, right, and below. So it's quite hard for us to farm, because we need to defend. BTR against FaZe, so yeah, we cannot farm that much lah. So because we need to defend more.
Yeah, understood that. But it was really a good one, I would say. Okay, because you guys literally took care of that circle for quite a while. And there was a lot of teams that was coming around the area, but you guys were like, okay, we got this. It's an awkward position, but it was a good position, you know? Yeah. Okay. So say next question, what is crucial for Geek Fam? Differentiate it between Southeast Asia, PMPL, and MOSG. So meaning, what is important for Geek Fam? Is it like you have to upgrade your skills, or is it more of learning how the other teams rotate?
I think the difference between MIG and C is just that the rotation is different and the firepower is much more better in C. So I think the only thing that we need to learn is just study the opponent and then strengthen up our firepower and our chemistry. That's all.
Does it take long for you to do it? Is it hard?
Not really, because you only have like 1 or 2 weeks before C. So no lah, I think sekejap je lah.
I like your confidence, bro. Syok lah, very nice. Okay, so last question. What do you like about that game with your team performance?
Because we managed to stay calm under pressure, even though we have got pressured a lot with PTR and FaZe, but we managed to secure that position and have like top 3. The only thing that I think that is not good is when we don't have the circle, that we have no place to play lah. That's the unfortunate thing lah. Nak chicken.
Soon the chicken will come. I mean, it's coming closer. Earlier we already saw that in Miramar, top 5 teams was already Axis, RedONE, and there was Geek Fam. So it's coming, Zain. Okay. So that's yeah, trust me, all like it. Okay guys, so that's all from Zain. We hope to see you soon, winning a chicken dinner perhaps. Okay, so all the best luck to you guys, and yeah, see you next time.
Bye bye.
Come, let's break down the game with me. So Miramar, yes, Infinity won it, but it's via, how do I say, it's through patience and a lot of thinking process was going on. Actually, I like studying this gameplay because there's a lot of things that I want to talk about on how Infinity actually built up the game. I wrote here that the flight route started from Oasis all the way to Los Seagulls. It was a pretty much easy flight route. In fact, the circle was a given circle also. It was not like a hard egg. You have to like, oh, okay, you have to rotate. No, because it's literally like you can reach there. There's no reason for you to say, oh, because the circle is hard. It's not hard. It's reachable. And yes, there were a few teams that was rotating from the north and the west. Is it west? Yeah. No, north and east side. But it's still a reachable circle. So, about Miramar, similar meta. As early as 5 to 7 minutes, teams are guarding the hillside. So these are the things that I actually noticed. I look at the timer. It was between 5 to 7 minutes. A lot of the teams was guarding at any hills. You know, there was a few peaks here and there. 4 Rebels was on top. Team Secret was on top. So basically, this meta, it's like Southeast Asia. It's not really a challenge for any other countries because all of them have the similar thinking. Not thinking care, but they have that similar meta already in their head. So it's really a big challenge to all of these teams. Nobody is like ahead of one another because that is the bigger challenge actually. So the hills are God. It's because of the hills they get to farm kills. They get to get information. Like for example, Team Secret was tapped onto by a few teams, but they decided to, okay, we're not going to go this way, we're going to go that way. If they did not take the hillside, they wouldn't have known there will be people that is looking at them. So that is why I say Miramar, when it comes to our season 4 PMPL, Southeast Asia, the meta is about the hills. The hills is God. Okay, so let's talk about EVOS before we move on further. We did see Micro Boy clutch. You guys saw that. It was amazing. It was, again, EVOS has this good gameplay where they are very organized. You see, they know how to lock, and even though Micro Boy's position or his rollback during what we saw earlier, I think he was just there to snipe or at least to get some taps across. But all his teammates are down. He came in on time and the distance wasn't as far. So he came in on time. At the nick of time, he just finished up whatever that was, still lingering around. Just spray. And you know what? He clutched for his team. So that was really a very, I would say that Micro Boy is the MVP for that particular scene that happened earlier. So he did a very good clutch. Okay, so another thing that I want to talk about in Miramar is also that if you guys realize, there wasn't any like scoping in and looking. It was more of like pick and then they just shoot. In fact, when I heard what Contra and also Keith, they were talking about, they said, how did these players even see? In fact, when I start to analyze things and I realized that these players, they don't see anybody, but they hear the gunshot. And when they hear the gunshot, they analyze the situation, they have the game instinct, they turn into the right direction and just spray and get those at least knockouts or even the kill points immediately. So this is why we are watching Pro League, because these are not just your ordinary players. They are like, that kind of players where they can use their game instinct and get the enemy on point. Alright, so let's talk about Geek Fam that secured the circle. They had a very good circle, they had a very good area to play on with, but unfortunately the last few circles drive away from them, went down towards where Axis Red 1 was and also Infinity. Now let me talk about Infinity. So yes, Axis Red 1 was very good in washing away enemies, especially when they finally get to clutch their CQC special. That was their specialty when they came in very close to NFT. They did their CQC, so obviously they would win that. That is Axis Red 1 specialty. But when they came towards where Infinity was and Geek Fam was, if you realize, Infinity did not. They did try to spray onto Damroot, but Damroot got and hide it and hide behind that minibus. But after that, he realized, or Infinity realized, that Damroot was actually shooting onto somebody, and he managed to get 2 of Axis Red 1 players. And while that was happening, they actually moved out and finished the entire Axis Red 1. So that was really good. This trigger display, I really like the gameplay. It was a piece of cake. But you know what? That's the end of the analyst. Now let me bring to you about this image that I'm about to talk about before we go for our break. So there is this thing about our special outfit. Ta-da! Who wants this special outfit? Because I do want one too. But before we release these outfits to you guys, we need you to comment in the comment section below in which date you want us to release this special outfit, because you can get them in the game store or even the shopping center. But we need your help to tell us which date do you want us to release it. It's as easy as that. Just type in the date and we give it to you, okay? But you need to go and comment it down, alright? Okay, so I think that's all about it, and we're gonna go for a quick break before we move on to our next match. See you later.
Berbanding musim lepas, YSL tidak dapat melayakkan diri ke PMPL. Tapi alhamdulillah musim ni kita orang nak berjaya dan kalau boleh kita orang nak dapatkan slot invited untuk PMPL season depan. Target saya dalam season ni mungkin akan nak buat performance yang lagi bagus berbanding dengan season lepas sebab season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya.
For this season, we actually planning on trying to winning the league, but looking back previous season, we somehow managed to get the top 3 in the grand finals. We are only lacking in the league in terms of placement, so yeah, we were hoping to win the PMPL Season 4 league.
Season ni jadi pro player saya sebenarnya tak ada apa goal lah. Selain saya nak support PUBG Mobile, saya nak support Tencent dalam diorang membuat satu aktiviti atau event which is tournament.
Pada season lepas kita orang gagal untuk menjuarai liga pada season 3.
Bermaksud mereka perlu bermain kembali daripada PMNC. Jadi untuk season kali ini perkara yang paling penting adalah of course untuk maintain slot dan
kita orang akan fokus ke grand final dan mendapatkan slot ke SEA final.
Kita orang ada tukar dari segi strategi, depends pada trend sekarang iaitu melanggar lebih baik. Orang cakap high risk high reward lah senang cerita.
Banyak benda dah tukar, rotation, tim-tim lain semua tukar. Memang mula-mula banyak mati lah sebab tak biasa lagi kan. Lepas tu lama-lama okey lah.
Season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya. Season ni kita orang mungkin akan target untuk ke SEA, ke next level sebab bosan kan main Malaysia punya liga je kan. So nak ada juga experience untuk compete dengan tim luar.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan selamat datang ke dalam PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG. Hari kuisan yang diberi di kali lepas tu boleh ini pernah semakan berikan terkalan mereka ke granat untuk diletup terlebih dahulu.
Sebelum ni kita orang tidak layak ke PMPL and then kita orang start balik daripada awal iaitu PMNC. Selepas kita orang dapat balik slot PMPL tu kita orang ada azam baru iaitu kita orang akan all out berikan yang terbaik untuk PMPL kali ini.
Tapi NSP malangnya dia dah hilang trade yang baik tapi strike dia pergi ke depan walaupun
Untuk dalam tim R2K sebenarnya permulaan yang baik untuk mengimprovekan tim ni untuk season ni dan season depan juga sebab season ni adalah season pertama untuk Aizen iaitu player baru kita. Season baru juga untuk NSP kembali daripada cuti disebabkan SPM.
Macam season lepas saya kena jadi seorang student dengan seorang pro player. Tapi season ni saya seorang pro player je. So saya boleh fokus lebih dekat pro player lah.
Kita orang nak buat satu, orang cakap apa, surprise lah untuk season kali ni. So bagi orang terkejut, boys champion grand final. Macam tu.
Basically, the addition as Solos to the team is because surprisingly, he is actually good in the game. Solos is like, I would say, the alpha gamer. He is the type of gamer where if he puts some time into it, he can get very good at the game, like effortlessly. He will always be among of the top players because he's a gamer.
Bagi saya, semua pasukan macam sama je, masing-masing ada kelebihan dia dan kekurangan dia. Bagi saya, kita orang pun baru first time, banyak lagi kita orang kena belajar.
In terms of rotation and gameplay, depends on the new team's drop spots. So there will be only minor changes, everything else should be the same.
Untuk this season, banding dengan season lepas, kebanyakan tim sudah main barbar tau. So kita orang kalau main passive pun, peluang untuk menang tu mungkin tipis jugalah. So kita orang pun akan ikut tie sekarang untuk main barbar.
Pada weekday yang pertama, hari yang kedua, saya masih ingat lagi pusingan yang keempat pada waktu itu di mana Bravo berjaya untuk melontarkan nade dan seterusnya meratakan pasukan Farang Legend secara langsung. Dan itu merupakan satu perkara yang sangat-sangat manis sebab waktu itu memang betul-betul mereka tidak ada zone.
On that day kita orang dapat momentum yang macam energi lah untuk hari itu.
Mereka telah pun berpecah, ada yang pergi ke bahagian kanan dan ada yang pergi ke bahagian kiri. Tapi malangnya hanya Bravo saja yang mampu untuk survive dalam situasi tersebut. Dan sebenarnya dia hampir untuk clutch pasukan Geek Fam yang pada waktu itu ada 4 orang player. Dia berjaya untuk menjatuhkan satu, hampir-hampir menjatuhkan yang kedua. Tetapi ialah disebabkan oleh bullet yang tidak mencukupi, menyebabkan pasukan 9 Gang hanya mampu untuk berpuas hati di tempat yang kedua. Tapi itu adalah satu momen yang sangat-sangat memorable lah untuk minggu yang pertama bagi pasukan 9 Gang.
Dan hopefully kita orang cuba untuk bawakan momentum tu sampai ke grand final.
Masa diorang last game tu saya on the way dari Kelang. Bila saya balik je, diorang menjerit. Wow, chicken! Cuma apa yang buatkan diorang ni mungkin motivasi lah. Diorang rasa macam diorang tak nak kecewakan saya. That's why diorang bagi saya at least lah satu chicken, good placement point. Tapi diorang still tak have a good momentum. Cuma saya yakin dan pasti diorang cuba yang terbaik.
NSP, YSX, Geek Fam dan juga Anti-Circle yang berada di bottom 4 selepas hari yang pertama.
Season ni memang tak dapat dinafikan tim yang paling perform adalah tim Axis RedONE. Dengan kemasukan Voke nampak perubahan yang amat besar. Diorang sekarang tangga yang kedua dalam point PMGC.
Mereka ada kekuatan iaitu mereka ada satu kepala dan yang lain semua itu adalah seolah-olah follower. Jadi itu memudahkan mereka untuk membuat apa-apa strategi yang mereka rencanakan.
For this season, there are actually good new teams like Farang Legend and Yudo Alliance. But overall, the top 3 teams that we are actually looking at is actually 4 rivals, Geek Fam and Team Secret, because they are the ones on top of us in the PMGC race.
Season ni yang paling perform dan juga konsisten adalah Team Axis RedONE. Sebab tengok diorang betul-betul konsisten tau. Kalau diorang ada tusun satu game pun, next round tu diorang akan comeback dengan kill yang banyak.
Tim yang agak orang cakap mengejutkan lah liga kali ni, saya rasa tim Farang Legend lah. So bila dia orang masuk je, dia orang lepas je PMPL, memang dia orang tunjuk yang dia orang ni bukan sekadar underdog tapi dia orang boleh perform dengan lebih bagus.
Mungkin ini kali pertama mereka bermain di PMPL MYZ season yang keempat. Pasukan lain kekurangan data untuk gameplay ataupun corak permainan pasukan mereka membuatkan mereka ada lebih banyak kebebasan untuk melakukan apa yang mereka inginkan sebagai pendatang baru.
Pasukan yang tidak berjaya untuk melahirkan diri adalah NSP, YSX, Anti-Circle dan juga Yudo Alliance.
Saya dah usahakan YSX Esports ni hampir 2 tahun dan Alhamdulillah ini adalah kerja keras semua tim termasuk tim X yang sedang bertanding dalam peringkat PMPL Season 4 Malaysia Singapura ni. Untuk apakah semangat yang bawa mereka ke sini adalah hasil perjuangan dan latihan mereka selama 2 tahun.
Seperti yang semua tahu, memang fans untuk Sam9 Gang ni memang sangat-sangat besar dalam Malaysia. Walaupun mungkin mereka gagal untuk menunjukkan prestasi yang baik di minggu-minggu awal, tetapi dengan sokongan yang mereka berikan untuk menjadikan Sam9 Gang lebih baik ataupun lebih hebat daripada apa yang pernah mereka ada sebelum ini. Dan yang paling penting, Allah yang satu.
Obviously, based on the first week performance, it is very disappointing because we know that we could do way much better. I mean, looking back at the previous season's performance, coming to this season, I think the players, there's no confidence in them as much as there were compared to the previous season. So I think the main problem or the main factor that actually affect the first week performance is actually the players' confidence.
Jujurnya Sam9 sekarang a bit struggle without the coach. So kita orang cuba benda-benda baru. Kita orang cuba roster tukar. Ada time saya tak main, ada time Drex tak main. Memang semua akan ditukar lah.
Dan mereka ada 4 orang player. Grenade dibalikkan di saatnya macam bunga lah grenade kau. Kau satu di dalam.
Secara lurus saja SMG akan dijatuhkan satu player Trinity.
Wow.
Dan Jenny juga
akan tinggalkan Riz bergerak dengan kabel batu tu. Kuat menembak. Kuat dapat satu.
This season, the gameplay overall is way different than the previous one. The main factor would be because of the circle shifting. Another one, a lot of teams actually now prefer in getting spots in the circle. Teams like Axis and Farang Legend, they have this mindset where if they win this 1 point in front of them, they can win the game.
Untuk season ni kita orang tak ada banyak sangat strategi yang kita orang ubah dan kita orang cuba untuk memantapkan chemistry antara player dan hopefully kita orang dapat berjaya pada peringkat yang tinggi lah.
Peringkat pertama memang performance sangat-sangat tidak baik. 3.7 saja poin diorang purata. And 15 game diorang kumpul 56 mata. Itu satu performance yang sangat buruk pada saya lah untuk Homeboys. Since diorang semua player berkebolehan. Tapi tak apa. Saya yakin dan pasti di minggu kedua pun diorang nampak improve and saya yakin minggu ketiga diorang akan bagi full blast lah.
Wales, RSG, Sam9, Wolf dan juga Homeboys di tempat yang terakhir dengan 8 mata saja. Satu hari yang tidak begitu baik untuk Homeboys terutamanya pada hari ini.
Dia masang grenade, dia dapat 3 orang dengan B. Dia mengenal. Boyka, mungkin dapat satu lagi interview. Satu di knockdown.
SEA Esports adalah pertama kali berjaya menampilkan diri ke PMPL season 4 ni. Kita orang punya experience adalah bagi kita orang pengalaman baru kita orang lah. Sebelum ni kita main macam turnamen-turnamen kecil je. Ni first time kita orang PMPL. Cabaran dia memang sangat susah sebab enemy semua keras-keras berbanding dengan turnamen sebelum ni. Semua boleh dikatakan 9/10 semua aiming doang mesti kena.
Dengan adanya Bravo, Putra dan juga Dep, gameplay boleh menjadi lebih agresif. Man Parang dan juga Dex dalam satu permainan yang sama membuatkan mereka boleh bermain dengan lebih kemas dan lebih berotak. Itu antara strategi lah yang boleh Sam9 Gang tunjukkan dengan adanya 5 orang pemain pada season kali ini.
Wow. Memang pengejaran yang begitu menakjubkan daripada Axis. Tempat kedua sekarang dengan 117. Sam9 akan naik sampai ke tempat ke-13 dengan 51 mata.
PMPL ni adalah sangat berbeza bagi kita orang. Enemy dia bukan calang-calang punya enemy lah. Majoritinya boleh main lah. So kalau macam itu, kita orang kena usaha dengan lebih keras untuk kekalkan kita orang punya momentum.
Disebabkan season kali ini banyak perkara yang perlu untuk diperkemaskan kembali, target yang saya letakkan untuk pemain-pemain Sam9 Gang untuk mereka belajar dan mereka eksperimen apa benda yang mereka perlukan supaya di grand final dan mereka mampu untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan seterusnya slot ke SEA Championship.
Kita orang nak buat satu kejutan dalam scene PMPL bagi season 4 ni, bagi satu kejutan yang Homeboys boleh jadi champion grand final. Lepas tu kita orang nak ke next level, pergi ke SEA.
Circle pattern sekarang dia lain sikit. Pattern circle sekarang dia berbeza berbanding 1-2 season yang lepas. So diorang perlukan pattern yang baru, playstyle baru, meta baru. So kedua-dua tim tak boleh bermain secara macam dulu lagi. Lambat tak boleh. Kita kena cepat. Loot, kill and win.
Super Weekend ini pun satu benda yang menakjubkan. Axis berada di atas, kemudian diikuti SMG, kemudian Farang top 3.
Pertukaran chicken dinner yang berlaku berkali-kali menyebabkan kebanyakan mata yang sepatutnya ada pada tim nombor 1 diberikan pada tim-tim yang di bawah.
Untuk Hagu, saya sebenarnya dah kenal dia lama. Pada 2018 sampai sekarang memang terasa kehilangan sebab merupakan coach kita orang yang memberi kita orang moral support untuk kita orang berjaya.
I would like to apologize to the family members of Hagus. I am very sorry that I am kind of late in trying to fight the COVID with him. Personally, knowing him as a teammate, as a friend, he's a fierce person, but he's not mean. He is very disciplined person, but at the same time, he won't bring people down.
Dia memang sangat-sangat hardworking, dia memang sangat-sangat committed untuk memastikan bahawa pemain-pemain ini bersatu padu dan juga bermain sebagai satu pasukan, bermain sebagai satu unit. Itu adalah kelebihan yang arwah ada.
This year punya raya, dia datang ke rumah saya untuk makan-makan pada raya pertama. So tu adalah momen terakhir saya dengan Agus. Masa tu memang kita orang borak lama, kita orang selalu borak pasal in-game and real life punya situation.
Agus tu salah seorang coach yang kita paling respect sebab kita tahu dia banyak bagi kita ilmu. Dia tak kena coach tau. Dia selain coach untuk tim dia bagi ilmu dia dekat orang ramai juga. So kehilangan dia memang bagi impact jugalah dekat semua pro player.
Macam korang tahu, arwah Agus bukan sebahagian daripada tim kita orang, tapi kita orang rasa kehilangan seorang yang penting dalam bidang e-sport. Pemergian dia, kita orang semua terasa sedih sebab dia orang kuat dalam bidang e-sport ni kan. So marilah kita beramai-ramai doakan Al-Fatihah atas arwah tersebut.
And cuma saya nak pesan satu je lah dekat komuniti Mana yang belum pernah pergi vaksin lagi, belum ambil first dose tu, ambil lah. At least kita boleh kurangkan sikit efek kalau kena COVID kalau dah ambil vaksin. So pergi vaksin lah, itu lebih baik.
Saya sebenarnya even tak ada kaitan pun dengan Agus, tapi saya still rasa macam satu impak yang besar. rasa sedih. Saya dulu tak hati main PUBG. So apa-apa ilmu yang Agus kongsikan apa semua saya belajar je. So saya rasa macam benda tu berharga lah bagi saya. So bilanya seorang orang cakap apa guru kan dah tiada lagi dalamnya untuk mengajar kita. So rasa kehilangan tu terasa lah bagi saya.
Kita orang decide untuk tukar nama Haha di depan sebab kita orang cuba untuk membawa semangat yang dia bawa.
Di mana arwah Agus memang dah menjaga mereka sejak daripada season yang pertama. Jadinya bukan mudah untuk mereka move on secara langsung. Dan saya rasa itu sebenarnya membantu jugalah kepada mereka bermain ataupun kekal bersemangat walaupun dalam keadaan kesedihan.
Sebab dia selalu sebelum ni memang even apa pun berlaku dia nak tengok teammate dia berjaya lah.
Say hello. Budak baik.
PMPL SEA Season 4,
PMPL SEA Championship Season 4, PUBGMOBILE PUBG Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. My name's Contra, and this is Keith Alicia. We are your casters for the evening, and we thank PUBG Mobile as our host for PMPL SEA Championship Season 4. And also, we'd like to thank our official smartphone partners, Xiaomi, where you can challenge your boundaries with the Redmi Note 10 series. Check it out in your nearest stores or even the website of Xiaomi to find out more on how you can dominate your competition in PUBG Mobile using the Redmi Note 10 series. And of course, we gotta give a huge shout out to Esports Fight Club as our official media partners, as you can watch and earn with Esports Fight Club. And all of this is of course co-organized by VSPN, where they've been bringing us this exciting tournament throughout the entirety of the PMPL SEA Championship as VSPN powers esports. Now, when we left off for the break, we've already gotten 2 chicken dinners. One in the form of EVOS Reborn, and the Infinity has been able to take that win in match 2 inside Miramar. Before we get into action, we definitely got to share some good news about PMCC.
Yes, we're talking about, of course, the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship here. As you can see, this with like 3 beautiful faces on the screen here, at least. Register now, it's open 12 to the 24th of October 2021. That means we only have about 2 days. Head over to www.pmccsea.com/my. And I know you're thinking, hey, how can I join this if I'm not from MY? Unfortunately, it's an exclusive MY thing, hence MY.
Well, hopefully it will expand to the rest of the regions that you guys are all from. Tell us where you are, and of course, which team you guys are supporting throughout the entirety of the Super Weekend. We got our top 16 right here. Unfortunately, during the weekday, we have missed out on a few teams who basically didn't have enough points to cut right into the top 16. So we won't be seeing any sort of action coming out of Genesis Dogma, V Gaming, Xavier, who has been number 1 last week.
That's the worst. That's the worst feeling you could ever have.
It definitely is a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing this competitively and you have all the edge, right? You are leading the overalls at 170 points. The team in second place is 140. That's how much leeway you had, and because you missed out, I don't think that gap is going to be there any longer.
Yeah, but there are chances for them to qualify to the final week over on the span of the next few days, of course, when we start off a brand new fresh week. But for now, you guys get to watch some of the best PUBG Mobile esports in the highest competitive level that we have here throughout the Southeast Asia region. We got legendary figures out there like Microboy, Zuxi, Luxi, Stone, and many more from all across these 4 PMPL nations, or you can call them regions, respectively. And now that we've seen 2 different regions take that top spot, we have Indonesia to secure the very first game. The second game was secured by PMPL Thailand, the Infinity. What about the Vietnamese side, wildcard, as well as MYSG? Do you think that they have what it takes here now that we're returning back into Erangel for the second time?
So whether they have what it takes, I think that goes to no question. Anyone who's made it this far into the PMPL SEA Championship Season 4 definitely has what it takes. But who can edge out among the rest, like the word you always use so commonly, a cut above, to stand a cut above their competition in this next 3 maps to secure the chicken dinner onto their side, right? Obviously, Malaysia and Singapore is a region which would want a chicken dinner on their side. Same goes to Vietnam, and the Sea wildcard especially, now with only APG representing the region.
Yeah, Anchor PUBG have been playing pretty well throughout the course of the weekday. Now heading to the weekend, we see them having a few stumbling blocks, but inside of Miramar, they did fairly decent. They managed to accumulate a few pointers in, but they still need more.
Yes.
Like, you look at the current stats for Anchor PUBG. Last weekend, they managed to finish on 14th spot. So in order for them to stay surviving, they not only need to bring up at least a good 40 points on an average that we've calculated many a times, they need to make sure that they at least get that chicken dinner, so that in the case, I'm not trying to jinx any teams right here.
Yes.
In the case if certain teams don't make the cut, or if they themselves don't make the cut, they'll still be pretty much safe for the final showdown happening in the course of 2 weeks' time.
Yes, but of course, they have to also be worried about not just not being at the bottom, because it's the bottom 4 that could opt out. And so far, only VGM has not sat in a super weekend. That means all these teams that could potentially be in the top, bottom 4 will now have chance to play in this super weekend, which is happening right now, to even out the odds.
That's right. Now, as we look at all these standings earlier, we've already witnessed that EVOS Reborn is in at number 1 spot, and there's other teams who are basically a single digit away from taking over EVOS's territory at the top. So we've got a couple of Malaysian teams who are currently on the rise. 3C4 rivals, Axis RedONE, who's been able to stay very consistent for the past 2 matches, and they are definitely poised in position. So far, even Team Secret definitely has a good shot at this. And what's interesting to me is how, you know, certain teams like the Infinity as well as Team Secret, who have already gotten that PMGC slot, they're still working really, really hard to ensure that they get the top prize out there of the $200K US on the line.
That's a lot of money, man. I think that's motivation enough for some of these teams, you know. A little extra on the side could only be good thing. But of course, you mentioned Team Secret. Actually, I think they might not be on form just so yet. I think they struggle quite a bit.
Can be a little bit better.
Yeah, it's Team Secret, right? Like, we know that when they are in full form, we know what they can actually do. And actually, going back to the first Super Weekend, they're in 10th place, barely breaking the 100 mark. Only 98 points on their side. So they're doing not bad, but all right.
Yeah, I guess if they keep consistency, they can make it into the top 5 by the course of this weekend. Now, 1 minute before we fly right into Erangel, and the last circle was hovering towards Fairpier as well as the outskirts of Pachinki, and it possibly finished up where EVOS Reborn finished their chicken dinner by what we used to call those minion houses, the houses of 8, whichever name that you want to give that compound to. So possibly this time around, it'll be a very different scenario as we list out 4 teams who are not participating over the span of this weekend. And we mentioned this, you know, Infinity as well as Secret, they're doing pretty well. Meanwhile, 2 teams who have gotten that slot were not playing in this weekend and still have that safety net. I guess they don't have too much to worry about. At least they know, no matter what, they'll be playing for that PMGC as we get ourselves ready for match 3.
Yeah, but obviously, you know, you want to have some crowd cheering going on for you, and you can only achieve that through great results and showing that you're a convincing winner. So I don't think any of these teams here would ever take this lightly, and they're playing their hearts out to the utmost best they could possibly can.
That's right. This time, moving into Erangel for the 2nd time in the Friday night run here. I hope you guys definitely have your virtual party hats on, because we're about to set our path from Milta Power into Quarry. Now, this definitely will be a little bit problematic for teams to go into Severny, and we spoke about Team Secret already, who likes to drop into that township, so they have to find maybe some form of vehicle, Crossroads or Yesna Palmiana to get there safely. RQ now leading the flight, and it's going to be Paragen and the rest of Eagle Esports slowly making their way into the southern corner. And I believe that that could be either a float into Novorumnoe, or they just take Milta for themselves. Bigetron Aliens will have one of the most direct flight into farm that they could actually ask for, so they will have that sort of head start. Meanwhile, Infinity, as usually, they will be moving into this Alaska military base. Now, cutting into the mainland will possibly be tough, but we haven't seen the first phase just about yet. If the circle is going to move into the south, then that's definitely great for the Infinity.
Vampire Esports once again changing their drop spots, usually in Milta Power, again going down to the likes of Quarry around the area. And I think out of every single one of these teams here, Vampire has been changing a lot, even in Sandhawk alone.
Yeah, and you know, vampires usually, well, mythically, don't really appear during the daytime, and well, from the folklore, they can change themselves into bats. You know, so basically shapeshifters, and as Bruce Lee once said, be water, my friend. Meaning to say you just be fluid and adapt to every single possibility that there is.
But you see, that might just bite them in the back because now the circle favors Milta Power.
Right.
So Vampire Esports will have to play their hearts out on this one, knowing that right next to them would be EVOS, and after EVOS is BTR.
Now, Bigetron RA definitely is in an interesting position because they're definitely going to be looting up from farm. A lot of other teams have to pass through either the hills of farm or that highway, which we saw how EVOS Reborn yesterday got caught out, but they took a long trade with Bigetron Aliens. They did walk out of that for only a slight bit until they were caught out by the Infinity. Now, as we take a look at 4 Rivals, they were also making some really good effort to get themselves great ranking points per round and also those high volume of kills. When you look at 4 Rivals as a team, this team may not have made it into Southeast Asia for many times. This is their second time that they've been able to cut into the league. And they used to have this high firepowering individual in the name of Iron Pro who have left the team. And many people were speculating that after the changes into the roster that 4 Rivals will maybe have a little bit of a difficulty of adjustment. But with Appy, Abel, Pamburu, as well as Riv, as their staple 4, they've still been able to use back the same sort of formula and play the aggressive style that they've been known for without too much of a hassle. And that definitely is a testament to how good 4 Rivals have been, not only as the country league winners of the past season, this time coming around, they were always within that top 3 ratio.
Yeah, so definitely a good thing going on their way here. They still have, they're in contention for this time around because I don't think they did not make it to PMGC, right? So this is they want this bad. They probably want this bad enough, and so they're going to try and get it. Especially, I mean, having made a name for yourself in season 3, you kind of, I mean, to be fair, they didn't do quite well in season 3 when it comes to the C League. But so
they also played in PEL once, and they were struggling a lot.
So they're here to kind of get a clean slate and maybe turn that perception around.
Yeah, and you just look at many of all these teams mature, and one name that everybody have been familiar with since the early days of PUBG Mobile competitive is Team Secret when it comes down to Southeast Asia. So in their very first season, they had that miracle run where they just barely qualify onto the 16th spot, and then they make it all the way to Globals, right? And now that they've been able to play for so many seasons, and Matt Toy being the in-game captain, have been able to lead the way very well for Team Secret, as much as rosters have changed so many times. Yuhai departed from Team Secret, moving into Bigetron Aliens. Now they bring in Kid, and they still have a very good form of consistency being shown. I think that's just about great enough. Although this season may not seem like they were, at first when they started off, it didn't look like they were the top contenders until they won the championship with basically the highest PMGC points accumulated. That's how they get themselves that slot to PMGC. That's great on them as we move across with Access Rate 1, who's just looted by the south side of Gatcan. Now, changing those vehicles. Okay, ask you this. What's the vehicle that you dislike using the most?
The vehicle in Sandhawk, the ones you can only get in Sandhawk.
The Tuksai?
Yeah.
Is it the Tuk-Tuk or is it the Ronnie?
The Tuk-Tuk. The one that looks so flimsy that you might as well just paint yourself with a red flag.
I don't mind the Tuksai. Sometimes it just gets me from point A to point B. But I'm not going to rotate to the island with the Tuksai for sure. One vehicle that I really dislike is the tricycle, the trike, in this map itself. Because sometimes you just run over a tiny pebble by the street.
Off
if
you
you
go
carry
flying.
2 other teammates, yeah, you can see 3 rate names on the field easily. Now, remember what we talked about when we were in Miramar?
Damrude? Yeah.
Yeah, look at his name back to the top.
Definitely carrying hard. I think this season is Damrude's season. He's been a standoff member from Geek Fam, even in the country finals itself. From the country league to the country finals, it has always been Damrude that's the highlight in whenever it comes to Geek Fam. So this kid, he is on a roll, and I think if he keeps this one up for himself, he's gonna make. And he's going to make an even bigger legacy of himself. Might even get scouted out by some bigger teams.
Yeah, and I definitely think that he is definitely making that name being etched as a legend. Maybe not just yet, because this Southeast
Paraboy
Asia...
is waiting.
Yeah, Paraboy is probably waiting somewhere, and the rest of all these greats from the rest of the world. So Damrude, he's been here for perhaps 2 to 3 times by now. And many times, the chances just slip right by, and this is him proving to be perhaps a Malaysian legend in the making, to top of Drax's record as the MVP of Southeast Asia a couple of seasons ago. Now, we move over to more from RRQ Ryu. We've already spotted out some members of Onyx as he lands some taps onto walls and window panes, but not exactly on the head of Sabay.
Now we know that RRQ Ryu this time around is coming in very hot. This is their first ever Super Weekend they're playing in, so they have a lot of catch-ups to do. So far in the first 2 maps of the day, they have been spectacular. I would give them that. They're spectacular. Top 5 finishes in both. I wouldn't say crazy on the kills, but still, you're off to a better start than some of the teams.
Indeed they are, and RRQ Ryu knows that missing out has been hurting them a whole lot. And
yeah.
After having enough time to restrat and basically have a good confidence heading into the weekend is just great showing, especially with that momentum being built up during the weekdays. We saw them basically go from 0 to 100 out of nowhere, and that have basically boosted the morale for the team as they also play for their nation. Now White Cat and the rest of BN United, finally, they make their way across that island. I'm glad for them as they slowly refuel. Not too sure if this is the safest of pit stop, but they're not getting shot at, so that's probably all right for now. As they are waiting.
Oh, take a look at that though.
Did he just set up that trap on the ground?
I think I missed it. I was looking at the minimap when it happened. Right. But you know, you can kind of expect them to come in contact with BTR very soon, knowing that they've made past that bridge, and we all know that BTR was the ones who's like gatekeeping the bridge towards Nova Repnoia. So yeah, we might actually see them try and put themselves on a test here, because 2 maps now has BN tries to run through a team that they have to come across with. But both maps, they have failed.
Yeah, and it's now or never if they really want to build up something for the following day.
Yeah.
And for NFT, they are kind of like on the same track as well. Like the past few games, they were trying to take up fights that they didn't seem to have been able to manage well enough. So they started dropping a few members throughout. And the past fight inside Miramar, they had decent ranking points, but they didn't achieve any kills because Axis rate was just ferocious. Yeah, ferocious. It's Tony K with that triple tap to knock QB off his socks.
That was a sharp shot coming out from Tony K, and now the circle is not in their favor as well. Geek Fam, how do you get out of this situation? Circle's closing in, and you have to push against the like of FaZe. It just seems like you just cut the loss here. Just move on with whatever members you got.
And you just look at how sharp FaZe Clan is on those long-range engages. Ventoris as well as Tony K, they've managed to spot the danger. With Maroon 5 also in position to just basically land a few taps across. And that secures 2 clean points for FaZe Clan without having any retaliation from Geek Fam. Possibly the best thing that they could ever get out of the early game.
Yeah, and also I think we haven't emphasized on how crucial it is for like some of the teams who didn't make it in Super Weekend 1 to accumulate as much points as they can get in day number 1 itself. Because knowing that you're that behind, it's the mentality factor. If you have a lot of leeway to play with, you're more in level-headed to execute on your plan. But if you know you're starting off from 0 and you're not getting a good game, your mental state of mind is going to be in shambles, and playing games just get like 10 times harder.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like you have all the odds against you, and it definitely is difficult to navigate around during those sort of times. Now, moving over to Vampire Esports, Ravenclaw so far have been one of the most efficient scout that we've seen so far that's basically hailing from Thailand. We got Schwebs, who's hiding by that flimsy, I don't even want to call it a hut or garage. It has no cover, basically. Grenades can fly right through, but thankfully there's no team around. Lizer drops right by, and seems like they smell BN United from miles across.
BN cannot risk dropping down another game. It really feels horrible for them, right? Like, you know that you've got what it takes. You made an incredible comeback during the weekdays. You have at least about 100 plus point, 111 points in Super Weekend 1. If you crash down right now, there's going to be another 0 added onto your list here as EVOS just crashes straight in. Redface is now within the compounds. They're going up against it, but Redface takes down Silence, and now in the back end, the BN loses another member. Only 2 members left standing for the side of Banam United here. Whitecat, though, he's the guy to look out for. All the info is being transferred onto his end with his teammates. Just hiding by the car, but the grenade takes both down. It was a trade of nades here, and but EVOS will have the upper advantage to blow off the vehicle. That's eliminating his allies and Banam's allies, and actually go in for the revive.
Yeah. It could have been a better scenario out there because they managed to almost secure those points upon EVOS Reborn members, but they don't really have that field of view. Now Lizik's definitely kind of cut off with RR Kiryu arriving at the back. He has to make that smoke trail work out for himself as he cut across to the police checkpoint, or security checkpoint as you may call it. Putting on the ground as RR Kiryu tries to seek them out with the grenade, and Lizard definitely knowing the risk, he will just go proning for the meantime. Zuxi finds Matoy, and that's Jumper on the ground. Bigetron basically taking members off of Team Secret as we go back into the lower end on UI Boy now, fighting against his previous teammate and basically exerting dominance as he takes down Jumper.
Oh, it's the Team Secret versus BTR. UI. He's the one man. If BTR has a grudge on EVOS, then Secret has one on BTR. And Ryzen, he's looking. He does know that FaZe is within the area. Well, obviously he doesn't know it's FaZe, but he sees someone here. BTR Ryzen saw the head getting picked up on
third party.
Yep, third party. FaZe Ventura secures Jumper onto his point sheets here, so, and immediately just booking an exit. So FaZe going in unpunished, immediately getting their points and getting out. 4 rivals though on the other hand, getting into
the Sharks.
Yep, Sharks jumping into the infested water maybe from the high end, will be shooting down towards them. It feels just about done at this point.
Appy losing health bars as he takes a little bit of a deep dive, and he is basically drowning. And Team Secret, the first Malaysian team to crash out of match 3. Appy still catches a little bit of a slight brief of error as he basically got back to the surface. And you look at that scenario, there was no way that Team Secret is getting out of that fight because FaZe Clan is on top of the hill. Bigetron RA is still committing towards another scuffle here. And this time it's Vampire Esports. Stone already knocked down on his feet. FaZe Clan still not too far away. You High Boy all alone. A little bit of split action coming on for us out of Bigetron Aliens. And it's not going to be working out too well when they don't have those vehicles to rotate about. Meaning to say they have to commit to this, but Vampire Esports don't look like they want to, but they found You High Boy with a grenade.
Man, it's always Schweppes just clutching out for Vampire. We've seen it again in Arangel during the gas station clutch there. But now he's doing it again for the side of Vampire, allowing them to make these rotations, and now they're going to come in from the flank side and maybe get a better position to take on this fight. BTR does have Compound to play around with, though, but they know that U-High is down. But Stone is also down. It turns into a 3v3, but Fluke goes eyesight onto Ryzen, will take him down and confirm that kill, so no info will be going on his end. He will be on the spectator.
Oh my. quite a difficult situation to get out from. Zuxi is pushing in all alone though, and he managed to find a catch. It sweeps on his crosshair and almost taking him down for the turfs. But Bigetron and Aliens, they only walk away with that 1 point, not being able to finish off that fight. And Vampire basically submerged their fangs onto the necks.
And it loses nothing. Bigetron Red Aliens, although, you know, they're aliens and they bleed green, but still, Vampire, they're not picky with their kills. They're going to secure whatever they can get.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's green or other colors though. Like
cool, probably red.
Yeah, it's a predator. You know, it's a different kind of form. Oh! Speaking of a predator, it's C-Sky only getting that double catch on top of the hill. Vampire Esports is not leaving anytime soon. Shreps needs to save the day. A shot being fired at C-Sky's only left foot. Well, he might just be adventurous, but that's no arrow to the knee for now.
Yeah, that would have been horrible if they would just they would have go down in that fashion, like right after a good win, and then you just lose members because you were just standing still for far too long. But now Vampire Esports will get the info, knowing that they're by the sniper's nest here. They might look to push, might not. They have eyes onto APG though. It seems that they know they've scouted out some sort of movement on their end, so we'll be in a cover of smoke. But FaZe Ventoras. Third partying again, just getting stoned.
Man, that definitely feels bad. While FaZe Clan, they definitely had a advantage in that fight, just camping out on a choke pole angle from quite a far mile away. Now, Haydom's going to suffer for a little longer with Damroot going to cut off any sort of plans that Axis RedONE has. Voki tries to go prone, and now getting shot from another different angle. It's Kachang Susu trying to trade right back, but it's Miracle that brings them down. Ponzai gets a shot onto Damroot, and that will be him on his feet. Wow, those long-range engagements might have actually worked well for other teams. It's Mika there that will be taking that point off of the Thai side that's been able to secure the knock. So, great third-party points for Axis RedONE, but I think that Voki will just have to hold his own for now. Geek Fam now only having Miracle all alone. That grenade's going to catch up, and look at the shots and the flank coming out of Voki to save the day.
Yes, he definitely made the best of a situation here, but Micah, he's just as good as dead right now. Oh, but Vampire Esports, same can be said about them, though, as they just went into Onyx and get shredded down with the vehicle. But Fluke tries to turn the tide around, but with C-Sky in the vicinity will come in with the retaliation here. Onyx, they will survive so far, can look to pick the members up.
Now Onyx kind of go on a 2-2 split, and thankfully enough, having that two members to still be somewhere close by is going to be able to get them back up in no time if they were to basically set up a trail of smokes to get back into the sniper bunker, as Vampire Esports is hoping to actually get a few more catches. Napshit now finds Mika. So Axis RedONE, they got to find their way into this phase 5 circle, and whoever dropped into Milta early on had that huge advantage. Anchor Pubg in position, and suddenly Vampire Esports, they get chunked down, and there's no place that they could possibly hide out from that open hill. So too many crosshairs have been able to eliminate the top team of Thailand. So Onyx now needs to take note of that, because they honestly don't have cover just like how Vampire Esports had.
Yeah, but they did. They were the ones occupying the sniper's nest. However, they have time to play around with those. The circle's not closing in just yet. They're still well within the zone here. But take a look at MSC Chonburi. Oh, getting sprayed down one after another. It's APG coming in and immediately eliminating the Sharks.
Just look at that perfect lineup as he bring out that DP28, and MS Chonburi didn't even see that one coming. There's only a few more of all these compounds that's going to be left out there. Anchor Pubg can still stay put. They don't have to worry too much. Meanwhile, the ones inside of the power plant over on the northeast section, they got to make it out, and they will have to battle teams such as NFT as well as Anchor Pubg to get right in. Lizard having a little bit of widespread out there, but the south side remains to be a little bit safe for now, as RQ Ryu, what's the next course of action, because they have to take a fight eventually?
right now, RRQ Ryu only losing one member though. They're still very well within capabilities to take that fight, but I guess they want to play compound for the time being. Don't want to go out too soon, but immediately crashing onto the houses of APG. But the nade will take them out here. It is a nade from his ally too. Will take out FaZe, but also his friend, and that was a double-edged sword coming up from APG though. Now it's a 2v2 against FaZe Clan. Tony K still alive, so they have to be careful. They cannot get comfortable. The nade has been tossed on forward. That should reveal some sort of position coming up from FaZe. Can they hold though? APG, they have the high ground in the second floor.
At least 20 has gone out with honor as well. And that was a nade that needs to be set up. He have to take that sort of risk in order to bring down FaZe Clan. You look at Maroon 5, he's not going to be able to join in the fight. It's only down to Tony K to ensure that FaZe Clan stays up on top. As Eagle Esports, they're pushing forward. They're finding the crosshair on top of RRQ. It's on a smoke. He brings in the Molotov to burn them all down. And RRQ is out at 8th. They got a total of 4 elims to book out with. Dakon is the man on that mission. Meanwhile, Ventores is swarming up the building. Anchor Pubg, they got to find ways, and then 8 will be able to bring one more down. And Anchor Pubg, they retaliated. Now it's down to Tony K. 1 versus 1. With Anchor Pubg here, the revives can be set. Tony K is going to lob that grenade, and he will get them all. So what a beautiful flush. And Anchor Pubg, they got that 6-pointers to book out. Microboy now going with a push. They will find the numbers here. Now down to the 5 teams battling it out on the outskirts of Milta.
That was a heated battle, but no! NFT gets naded down as well with Infinity, who's occupying this compound in the house, actually having the best of covers compared to all these teams who's just playing by the foot here of this hill. We'll try to make it forward, but NFT just spamming their throwables onto the side of Eagle Esports, not hitting them, a little bit too far back, but EVOS, they could very well come in with the upset coming from the side, but they're trying to push it in. NFT Esports eliminated.
And they should have actually go in for a quick reset as well. Infinity was lobbing nades after nades. Basically, it's rock, paper, scissors. And Eagle Esports, they know that the whole squad of RRQ was wiped off alongside with NFT the same way it has happened. And they will try to put that pressure onto the Infinity. This team have not lost their momentum ever since the past SEA Championship itself. And they've just won that chicken dinner. Look at the Infinity. They are on a roll, and they just have all it takes to actually close out the game. 4 members still there, Lysic alone, 2 members of FaZe Clan still left, and the only possibility that anybody can challenge, it has to be Eagle Esports to do it.
Yeah, but the Infinity, though, they do have one advantage above the rest, and that is they have cover to play around with. Look at the circle. All the other teams on the outskirts will have to run and push in. That includes EVOS, that includes Eagle Esports, who's right now just by the nick of the blue zone. So they're pressured by time here. FaZe as well will have to leave their cover soon enough, and that's going to play on the favor of Infinity, who will have covers to play around with. So they will have free eyes onto this terrain here. Let's take a look at this split screen. Eagle Esports trying to make a maneuver, gets into one of the carts, tries to move on forward, will drive on 4th. Does not know that EVOS is within the area here. Will get sprayed down by the Infinity. Unfortunately, clipped onto no one. FaZe making an attempt as well. Under the cover of smokes, they're venturing way closer than they should.
And this is going to be a difficult scenario to play out from Eagle Esports. They try to squeeze right by, and look at the crosshair coming from Lysic. He finds a member coming out of Eagle Esports who tries to move in with the buggy as he goes in with the spray transition. Man marking his way. Meanwhile, over on the other corner, Infinity is looking for members of FaZe Clan who's trying to make their way out of that smoke, but they're being suppressed. They're forced to pull on their bellies, and with the DP spray down there, Dakon and the rest of Eagle Esports is going to launch that attack. Now, outside of blue zone is FaZe Clan trying to survive. They may not be able to do all too much, but they will crack in whatever first aid kit in order to buy more time to get more ranking points. 4 points out there, and now it's the battle between these 3. Lysic's just going to be staying silently as he tries to find a pick up there, and he gets one though.
Infinity though. Infinity's going to make a push. They drove on forward. You know, FaZe Clan's just going to heal himself up. He only has about like 4 meds left. Last I checked was 7. So it goes down to EVOS and Eagle Esports to try and make an upset against Infinity if they want to. But it looks like EVOS might meet onto Eagle Esports even before that could ever happen here. The pre-fire has been shot, but Infinity is in with the third party, so he will. Lizer will instead look his way onto Infinity, who got snayed with Microboy coming from the flank side here. Infinity now only has 3 members that could shoot back. Logan now up against Lizer, who has eyes and has info on the rest of Infinity. Microboy is going to push on forward. Probably saw the healing going on. The revive will not make it. Lizard left behind the crates, will try and play his situation out of this, but it seems so heavily onto the side of the Infinity. It feels almost impossible to try and get it down, but Lizard gets 1 kill, but eventually the Infinity will come in with a back-to-back chicken here in day 1 of the Super Weekend, week number 2.
What a way to close things out. Back-to-back chicken dinner for the Infinity, heading for PMPL Thailand. And it's a great team effort being displayed. You look at the great kill distribution across all the members out there, and you have so many other angles that were basically zooming down upon this team. And the Infinity played out not only the perfect defense, but they knew when to pull the trigger out there when it comes down to that sort of split. Initially, they were aiming down onto Eagle Esports as well as FaZe Clan, and they managed to ensure that FaZe Clan have no entry point, so that becomes a non-factor in that top 4 scenario. And then they tried to look at Eagle Esports, and also knowing the fact that EVOS is currently at the outskirts, so they didn't have to really pressure onto EVOS. They just take 1 fight at a time, and it has worked out once more. The Infinity had that 4 members advantage, and they just sweep everybody under the rug and claim the second chicken dinner of the Super Weekend for themselves.
And this is why the Infinity were the champions of Season 3, the champions of their country finals, and the champions of their Thailand finals, PMPL Thailand finals, and right now on their way to even be the kings of Southeast Asia. God Tuni, Mela, Logan, and of course, least but not least, Newsy, the man who everyone says looks a lot like Johnny Depp in Jack Sparrow.
Oh, yes, he does. So far, of course, he plays multiple roles here in the PMPL SEA, and you just look at the magnificent showdown that we had here. Some high-quality fights that we had initially when we look at how EVOS have been able to win out some of the trades as they took on BN. And we have MS Chonburi, who basically had a few of all these crosshairs pointed out, and anybody who tries to cut by into Milta will be sprayed by those who have that first mover's advantage inside the city. It definitely gets awkward when we have Bigetron Aliens, Vampire Esports, and also another team in the form of FaZe Clan up the hill, taking each other down.
Yeah, and this was like the Vampire Esports' biggest bane or mistakes here as they try to push onto the Sniper's Nest. I think given the situation, they probably had no choice and had to make something happen. As they approach it, Onyx just blasts them down. Perfect. APG just spraying down the entire team of MSC Chonburi. So it just works their way, at least getting some point on their end, and they nearly won the fight against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and it was only down to Tony K, and you know you can rely on Tony K any given day of the week. And you just look at it, highlights after highlights is all about Tony K here, who's been able to shut down all the opposition out there, but he was way too far from the circle, so it's really down to EVOS here to really work in tandem. But it was a wide split between Lizer as well as Microboy that didn't really give them that edge to close out against the Infinity, and that's how Infinity, they definitely knew that this was on the bag when they only had to deal with 2.
Yeah, so definitely, huge congratulations to the Infinity. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I nearly counted them out right? Like, because throughout the weekday, they seemed a bit, you know, not really as scary as we thought they were. Like, we thought a lot of the other teams were overtaking them.
It's the super weekend buff.
Yeah, it's like now you for sure you know that the Infinity has some tricks up their sleeve which they don't want to really show up during the weekday, so they aren't really, you know, studied for or even avoided in such cases. So we thought it was going to be Vampire Esports who's going to shine so brightly from Thailand, but it seems like in day number 1 of the first Super Week, I mean the second week of the Super Weekend, it seems like it's going Infinity all the way.
That's right, Infinity and beyond. Yeah. That's how they want to take it to space if they can. But first, they're well on their way to show you some spectacular plays in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship happening soon, as we currently fixate our eyes on some of the best talents of Southeast Asia. Now, there's so many impressive plays. That was Tony K, that was 20 from Anko PUBG, and you look at Newsy and the rest of the Infinity, it's like every one of these guys are stars of their own. Yeah. Just like how Bigetron RA is. And they definitely have clear-cut communication to ensure that this situation is well under control, especially when you saw how they were approaching the fight towards the very end. They gave respect to Lizer, who's behind that crate, although there was a crate that supplies not going to last for too long. Yeah. So they made sure that they split up, they opened up the forces. No matter what, if Lizer were to go in for some straight transition, at least they're not going to be in the same line of sight. Yeah. So that opens up a little bit more time. And the other two were basically aiming at Microboy, trying to seek him out.
And but unfortunately, they got knocked out. Well, it is what it is, but let's take a look at the MVP. That is God Tooney here. Definitely some godly plays coming out from his end.
This is the second time.
Yeah,
we're getting the MVP today.
It's him. I remember that haircut so vividly, like it was just a couple of hours ago. Actually, a couple of minutes ago. Yeah, take a look at that. The stats: 2 eliminations this time around, 501 damage. About a more decent team contribution going on his end with only 49 meters long as elimination distance. You kind of have to give it the Infinity, though. They did have compound advantages towards the last few circles, so that did help greatly in terms of keeping them up on the match rankings.
That's right, and this time is a high frag ratio for many teams out there. The ones that crash out early may not have as much of those high numbers, but they did take those fights, so expect damage to come across all corner. Infinity definitely taking the most points with the chicken dinner along. So that's 24 points for the winners of this matchup. EVOS as well as Eagle Esports, they got 7. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan comes out with 8. Kind of like 2 squads being wiped out from them, and you just look at them go. 40 kilometers travel, just like how the Infinity has been able to pull off, is quite impressive to me on how they get their way into the final hour of the match. Now, look at Onyx, they've got themselves 5, and this is Anchor PUBG taking 6 points out there, and 4 of it is thanks to 20 on that DP28. That was sublime.
Yeah, that one lined up the shot. It was almost given at that point, but it really great coming out from APG. Saw the opportunity and didn't hesitate and shoot straight away. So it was theirs to earn here on NFT with 1 kill. RQ4, again, doing not too bad, given the fact that they were a team who didn't make it in a previous Super Weekend. Vampire Esports still struggling alongside with MSC Chonburi, although they did get 3 kills on their end. BTR, 3 games in a row now, too soon, alongside with Team Secret.
Yeah, and
Badnam too. Yeah,
you just look at Badnam just continuing on the low streak here. It definitely feels bad for them. So morale is not too high on their side. But as for FaZe Clan as well as EVOS Reborn, they're definitely feeling at the best shape ever, with Tony K dishing out 776 total damage, and Lizer, as much as he was only getting 2 eliminations, he has put out such a high number out there, as Lizer was taking on those close range combat, and Tony K, he's got those grenade frags going on, he's got long range shots, 41% of team contribution for FaZe Clan. And man, this FaZe Clan superstar so far have been basically pulling every advantage back to the team.
Yeah, I mean, with 40% contribution, on average, each teammates would get 25% of equal contribution. In this case, you can just kick that one guy out and play it 3.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Like, majority of the teams here, committed to a fight. None of them were basically caught out wide in the open to not participate. So this was definitely a more difficult round, even for those who have crashed out early, such as Bigetron RA. As you saw, they were swamped by FaZe Clan on top of the hill. There was also Team Secret, who were also attacking initially, making the first move against Bigetron RA Aliens, and later on joined by Vampire Esports. So that didn't really go all too well for some of these teams.
Yeah, third party is very real, especially in a place like Erangel as it gets closer. We've seen, like, again, just to echo what you said, Vampire Esports, they actually tried to push onto, I believe it was Onyx who was on the sniper's nest. And it was...
so many teams on farm, right?
Yeah, so like I had no idea what they were going for because they went with 2 members and the other 2 was at the back. Instead, if you're rushing in, you might want to go in as, you know, as 2 different teams. So at least if one platoon dies, you'll still have the others to go on with.
That's right, let's catch on to the match summary. So far, it's Merkel here who took a long journey out of this, but Geek Fam didn't really get too much points, so yeah, that's no cookie points for anybody out there. But Tony K, however, is looking like the king of grenades in this matchup here. 19 being tossed, and usually that includes utilities, Molotovs as well, in order to get a certain advantage. As we take a look at the Super Weekend rankings, and EVOS Reborn maintains their spot at number 1.
Yes, and just a refresher to all those watching, this is the Super Rankings for Super Weekend Rankings for today, or for this week, not the overall. So I know it can get very exciting at times. Infinity now moves up to 2nd place here. RRQ coming in 3rd, and Axis RedONE in 4th. 5th is FaZe Clan. Despite the very, very great efforts from them coming in today itself, they are still in the top 5. I mean, they just made it onto the top 5, so that's a lot of chances still left for the other teams to capitalize on.
Yeah, many of all the other teams on the second pager has remained a little bit stagnant, except for Anchor Pubg as well as NFT Esports, who have made drastic movements in order to secure a better area of play. Even NFT didn't get that much frags, they were at least making it to the top 8 in that past match. So they're about to get out of that single-digit mark so that they could start to earn better points. But some of these teams here have not been able to achieve 20 or points. So it's still anybody to take here in order to get themselves into a better position. So there's more work to be done, and this is only the 3rd match of the 15 matches that we have over the span of the weekend here for our Friday night run of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. Well.
Yeah, now we're left down to the last 2 maps of the day. One of it being Sandhawk, but enough about that because we have Sis Jenny ready with an interview on the line. So don't keep her waiting. Let's just head right into it.
Hi, Chomreksu Zero. Hi. Yeah, I just said hello in Cambodia. So anyways, how are you?
We are good, and today it's not been our day.
Yes, I pretty much see that, but I don't think you should worry because I think Anchor Pubg can, be able to climb up back because you guys are a very, a legendary team that a lot of us know, and for you guys to still be in the sea level, it's still a big accomplishment. So let me ask you some questions. Maybe you can answer on how this week, what was the error that you think that your team kind of performed for today?
I think that today we have a lot of miscommunication and small mistake, and ended up made our team pointless for a couple of games.
Okay, all right. How do you want to come back? What should you like? Do you have plans on what to do next? Is it you're gonna change the way you rotate, or how?
We have a couple of plan and strategy to play, and tomorrow you will see some changes in the strategy.
All right. right. Okay, maybe you can tell me about your team's role. Do you have a specific role for all of the players?
All of our member have I can say that they can play a lot of role, and they can sometimes play a rusher or a supporter.
Okay. If you can describe Encore PUBG as for 3 words, how do you describe your team? When it comes to PUBG itself, yeah. Are you guys the...
I think that we are fearless. We play for big points, and I think that I don't know the other one.
Yes, I mean, looking at how you guys have been performing the previous Super Weekend and also weekday, I think you guys are still there. It's just that maybe it's a, you guys had a bad day, and you need to have maybe your team have yet to reset and things like that, because sometimes after one bad game it's hard to pick up, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to pick up. Okay, so maybe any last words that you want to say to your team right now?
I think that I want to say that keep our head down and focus on the game and get a lot of points.
Alright, nicely said, Zero. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again for maybe a chicken dinner for your country. Yeah?
Yeah, hopefully.
Alright, thank you so much, Zero. Bye. Okay guys, come let's break down the game on what we saw earlier. So actually, what I observed in the previous Erangel map and how the Infinity managed to get a chicken dinner. Honestly, I was amazed by the way they move. You guys saw the distance that they covered. It's not normal where you see a team that traveled that far would get a chicken dinner. So we know that they dropped into Sovnoska, around that area, and then they decided to rotate in. So when they rotated in, pretty much they covered only the south side. You see how they choose places when the circle has opened up. So we did see the circle open only on towards the Milta section. Yes, the flight route, again, it was a given thing. It started from Milta Power and into Quarry, and then the circle just concentrated on that part. So how did Infinity kind of break it down on the places that they chose? They decide to be on the south side first, which is actually very smart because they were very close to Sovnoska, right? And then they decided to move up slowly towards Milta. And how did they win that compound at the very end that caused them to get that chicken dinner? Was actually a very smart move. Of course, this is again a lot of thinking, a lot of right decision making. If you were any other teams, I'm not saying any teams that is inside. If we are a normal PUBG player, we would definitely try to go into the center. So if Infinity decided to go to the center right now, they would have been into shelter and then they have to go down. But the choices that they made was wise. They heavily concentrated to just the south side and followed as where the circle would go. That's the reason why you see they only covered Erangel is such a big map, but they covered only a small portion between the sea, Sovnoska, and also the bottom part of Erangel, which is during the areas of Farm, the areas of Milta Power and Milta. So that was really smart for Infinity. And how did they win that chicken dinner? Alright, so let's talk about other teams that was inside. We did see a lot of rotations going on in and out of the circle. There was not much of any actions before about 13 minutes of the game. Like I said, it was a bit more smooth sailing. In a way, it's not really smooth, but teams already have made their homework. We did see a lot of changes as compared to the previous Super Weekend, especially teams that played last Super Weekend and the current Super Weekend. A lot of them actually made a big homework, especially Infinity. We did see they were not performing at all the previous Super Weekend. I mean, they did perform here and there, but today, especially, I mean, this week itself, including weekday, we did see a difference in how Infinity decided to play it out. They did their homework, and precision and patience was the key for Infinity. And now, also that I would like to cover is teams like our Malaysian teams, Geek Fam, Team Secret for Rival. Geek Fam was actually one of the closest one that made into the circle. The rest of them kind of gotten themselves outside of the circle. They had to fight it out first. Team Secret had to fight it out, and then 4 Rivals, and so on and so forth. But Geek Fam, a few of them were caught. If I'm not wrong, Sane. He was already seen by FaZe Clan, if I'm not mistaken, already brought down in the first few blues, but they managed to get in. But because of the manpower, it was not enough for them. It was overpowering. That's the reason why they could not survive that particular circle. But looking at the circle, they are the closest team that got turned into the circle. Alright, so circle went back to Milta Power. Yes, the flight route was already there, and then some of the teams was going to their own respective areas, but not knowing that actually the circle is just around there. It's a very easy circle again, like I said, with the flight route that was given. And we did see FaZe Clan Tony K, how he actually did a beautiful grenade, saving his team in that compound. So we did see raining of grenades based on circle number 6. We did see a lot of grenades going on, and a lot of them was with precision. You guys saw how the grenade went into level 2 straight onto someone that was trying to revive his teammate, and immediately like he already knew, okay, I don't have to go in, I don't have to spray, I'll just have to leave my grenade here, and boom, everybody will go down. And true enough, it was just like as if they had the answer and they just had to copy it down. So that was really a very good game instinct. Coming towards the circle number 7, this is what we're looking is circle number 5, where we can still see there was a lot of empty spaces. Honestly, I did see a lot of empty space based on the south side, but lucky for some of these teams, they decide not to rotate down south because apparently the circle went up north. Based on this current circle, we did see the circle actually went on towards the roadside, a little bit of the hills, and that compound that was occupied by APG and also Infinity. But unfortunately, APG did not get any bit of the circle, so that's the reason why they did not get to even close in the gap of the top 5 teams. So the teams that was caught outside, obviously advantage goes on to Infinity. They were very smart in order to keep themselves in the building, even though sometimes being in the compound is not the safest place, but they knew on which angle the enemies were, especially Eagle. But they were very close by, they could hear the footsteps, and they were very alert on not to allow any vulnerability of them to show their body at all to the enemies that is outside. But they already knew there was a team that is struggling to get into the circle. That's the reason why they did not push. But there was a really nice ending shot by Infinity, pushing on towards EVOS. EVOS also had a very good gameplay actually. Again, they went the circle, but the manpower was not enough. If only they had that manpower, I'm sure it would have been a different outcome. Probably Infinity might not get that chicken dinner, but that was really a marvelous gameplay, especially at the end. So it was a given chicken dinner for Infinity. Because of their precision and patience, they win another back-to-back chicken dinner. And you know what's back-to-back? Let's go back to our casters, that is Contra and Keith.
And first, well, we just got our mics back here. Thank you very much, Sis Jenny, for having our back all the time as well. So, with that sort of breakdown, we have already seen the Infinity here just getting 2 chicken dinners in a row. Is there going to be a repeat going on? Is this time we're going to make our way into Santa for our 4th match of the evening?
Yeah, definitely a huge possibility for the Infinity, as we can see that they are just on point, on fire this time around, the first day of the 2nd week of the Super Weekend. However, I would like to point out that despite having double chicken dinners, and I think they had decent amount of kills, they are still below EVOS in the ranking, so
that's really something that kind of beats me, right? Like, EVOS, I think it's because of their consistency on top of the way that they've been able to farm up those numbers. You saw even the way that they closed out that match, they have just about like 7 to 6 elimination points under their belt. 2nd place finish, honestly, didn't really make them lose too much of those corners.
Yeah, but I'm just like amazed, right? Like how much consistency can EVOS pull throughout only 3 games, which means majority of those 3 games was a chicken dinner for Infinity, and yet they're still 2nd to EVOS, which means EVOS might have raked a big enough points to keep them in that buffer zone so that they maintain their #1 spot.
That's right, and there are so many other teams here who are hungry, as they starved out the rest of them for the past 2 matches.
Yeah.
Sandhawk is definitely the match where everybody will stand very equal chances here depending on where the circle goes, because majority of them will find it really difficult to rotate in such a small map, and usually by phase 4 you see many of all these teams who are basically hanging out about on play zone because they don't know which are the safe angles to manage their way across, whether it's a river or a hill, and whoever gets the phase 5 circles onwards, that's where they manage to get many of all these opportunities to basically go on the hunt.
Yeah, but one thing we know for sure with Sandhawk, at least the players have had more practice on it now as compared to the country league format, right? Where Sandhawk never see the light of day during the weekdays. Now we've had a bunch of Sandhawk maps already played by all these teams. So going into Super Weekend #2, Sandhawk would more likely than not be the comfortable map to be playing in, having said gone through all that previously, at least in the past 2 days during the weekdays. So I would like to see how it pans out. Obviously, circle is a big factor when it comes to Sandhawk. Like you mentioned, rotations are hard because it just how the place is structured, right? 3 islands connected by nothing but bridges. So it's either you go through the choke points or swim. So it becomes literally a sink or swim situation here, and I guess we're gonna have to see how it all boils down after the first circle has been shown.
Exactly, and as we get ourselves prepared for what's about to come to us in Sandhawk, we look at the rest of the teams that have been able to at least get a little bit of a great, glorious moment. I don't really think that Anchor PUBG is doing all too bad. When we, of course, spoke to one of their representatives earlier with Jenny, they were kind of upset, you know. Hey, they still made it into, a top 5, top 6 scenario, and 20 honestly brought in the pain to wipe out the entirety of MS Chonburi, who had no clue they were just waiting right by. So maybe this time around, Anchor PUBG could possibly lift themselves up. On top of that, EVOS Esports is where we have to shine a light upon when we talk about Vietnamese representative. As for me, Vietnam, I'll leave that for later because EVOS Esports.
Yeah, on fire, consistent this whole week, weekdays. Yeah,
they just got all the superstar names on this roster, and so far I'm pretty hyped up on how they've been able to also manage some of these fights, where they just basically took out a lot of all these grenades to try to flush out the only team that we should be looking our sides to, the Infinity. And if they won that fight, the chicken dinner could have actually been theirs.
And it was close, right? Like, despite the disadvantage they had, it was a very close game that came down to either a third party or, just winning sheerly by whatever was handed to you, whatever cards you were dealt with, not having compound and, running out of supplies, and so be it. But I like how you brought up APG later on. My favorite part about the entire interview was that they were already counting tomorrow. If you notice, he was like, yeah, we're not so good today, although they still have 2 more games to prove themselves wrong, and I guess in this case, and they're already talking about coming in with a new strat tomorrow.
I guess sometimes a team will perform better when they just feel uncomfortable and they know that they have to do something about it, and they don't set too high of an expectation, and when you do, you will relieve a certain pressure to perform, if that actually makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. That it goes down to what I said before, right? Like, that's why it's so important for teams to rake in points today. Although, like, it's a 15-match long, it's a 3 weeks long run, you can always accumulate. Yeah, but knowing that you're not that far behind gives you an ease of mind, which then allows you to perform better.
That's right, we've already seen the beam struck into the arena, and it's time for us to get to the green fields of Sandhawk. So we'll take a look at the flight path as our 16 teams of the weekend here will be going on pretty much of a panic situation when they get into the final few phases. But it's basically the calm before the storm as we have our dive set into Hot 10. And along the lines of the flight path, well, that will end in docks. I think this is very much neutral. Anyways, majority of the time in Xanok, no matter how the flight path flies, you'll still be able to get to where you need to be because it's just a 4x4. And if you can, yeah, by the time you land somewhere nearby, you can just basically take a little bit jog and you'll be able to get to one end to another.
Yeah, I like
easily said, right?
I like flight paths today though, both in Miramar and Sanhok, also
boy.
in the even one, but VPE now immediately going up against Bad Nam. They're dropping in the same spot here. Now we'll have to fight and see who will claim it. As already one member of Bad Nam on his knees, all the other members of Vampire Esports still standing up and ready here. Only just begun, like the match is barely even 1 minute long. I don't think they have many supplies to go around with.
Not much, but it's only down to Capone. Only one standing for Batman, man. It's been like, what, 3 matches, and now on the 4th one, that they get very tough circumstances being brought upon them. Now, marching into Paradise Resort honestly isn't the brightest of ideas, or you could definitely say that, oh, maybe it's VP Esports that wants to go for Invade, or they just want some place that they're comfortable with, right? And Paradise Resort definitely is a place where majority of the teams will like to start off with some high volume of loot. Now he's bringing that DBS. I want to see if Capone can bring at least 1 kill back to Batnam. And if not, well, at least they did try. Now they spot one out though. Batnam actually moved right through. He gets one knock. He gets the second one as well. Now moving in for the third one as he turns it around. He might actually cook this. He's looking for the shots, and he does get 3 in his belt. Instead, he gets brought down to his knees. Schwabs goes into spray onto his box before going for the revive. Meanwhile, the fight is going on. But that attempt itself gives massive respect back to B and United, who have almost taken out Vampire Esports.
That was a very close call. I don't think Vampire Esports is too happy about that, but oh, APG though has eyes onto Axis down in the low ground. Like, if you're Vampire Esports and you got challenged that hard, surely that's why the disrespect came in. They were shooting on his corpse. Meanwhile though, APG again on the aggro, this time around pushing onto the sides of Axis, who already has one member making an escape here, leaving Voki behind. I'm pretty sure they have an idea. Zero ES going in for the flankers, running through the smokes. They're just going to spray and pray. It hits and it does. Clutching it by his teeth is Voki as he gets hit and knocked down with a pan.
Zero, who we just got the interview with, now will feel a lot much better as he take out the captain of Axis RedONE. Now, pan kills definitely is
Flex
something
point.
that you don't always get every single day. Indeed, it is a flex, but I prefer it if you detach it from your hands and you just throw it straight at him so that you can land that headshot with a pan. That's
No, that works if it's a one-hit kill, you know? What if it's just dunk, and then that's a bit anticlimactic. Now you have to pick it back up and do it again.
Yeah. It does get awkward, right? Now, as we move across the rest of the teams, NFT, okay, possibly have been looking at many different ways of earning more tokens. I know some people dabble in that.
I see that. Very nice. Very nice.
And, well, I guess that they're looking for a unicorn of a game. But when is that going to happen? It's definitely by a random chance. But RedFaZe says that, you know what? You don't wait. You just go in and, like, if you want that unicorn of a run, you got to take down the White Tigers, who's at #1.
That was clever. That was clever. Yeah, I got the rhyme, man. It rolled off your tongue ever so effortlessly. Hoping to see that sort of execution done for NFT Esports because they haven't been doing very hot lately in terms of taking on these fights. And I guess they're going to have that chance really soon. He does hear their footsteps here as Favel will go against RedFaZe. And, well, that is the end of his time here in Sanhok.
Well, that was abrupt. Gotta say A for effort at least. RedFaZe was pretty prepared the way that he handled that compound initiation. And Drone only lying in wait by the corner of the shore. And I'm not too sure what to make out of this situation for Drone. Like, for him to clutch this one out, he has to work very hard with Lippy, who's currently having that high ground advantage. And I guess in any case that if he were to be flustered with too much of a pressure coming from EVOS, he could immediately take a dive into the waters. And as for Team Secret, they're just gonna swing by with the buggy, taking the top of the hill, and they have no clue where Arrow is currently hanging about, chilling by a tree, as he tries to basically reposition for a bit, hoping not to be scouted off. As we move back to Anchor PUBG.
Yeah, hey, the feed coming in a bit late, but Schweppes is now taken out Microboy.
That's a huge catch.
Yeah, he's the one guy who you always depend on to clutch these moments, and now he's out. But luckily for EVOS, they're a stacked team, so every one of their players can pull that sort of move. Nevertheless, quite a big loss this early into the game.
Yeah, and they were not wary of some of all these villages that they've been cutting across because they were on a longer rotation. They just started off with the pickoff against NFT, and that's where EVOS Esports, they say, okay, let's book the circle that's currently close to the north side of Ban. Tony K now reclaims that #1 spot. I think it's a huge shift since Lamborghini is taking the break over the weekend, as we expected the changes to come right by. Kid suddenly makes his way to #4 as he was on the 5th place initially. Team Secret so far taking a lot of early fights for the past couple of rounds. Didn't really get them into the desired position. We heard it from Y2K earlier from that interview that they were hoping to pull off a better consistency in their run, although they've already got that PMGC title to contest for. Much later on, that slot is already confirmed. So without that pressure, I'm not too sure if, how the players are actually taking that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for Team Secret, from afar though, it will catch him and probably most likely secure that kill. It will. So Matoy gets Error, who was within the area, I guess. Error was
answering me back, right?
Yeah.
Just question.
Yeah, surprisingly, when Error was the one stalking them, it was Matoy who got the kill. Now, you were talking about Team Secret and what their goals are going into like PMPL SEA Championship now that they've qualified. I guess they can take it as practice because let's be honest, they weren't too consistent during the country finals and they weren't consistent during the country league as well. And even right now, showing issues of consistency, right? So I think if their objectives in this should be to maybe achieve that, knowing that all these teams will be firing at all cylinders instead of hoping on scrims, which let's be honest, I've heard like Thai scrims, if they're scrimming against like other players, other people outside their region, they don't take it so seriously.
Yeah, I guess that when you have an official platform like this, the stakes are high, and well, you can't exactly treat it as scrims when you have so much that you can earn out of it. Now, as we speak about Team Secret, let's talk about an ex-player of Team Secret, Yuhai Boy. What do you think of his performance thus far?
I think he stands out. Yeah, definitely making a mark for himself ever since going into Bigetron. However, it doesn't feel like it's a Bigetron. It doesn't feel like a Bigetron with Microboy.
He's just laughing to his teammates while he's just, I'm going to go AFK on this bush right now. Yeah, I want to hear what these casters are talking about me right now. It's like,
I'm talking smack, no. No, but in all honesty, though, like, when did the reign of Bigetron end? In Season 2, right? Season 3 was when the Microboys switched over to EVOS, and it was then when Bigetron didn't seem as solid as they were before.
I think it's because Microboy was that perfect addition when we added him. And you look back in the past, it was Natic that was basically captain for the team for quite a while to guide how they rotate and stuff. And Natic, he kind of talked to me a few times back in the days when we were hanging out in the C League itself. His reflexes is still there, and it's just that, like, he's looking to venture to something new, right? And they brought in Microboy, who is basically the fresh pair of hands with a burning desire to basically shine with some of the best, and he got paired with the best team in the world at that moment, and he knew that so long as he gives his best, they can continue to shine, and they managed to hoist that trophy of the PMCO Global Finals back in 2019. And after that, even more titles to come, where you have basically the PMWL East that they've won as well. I think that was one of the last stint with Microboy.
Yeah, I think the biggest hit BTR had was having Microboy taken away from them. Like all the players who fill in, yeah, undoubtedly they are great players, incredible, impeccable. However, there's a small factor of chemistry and maybe like even player attitude itself on how they take approaches.
When you're at the top, sometimes the pressure is very different as you expect your teammates to be on the highest of level every time. And if you look back into some of all these content shoots that Bigetron have, they're not shy to show you what behind the scenes look like. Sometimes they scream at each other when things don't go right. And when things are good, yeah, it's all celebrations and smiles. Or sometimes it's just them not feeling it. So, you know, sometimes changes are necessary. And you look at Microboy as an individual, right? Like, when he joined EVOS Reborn, the first thing he said that I've proved that I am a world champion, and I can still stand on my own 2 feet and still fight for that title without having others to just say, okay, I may not be at the same standard. He's not throwing shades back at Bigetron. It's more of him saying that, hey, I know my own worth, and I could be offering the same standards as you guys do, as I will fight you for it.
And I guess it's understandable, right? Like when you're in a superstar-studded team like Bigetron with Luxy and Zaxi, you're bound to get overshadowed. And so no one really notices your worth, but you know your worth a whole lot, right?
That's right.
So maybe this is also him trying to make a name for himself, breaking away from this the perception of only needing his allies. But hold that thought though, because Team Secret just scouted out the RRQ Ryu by driving past by one of those kampong.
That's so dangerous, and I'm surprised that Jumper is still alive out of that swerve that he made out of the buggy.
Yeah. He was baiting it out. Yeah, Team Secret knew that this is the second time I've seen them pull this sort of stunt.
I love that heal so much.
Yeah, they were driving across, I think, some other teams as well. I forgot who they were earlier on just now, but there were no shots fired, so it became insignificant in my memory.
Yeah. Well, what's significant is for Infinity to survive, Mr. Medic Mila.
Again?
Doing it pretty early. This is phase 2, though. How much of first aid kits can you pack in the bag for this moment? It seems like they're just taking a pit stop, getting the gas in the tank, got to knee, opting to hold on to that UMP.
Wait, did you saw that?
What's that?
He's got 27 bandage.
27 bandages?
No, not medkit bandage. So I think maybe the goal here is everyone of Infinity just goes out, scavenge, brings it back with a vehicle, drops it for Mila.
That's smart. Gosh. This healing meta in Sanhok definitely is something else. And okay, that is some high-level commitment onto one player only. They say, okay, these are the nurses, and the head doctor says, okay, bring me the scalpel, bring me the packs, bring me the med kits. You guys only get bandages. Okay, aye, sir. It's like, you just gotta follow the flow, and this guy will just bring in the paychecks.
And to a certain extent, it makes sense, right? Because the earlier part of the circle, they can still tank a little bit, so that buys more time for them to go out with vehicles. And that's why they were refueling the vehicles too, so they can make these trips.
Yeah, and the more huts or villages, kampong buildings that you can find across, the better your chances here. Because when it comes down to competitive PUBG Mobile, you will find that there's double drop rates for certain items, and 1.5 drop rate for others. And Tony K here finds QB out in the open, and it seemed like he's been removed from play already. I'm not too sure if that's a third party going on. Geek Fam losing one out, while Merkel tries to trade right back onto Mort. So it's a three-way battle across the quarry region. Majority of these players here will have to go deeper into the quarry grounds, and it won't be all too safe. So yeah, let the healing begin.
I think I saw Geek Fam as well has one member who's stacking up their bandages around the 20th mark. 44 on EVOS.
What? Even 44 first 8, 44 bandages?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Got to the... Yep. Hanging right by. He carries 3 for himself. That's fine. He says, yeah, I'm not going to let the doctor know that I have 3 packs with me. As Lizer is driving forward, they're already on the north point. He's going to sort of round, taking a little... Come on, do it, don't spin, Lizer. Now, this guy survived till the very end in that previous match. And Lizer, so far, feeling very confident about all these maneuvers that he takes. And majority of the time, you look at EVOS Reborn, they know how to play and predict where the next circle is going to be. And I guess that they played PUBG Mobile so much, and you see them missing out for an entire season of PMPL Indonesia. And they're still playing at the highest of level. It baffles me on how great this team is.
Yeah, I mean, always give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, because there's so many factors that comes in a battle royale that you cannot quantify. Meanwhile, MSC though has eyes onto the Eagles as they spray down forward. We'll take out one member of the Eagle Esports, MSC as well. Here in this little hut or shed here, Paragin just going to go walking on foot. Is that the best of decisions? Is he going to make walking in a swamp, trying to push in?
Look at this, Keith. Hard shift. And it's in between the river.
Very nice.
And this is going to be very, very difficult for majority of the teams to play out. But FaZe Clan possibly is in a really good position. And we're looking at the min-map. Probably in the circle already. Meanwhile, MS Chonburi having Jasper giving sprayed down by Chopper. He's outside the play zone, but he will try. He's got 2 first aid, 1 med kit to try to outlast the damage output that they have right now. With Red Face also being chunked out. Ramones equalize him over on the corner, and it's KF there going for a push. How many members of NFT is going to commit to this? KF now going forward to try to navigate his way around. Molotov being tossed right in, and that catches KF on fire, and he's got no time to even heal. He's gonna lob 1 grenade, and he will try to find out Loopy as he knocks him down. That is a great spray of the UMP, and he still has time to heal up.
Man, he just turned this one around. KF, this guy, we thought Microboy was the only man who could clutch. Well, check this man out. That seemed to be very, very downside going to the side of KF, but he played his way perfectly, and thankfully for him, the fire did not burn him to death. So this will give him some sort of a fighting chance here, but 2 members of NFT now pushing out forward. Obviously, 2 is greater than 1.
Definitely the 2 is better than 1 in this situation. MS Chonburi also having Jasper just getting hurt. Meanwhile, Red Phase currently in the red. They are not going to be revived for now, but the main man that carries all the first aid kit, has he been removed from play already for the side of EVOS Reborn? I'm not too sure. Lizer should be able to salvage the situation here. C-Sky only dropping the grenade, looking for Amela, the guy who carries all the pack. This is the doctor that they're looking for. Now he's taking a swim. It's not looking all too good. MS Chonburi having TG13 to hold out against Team Secret. That grenade a little bit wide coming out from Kid, while C-Sky only will connect. Kid is going to be on the ground. TG13 with a clutch.
Oh man, Mila has finally been taken out, so Infinity probably not looking into playing that that healing game as of late. Right now, I cannot see them in the nice nade. Only 1 member left from Infinity, so they might still have 1 more member just healing his way out. Meanwhile, Mudtoy just secures 1 onto Team Secret as a point sheet, I guess you could call it, in the eliminations. And they're just trying to push right in. NFT drawn, gets knocked out. Lizerg's in position here to stop any sort of rotation to come in.
And look at all the first 8 kits that you mentioned that they've been collecting. Now it's only down Lizerg and only got 4. Meaning to say that
The healer is already down. Liza's going to secure the kill onto Drone, and it's only down to Ramones here with 4 packs for himself as well. High ground advantage going over on EVOS Reborn. Grenade! Lob towards the lower edge, and there's only one exit point. Ponzai will have Stone to take him down. And the ex-member of Mega Conqueror taking each Arteron, and it's Stone for Vampire Esports to be able to reap all the points.
Oh my god.
And 4 rivals are cutting off Eagle Esports.
Oh, did you see that? Vampire has 7 kills and still 4 members alive. Meanwhile, 4 Rivals is going to rake their own points here. It's going straight right in onto Eagle Esports after the Molotov. Will be an easy cleanup. Yeah, but it has to be careful. Paragin is here in the right behind a rock. Could be the upset if they don't be careful. You know how it is always with these lurkers. They bite you when you least expect it. Meanwhile, I'm still pretty amazed with Vampire's run so far. I haven't seen them in too much in the feed just yet, but here they are just doing damage. Fluke takes one down from 4 Rivals. Maybe can follow up with another. His crosshair, it's tracing just fine. He kind of knows the location, but it's Fluke who will go down to Riff, who was waiting at the back end.
Riff was so patient, he knew that the bullets are coming from that angle, immediately refrag onto them, and it's down to Ravenclaw, who does not have any packs of meds. Look at his health bars dropping low. He's got to move out of that position. He's gonna burn out though, and that's going to be another one in the number. With Traps dropping on the nade, and it finds 2 members of Team Secret, while Riv takes the 2nd kill upon Vampire Esports. And EVOS with only 4 points out of 12 plays. No position points whatsoever. And Core PUBG now on the outskirts as well, needing to face off against Geek Fam, who's currently only down to 1. It's Dammer here needing the clutch. And there's no HP left. And Core PUBG also eliminated.
Unfortunate for Anchor PUBG. They're the only team to represent from the wildcard right now, seeing as though Yangon did not make the cut for the 2nd Super Weekend. But, you know, it's just the nature of PUBG Mobile itself. It's either you're consistent or, you know, you just probably not, you won't make the cut. It is what it is. It doesn't mean you're not good enough. It's just that other teams are just stepping up way higher. Apel now looking for Parajin, who's behind the tree lines. He does get the kill.
Wow.
But Apel kills him just in time before he bled out.
And Eagle Esports, despite all of that skirmish, they walk away with no points. 4 Rivals, they full commit to that fight, knowing that they choked them out in many of all these angles that they took. And I think that they've gotten just about enough points. 6 pointers in, and they are looking for a miracle here. Tony K going for the spray, and they have that perfect circle. It's only FaZe Clan here. Their chances to win this chicken dinner is at a 80% ratio at the moment.
Look at the formation they have. Eyes everywhere, and they're smack dab right in the center of the circle. But look, Infinity still 1 member going, healing up. God knows how many meds he's got in the pack. But what are the odds of Infinity? Oh yeah, they're not gonna pull a 2nd place finish 3 times now.
Well, chicken dinner can be likely if the rest of the teams here flush onto FaZe Clan. But then again, you look at 1 member left for Axis RedONE and 2 more in the favor of Bigetron Red Aliens. So percentages here for FaZe Clan to win the game is pretty high. Sorry, gotta let out some air from my stomach. I had my own chicken dinner early on.
Oh.
And that's a form of green curry. When we talk about green curry, that's a tie special. Damroot has run out of meds. Now it's only down to 2 teams remaining. Axis RedONE seems to have Kachang Susu, the medic on the field with 12 first aid kit. And I think that he's happy enough to slowly wait and see what will go on. But this is phase 7, so most likely than not, FaZe Clan here, I'm just gonna claim it, they have got the chicken dinner in the bag. So that makes 3 chicken dinners for the PMPL tie region, still remaining as some of the best team, if not in Southeast Asia, it is the world.
I mean, it is known. I don't think it's a secret, or you can't call it bias when you see the results reflected this way. Thailand produces one of the best PUBG Mobile teams out there. And second to that, Indonesia maybe. There was a period of time when Indonesia held that title. So it's time to step it up. And well, Thailand, with all 5 teams coming into the Super Weekend and now taking all the chicken dinners. It's insane what this region can do.
That's right. I am definitely excited to see what some of all these teams can do if they make it to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. We've already got Infinity locked in. And now, here comes the victory dance of all these players of FaZe Clan. They're not too worried now. Kata Susu has run out of meds. It's time to celebrate the winner chicken dinner for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it be like this sometimes in Sunhawk, you know, a little bit anticlimactic, but hey, a win's regardless how hype it is. The points is all that matters, especially for the Super Weekend. And congratulations, FaZe Clan, getting one for themselves in what seemed like a given chicken dinner served on a platter with a little, potatoes on the side.
Yeah, a coleslaw, potato, and of course a roasted chicken, best way to go about. And you can definitely tell us how you want your chicken dinner to be served. I mentioned green curry, that's what I had. And look at that, FaZe Clan, they only got 3 frags out there, but they didn't have too difficult of a rotation. They booked that perfect spot from the get-go. They never basically left that building, and everybody else who walked in were pressurized in such a way that they cannot march forward across the river on top of the hill. There were other teams that they just have to deal with before facing off against FaZe Clan. And look at it go. Corpine had no issues in this game. He didn't have to deal damage. He let the rest do the trick.
I'm pretty sure he's playing doctor at this point.
Does he have to?
He didn't need to, but they were prepared for it. In case the circle didn't go their way, at least they know, hey, Corpine, you know, you're going to be the doctor in the team, and clearly MR5 is the guy, the soldier here. Dealing 201 damage, only close to him, Tony K with 168.
That's right. Going back to the highlights, we have some really great stuff coming in inside of Paradise Resort.
Yeah.
Now, watch this.
Close clutch.
Yeah. Capone, he brought that DBS to play. That's 1, that's 2. He went for 3. If only he spot out the other member. He heard those footsteps from the back, and you look at that. Spring weapons have nothing on him until the very end. And Vampire Esports, they were sweating right there.
You could tell they were triggered, otherwise they wouldn't have pulled that stunt live here for the observers to see.
Indeed, and this fight here between NFT as well as EVOS Reborn was quite a long haul one from the start all the way into the blue zone on the 5th circle itself. We had this fight between 4 rivals as well as EVOS Esports that was well executed, but 4 rivals take too long of a time to get right in. So they went for that slow burner and they also went out of health, but you gotta give credit to April because he find that final kill to take down EVOS Esports while Sane, he basically removed members of the side of Anchor Pubg and Bigetron RA aliens. Thoroughly cut through into some of all these openings, but they make it into that top 3 finish, so that's great on them. And it's only down to Katang Susu that celebrated with that victory spray up in the air, and they say, yeah, great job, FaZe Clan, we can't match up to you.
Yeah, I believe Axis only had like 1 kill that game, so if anyone's gonna get the award for the most healing, it's probably them, or Infinity. Given this,
has to be Kacham Susu, right?
No, but take a look at that, right? Like Infinity started since circle number 2, and they made it that far. Yeah.
But then again, like those were just bandages, right? Like as compared to what you could actually get out of
true.
Kits. So yeah, I just definitely witnessed the entirety of the action unfold, and there were fights all around, pretty scattered everywhere in the map. It wasn't exactly like, okay, 5 teams going at each other in a small little compound or so.
Yeah, no.
Sanok's kind of this way, where you just have everybody across the map who tries to get into the final zone. But FaZe Clan, they kind of have a little bit of a premonition moment where, okay, I think we've dealt with this circle too much. And we just take that compound that's basically safest. We didn't have to make a move. And we look at it since like phase 3 onwards, phase 4 onwards, they were already there.
Yeah. So I think it goes to show again, Sandhawk, right? Like we mentioned, it's just super hard to play the map when you have to rotate, especially with a circle that hard shifts down like that, right? Like, but to my surprise, that's usually where Bigetron is strongest at. I mean, statistically, so far in the tournament, that area, the southwestern side of the map,
has been a circle puller for the longest time.
Yeah, and I guess that many teams have been able to adapt to it. Some still finding it very difficult to basically have a clear passage because of the pressure of teams that were lurking around the hills, lurking behind trees. You saw even Team Secret getting attacked, ambushed by Onyx Esports. And Onyx also been seeked out in some of all these areas. Now, MVP goes over to our dear players from FaZe Clan, and it's MR5 here, dealing 201 damage. May not be the highest, but it's all about the numbers that count.
What about the dude who had 2 kills, though? What happened to him?
It's like, third party.
That probably it, I guess.
1 HP taps, I don't know.
Damage greater than elimination.
Korpai though, Korpai. He's okay. He's like,
0.
Nah, I'm taking a chill pill this match. I'm just gonna watch as it goes by.
He's got the bats. Take a look at the match ranking here. 3 eliminations, 15 placement point for FaZe. Again, handed on a platter, silver platter at that. Geek Fam, though, they had to grind their way here. 6 elimination points, still respectful. Axis RedONE definitely playing the healing game, getting 1 elimination, but lasting that long. It is into the circle. I think he was level 7. And then VPE, Vampire Esports, coming in strong. 10 kills. But they always come in shaky when we start looking at them.
Yeah, and they started this streak here, taking on the team that we were hoping that they could pull off the clutch. It would be a big upset if BN United could have actually ruled them all with that DBS. But yeah, they walk away with 0 points, unfortunately.
Again.
RQ as well as 4 rivals, they got 6 though. I think these are impressive numbers.
Yeah.
Same goes to 4 rivals, of course.
Well, BN though, 0 points. That's 4 games in, and they have been consistently at 16. That should be worrying. If I was the coach, that is quite worrying.
Yeah, I don't know what the game plan is for now. I can't really read through it. I guess they were just hoping to regain confidence by basically hot dropping into a spot to challenge teams that they feel is formidable, and if they can take them on, it's like, yeah, you feel ready to take everybody out by then. Today, the streak isn't really going for Bigetron Aliens in the form of those kill numbers, but at least they got those positioning points to book out of match, whereas majority of all the other players were burned out by the blue zone. So MS Chonburi, we saw they were pretty much caught out when they were trying to make their way off of that quarry region that was fielded by the White Tigers here, who managed to secure a 4-pointer when they take on NFT. But it was Vampire Esports that swept here, taking most of these titles here with the most damage as well as most elim, and it's Fluke to secure those knocks.
Yeah, these names are starting to get so familiar to me just because how all these members perform really greatly within the team. And Vampire Esports, that's the reason why the both of us kind of called them favorites walking into this Super Weekend number 2 here. But again, I still can't wrap my mind around how Bandem is. Just for the viewers who's just tuning into Super Weekend number 2 or just right now who didn't follow the entire journey, Bandem managed to secure like 111 points in the first Super Weekend. Comes this Super Weekend, seems a bit struggling, but let's take a look at the overall stats so far.
Yeah, overall stats, we have Mark here with longest elimination distance with 241. Meanwhile, there's only 50 knockouts because everyone else was just struggling to get by the zone. 2 airdrops with it, but to my surprise, 13 headshots. Meaning to say that when it comes down to some of all these angles, they were ready to take out heads whenever they pop by. And majority of it possibly are those that were hiding across the river and the hut where Geek Fam was also trying to take out Anchor Pubg, FaZe Clan also somewhere around. 81 deflates being thrown, 11 rescues, and of course, now we take a look at our ranking charts, and it's the Infinity that has overtaken EVOS Reborn with only 1 point difference.
Surely, Infinity, they've clutched their way, despite the rough situation in Soundhonk. I guess maybe EVOS had it a little bit worse than them. Worse for wear here. FaZe Clan, though, makes it up to number 3 at 50 points, just tying it up with Axis, who hasn't gotten a chicken dinner yet, but will hold their place with the total points, just purely from rank positioning, placement points, and elimination itself. RQ Ryu at 48, doing pretty well for them this time round.
Yeah, and we see some of the other teams taking a dip, as you don't really see Bigetron RA starting off from the second page all too much. Now they at least secure a top 3 finish, so they bumped their points up. Now they're at 12th place. Meanwhile, not too much have changed other than some teams like Team Secret, as well as EVOS Esports, and not forgetting MS Chonburi, who have pretty rough run in. So this is where they will stay put for now. Ban Nam, 0 points, 4 matches. This is critical.
Yeah.
I've never seen throughout the span of these 2 weeks of action a team that walks away with 0 pointers in a day.
For 4 games in a row.
Yeah. So I want to know, okay, are they playing on match 5?
Yes, they are. It's a top 16,
okay.
right?
Okay, one more chance for them at least.
Yeah.
At least 1 pointer, right? 1 pointer will be great. You know, we won't be throwing too much of a flag to the team. I know that bad days do happen. But hey, I guess that there should be good news coming in from our dear analysts. Let's throw it over to Sis Jen.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me? Hi. Okay. So I forgot your name, but I know you are from Four Rivals. Can you belanja me your name?
My name is Pasha.
Yes, Pasha. Yes, the good-looking one. So let me ask you a question about today's gameplay for Four Rivals. How do you think about it?
I mean, without no doubt, we did not perform well. But yeah, there is mistake here and there, and we need to fix it, and we need to fix it fast. So yeah, we just no need to punish ourselves so much. Just move on and focus on our games.
Alright, okay. What do you notice, or maybe the players have chatted with you, Pasha, of their errors to improve on?
Yeah, sure. We talk about it, and yeah, there is like a few things that this week's I think the Thailand and also Vietnam they are stepping up their games, and also Indonesia. Won't forget about that. So yeah, we just need to stay strong and just focus on our games.
Okay. Okay, maybe this is a random question, but can you, as the person who always advise your team, can you explain to us what is a reset for a tournament?
The resets, they must actually go through it first. Like for Rival, we had our experience for last seasons as Jingos MPX, so it teaches us a lot about moving on after a bad game. So yeah, it's actually a good experience.
Alright, so is it a key thing to do every after game to reset? Even if you win a chicken dinner, you have to do a reset.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have to reset, make sure our mind about the game is always, there. Everyone is in the same page. Everyone is not too excited, but not that demotivated. But we just want to play our best game and prove that we earn our slots.
Yes, definitely. I'm sure Four Rivals is much more hungrier this season as compared to the previous. Okay, last question. What do you believe in your team for this season's PMPL?
I believe them since last season. So this season, I believe that they matured enough. They matured in a way that they willingly to understand the game more. So I have kind of high hopes, but even if they don't achieve my expectation, as a coach, as a friend, as a brother, still proud of them.
Nicely said, Pasha. Alright, so I hope all the best for Four Rivals, and maybe they can bring home a chicken dinner or two. If it's not today, it's tomorrow. So hopefully we get to see you again. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
See you again. Alright guys, so let us break down the game of Sandhawk. Although there was not much of happenings, because honestly, if you guys saw the overall standings, we did see the amount of time that team actually survived. So most of them that went back to the lobby was 19 minutes and above. So yes, it was pretty much nothing in the first few part of Sandhawk. Not say that I'm seeing it as strategical because it's already the second week of Super Weekend. As you guys know, they have to collect the points in order to get themselves qualified to the grand finals, right? So maybe in Sandhawk, the way they play, in a way, is an agreeable thing where they decide to only fight on the 5th circle, because I didn't write it down in my notes here. When it was the 5th circle, sorry, I think it was the 5th or the 6th circle, there was still 51 players alive. So that's a lot of players for such a small circle. So in a way, they kind of already, if you realize just now, there was a lot of teams that was close by to one another. You know, there was like, I saw this prominently, Team Secret was on the hillside and down below was just RRQ, but they did not do anything. And there was even the 12 minutes in the game, I heard them exchanging shots like that. It was a bit fun, but it seems like they are all set to win the game in much more of strategical than as compared to, you know, I'm going to go around and disturb people. So all of them had this same mindset where we're going to play it professionally, and knowing that Sandhawk is a small map, they're not going to go crazy, go around to people's area and disturb one another. But one thing I can say, FaZe Clan, when they rotated from boot camp, they went into the place where they hold up, and that was exactly where the circle is. That was very smart of them, because they, again, minimum, not much of movements. They just rotated downwards and stayed there and secured that area very well. But one thing we can't get over was when Vampire versus Bao Nam. They are still fighting over in Paradise, and it is a bit on a edgy side, I would say. They will not let go of that place. They are still trying to prove a point to one another that they want that place. So either one of them will go out to the lobby first. So in a way, if there is Sandhawk, either one of them will get too soon, or either one of them will not get any points at all, or maybe just one. Okay. So as I said, this game, there's not much of any actions except for rotations. You know, teams that has already chosen to their drop spots, their respective area, they just rotated downwards. Not much of a big rotation, but we did see unorthodox planning by Infinity. They kind of went out, they tried to do a healing game, they collected the first aids and also bandages that was also said by Contra and Keith, but unfortunately Infinity did not manage to secure that healing game process, although our Malaysian team, Axis RedONE, managed to do a doctor game again. It's Kacang Susu who managed to do it successfully and get themselves at number 2, even though yes, they might not get much of any action, but again, in Sandhawk, it's not all the teams are going to go for killings or elimination points. Sometimes it's just going to get the points for them to survive. Like survival points is also points, because we know that Sandhawk is just a land of 3rd, 4th, 5th party. It's not going to be easy for you to just keep on fighting and winning the battle. You have to go down somewhere somehow. Okay. So looking at the circle right now, we can see FaZe Clan having that compound. They were so disciplined, they did not come out of that compound. They have been disturbing Geek Fam. Geek Fam managed to they see a lot of people along the way, but QB unfortunately got eliminated out very early in the match because of maybe he thought it was quite safe, but he did not realize that he was being watched by one team that was looking right at him. That's the reason why he immediately got sacrificed just like that. Not even having his teammate to come out to heal him, he didn't have that enough time to even do a revival for it. So like I said, this game pretty much it was a given chicken dinner for FaZe Clan by keeping quiet in their compound, and that is just being very disciplined. So that's it for me. Now let's go back to the casters table.
Thank you very much, sis Jenny. And now we're down to a final run here in the Friday night, as you are currently tuning into the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. And we definitely have to thank PUBG Mobile for being the host of the entirety of the tournament. And of course, shout out to all of our partners here for making this possible. Starting off with the official smartphone partner, it's of course Xiaomi, where you can challenge your boundaries with the Redmi Note 10 series. And of course, we got to give a big shout out to our official media partners as well, Esports Fight Club, where you can watch and earn with Esports Fight Club. And of course, you can watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. Always more. Download now on your Google Play Store or the Apple App Store, as you can enjoy all these great content without even paying a single penny. And all this organized by VSPN, bringing us the great chicken dinners throughout the entirety of PMPL SEA Championship as VSPN powers esports.
That they definitely do, and now we're down to the last game of the day. I'm glad that we have what we have, but first, what you have on the table for you to participate in? I'm talking about, of course, the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship that's going on really soon. Okay, it's the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship once again, Southeast Asia. It's called PMCC SEA. Go to www.pmccSEA.com/my to register now. It's open for the next 2 days only. 24th October, that is the cutoff time. So register yourself back right now.
That's right. And when we look into how well some of all these teams have played out, you guys can start somewhere. And that's the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship that'll be happening pretty soon. So if you're in Malaysia and you just love playing PUBG Mobile, just sign up. If you happen to be in the varsity, still studying, and you just want to make some brand new friends who share the same interests, playing tournaments is a really great way to actually make some friends. I used to play competitively many years back, and I kind of wish PUBG Mobile was released then. Else I'll be glued to my phone, you know, like, and that's where I start to grow more into the esports scene. And
like you're gonna play games anyway, right? Might as well take it to another level. Right?
So I went tournaments to tournaments. I make so many friends across Malaysia and some even overseas across. And I didn't know that will lead me here, you know, sitting next to you talking about video games up to today.
Yeah, you're a rare breed, you know. As my case, no. Hear my story.
Okay.
When I play mobile games or games in general, somehow I don't make friends. I make enemies. I'm that toxic man on the chat.
It means that you gotta stop doing that, right? Like, well, no more spraying on top of boxes, no more yelling at the mic. But hey, you guys, of course, I hope you guys are doing great there. We're here in a safe environment where we are casting in this secluded area. I hope all of you guys will be able to enjoy your PUBG Mobile at home. And of course, just chill with some of these friends out there. Now, players, you're all playing online, of course, in their respective either gaming houses, from their homes, and all of that. And usually, you know, this is their usual hangout spot. Like back in the days when I managed a team, I'm pretty sure you managed a team before as well. Sometimes you just sit in that PUBG lobby and you got that, you know, 3 other friends. You just basically sit there and have a chat before you can not even start a lobby. Like, you can just discuss strats, you can do all these kind of cool stuff, play TDM, or just basically drive around on the SEA.
Or even play these modes that are returning back onto PUBG Mobile. Okay, one of them is the map we all know and love, Vikendi, or at least Contra loves. I don't really like it all that much.
And like chilly winds and snow. I've not seen snow in Malaysia.
Yeah,
that's why.
That could be a curiosity right there. Runic Power is also making a comeback. It's going to be available 31st to the November 15. Unfortunately, you just missed it. That ended on the 21st for the first session. Survive Till Dawn, Payload 2.0, and Infaction Mode, all up until November of 15. So you can look forward to that. Unfortunately, Payload and Infaction Mode only starts on October the 31st.
That's right. So far, of course, we got so many exciting modes for you to play and enjoy. And just a little bit of friendly reminder, of course, when we have so many great stuff aligned for those of you back at home to enjoy in PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is nominated for Esports Game Title of the Year, and you can actually vote on the daily to make sure that this is the #1 mobile esports title of the year. So far, of course, you can head over to esportsaward.com/voting and select PUBG Mobile on each of these respective mobile categories. So voting closes in November. I hope that you start clicking that button out there, because that itself will mean a whole lot to everybody who have put in all these exciting stuff here that you guys are currently witnessing. And it also helps all of your pro players out here, you know, a little bit goes a long way. Now, Heath, you know, I want to ask you this, like, PUBG Mobile, what's your favorite thing about it?
My favorite thing about PUBG Mobile is, honestly, for my personal story, it's not even like the game itself, right? But it's the bond I've created just knowing the game. Like, we probably wouldn't work together if I didn't start picking the game up. And I honestly picked it up because at the time I was managing a team, like just as much as you were, right? So the bond I've had, the journey I've traveled with these teams that actually go competitively play in a pro scene actually kind of piqued my interest and intrigued me to actually take it a step further on.
That's right, and I guess along this journey, as we look at this esports title, we see a lot of zero to heroes actually being built from scratch, and you start off with, you know, like the twin brothers of Bigetron RA, Suxy as well as Luxy, but they were so young, so naive, but they've got a special talent that nobody has but to
telepathy.
Great telepathy for sure, but they have definitely proved to the world that, you know, Southeast Asian esports and also basically Indonesian esports here is definitely world class.
Yeah.
So far, they've basically taken it to the top and been crowned as champions of the world. And who knows? Some of you guys who are currently watching, whether you're young or, you know, you're working, if you take that leap of faith, well, of course, with all the right efforts to put right into it and not neglecting all the important stuff in life, you can actually craft your own future by just playing a game like PUBG Mobile.
Wow, that was a very
deep,
very great disclaimer. I just put that one out there. You don't want the parents to be banging on your doors. This dude named Contra told my father and my son to just leave it all on the table.
We're not asking you to do that, all right? So make sure you study hard, and of course, you can have fun from time to time. Just that, you know, have everything in moderation, you know. So
you gotta be balanced. Much like a lot of the Thai teams that showed up today, they can play aggressive, they can play passive. Yeah, okay, fine.
Not gonna lie, and that's are the four boys of the Infinity.
Yeah, so far double chicken dinner today. I think all three chickens goes the way of Thailand. One from Indonesia. Only one left on the table for day number 1. Who's it gonna be?
Yeah, I hope that it's going to be a team that has not won the chicken dinner yet, because some of them definitely need those points to climb up. But with double chicken dinner, you look at a huge block of points now in the hands of the Infinity. They finish off 5th place when they close off week 1. Now they start off strong in week 2, and if they exert this dominance into Saturday's run as well as Sunday, they can be number 1.
Now I've got a hypothetical question here. What if, let's say, what if all top 3 positions of the SEA Championship final week were ties, and the champion of the Super Weekend were ties? Does that mean SEA will be represented by a complete Thai roster?
Well, you can't say that because we still have Team Secret. We got Justice.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
The Saber, who's already got that slot. So
I forgot about the qualified team. Yeah.
So there's bound to be a few more representatives out there. So yeah, that answers your question.
Yeah, that's that ease of mind.
That's fair.
Some balance going on in the force. Balance as all things should be. Yes, a purple guy that says true, that rings to my head. Guess who it is?
Purple guy?
Yeah.
Was that me wearing a vest the other day?
No, it was Barney.
Barney, that's what I felt like when I put on that purple blazer or that purple vest out there, you know. Enough of purple. It's time for something that's pretty much crispy and brown, and that's the chicken dinner on the table. The final match remaining for our Friday night here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship. We're heading right back to Arangel.
What a way to close this first day off with a balanced map. I love balanced map. Not so much of a Sanhok kind of guy, but we have seen some situations where Sanhok can get pretty mechanical and skill-based. Yeah, just not the previous one. Definitely favors.
That was just FaZe Clan from start to finish, right? So as we look at the overall rankings in Arangel itself, it's a little bit of difference when it comes down to how the point distributions are. Vampire Esports currently leading with 193 points accumulated in this map itself. This also tallies with the weekday ones, which is why that you see the numbers of hundreds coming along.
Yeah.
And yeah, some of them are also getting high point ratio over the span of the weekend. And as we speak about Vampire Esports, they're the first movers out there. They're moving into Primos, and they're going to be neighbors with EVOS Reborn.
Yeah, this is interesting because this is where I mentioned, like, if you're talking about adaptability, Vampire Esports changed almost every single one of their maps. I'm not even sure if the Miramar drop spot we saw them take was even the drop spot that they were at before. Everything's changed. They used to be in Milta Power, and then they move on to Quarry to Primors. That's for for Erangel. For Sandhawk, they used to be all the way down south, and then they would drop smack dab in the center during the weekdays, and now they move to Paradise today. So like this team, you cannot read.
It's either they're hit hunters or they're shapeshifters, right? Like whatever it is, they have definitely shifted the meta, knowing the fact that there honestly isn't rule of township. There was basically certain gentleman agreement that they established for training purposes. But when it comes down to competition, there's no negotiation. You knock one guy down, he's gonna thirst you up. He's gonna basically throw Molotovs at you and throw pan at you. And that's all doable. And you can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, it is a competition after all, and everyone's in it for the prize, I guess. Whether it's monetary for the part of that $200,000 or even a chance at a PMGC, either ways, no one's going to give you any slacks here.
That's right. In order to get into the PMGC form, the team to qualify has to show a championship mentality. And I guess there are those who may not be at the top of the table who have been able to show that for multiple times, whether if it's their local league or even in Southeast Asia Championship here. So far, 4 Rivals is a team that's definitely interesting, right? Like, some days looking to be the best team in Southeast Asia, some days they just don't. So it's all about consistency, but today, they're definitely showing signs of better consistency when it comes down to number of elimination points that they get per game and the number of ranking points that they get per game. It's all due to the smart rotations that they take. And I guess today, the champions are looking like the Infinity here. So long as they maintain this form all the way to PMGC, they should be the top dogs.
Yeah, they're coming in strong big time. I mean, come on. If you're riding on a momentum from Season 3 to your country league, to your country finals, and emerging as champions for all those prestigious moments, you're coming in, you have a lot of expectations, just for one, but to be able to meet those expectations, which they are so far in day 1 of the second weekend, it's insane. Now, I noticed that BN United actually drove all the way down to Nova Repnoya, despite knowing that the circle has already hard shifted towards the top. Do you like the movement they're trying to make here, or do you think it's going to bite them back?
I guess it's necessary. It's still doable when you look at how the circle is kind of somewhere up to the northeastern side. So there's going to be a little bit more room over on Milta, and you don't want to be looting at someone else's territory. It's either A, it's been looted already, B, they're still midway looting, and you're going to fight with them with lesser weapons, if they even have a weapon. So going back to your own drop spot that you know that, okay, it will remain to be empty. It's not within that certain flight path that they cut through. It remains to be safe so long as they do it quickly.
Yeah, okay. Now, that's a fair point, I guess. I'm just worried about how they're going to rotate in, because we've seen that many a times now they just cannot push through teams, and most of those times the teams that would be gatekeeping them are either EVOS, Infinity, or even Vampire themselves.
Yeah, and I guess that remains to be the question of how or what is the best approach when you want to get out of the Sanaska Island. As for FaZe Clan, they know no such thing, right? Like, they're all the way in South George. They got a whole entire session of looting for, 5 minutes already. So they're ready to make their way inwards to where the circle is leading them towards. Well, MS Chonburi, today didn't seem like it's the best day for Ponzai and the rest of MSC. So what seems to be the core issue? I felt that it's those early fights that they've been taking.
They have been losing fights. That's what I noticed a lot.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think I can come in with a conclusion here, because a lot of the time the observers don't really, pan to them because maybe they're not doing anything outstanding.
Yeah, they've been a little bit more passive as compared to the other Thai region representatives.
Yeah, they're definitely overshadowed, especially with like Infinity and FaZe now popping off really strong. Vampire Esports as well. If you go, production value, if you're going to have to pick, poke and prod and choose a team to be looking at.
You got to see some juicy action every time.
Of course.
Yeah, and I guess that Onyx even, they have Sea Sky only to be on a very good form. Like this guy currently having close to a top 10 ratio of average knockdowns. So that itself is an impressive record that every game that you go in, you will at least get your team a secure one-pointer if you can finish the kill. So if you can have a better form of ratio, possibly you'll have them just climbing up. Now, Axis RedONE, you look at their average rank. It's a top 3 finish and also an average elim of 1.5. That's huge, honestly.
Well, numbers don't lie. They've been performing relatively well, I guess. Axis, I mean, they were the strongest to come in for the country finals.
Yeah?
No, not country finals, country league.
Whoa. What's going on here?
Well, Chonburi, man, this guy, if he's not hunting, he's, I guess, busy flipping, just trying to make some sort of stunts or skills, trying to get the camera's attention, which clearly worked. He's staring at it. Maybe MSE can learn from that a little bit.
Yeah, and MS Chonburi, the time that they tried to cut across that bridge, was it? They were playing. Wait, that was BN.
No, that was BN. Yeah.
That was the very first game of the day. Oh, okay.
Trust me, you won't remember because I don't think it was like on displayed. Yeah.
I guess that, you know, it's been a long day. They get tired. They start losing their sight on the clear passage of the road, and they start running into rocks, running into pebbles, running into trees. I hope that they're gonna run into a chicken dinner at least.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, BTR as well not doing so well for themselves despite, you know, the star-studded lineup. Yuhai coming in, I'm pretty sure, like, let's be honest again, we don't have to put a blanket over it or a facade. C can get pretty toxic when it comes to the comments, right? So like, I'm pretty sure he's maybe getting a little bit of heat because they drafted...
It's a salty C, huh?
Yeah, they drafted like the Yuhai lineup, and, you know, the Malaysians would be expecting some sort of a outstanding performance. Yeah.
But to be fair, right, like on the weekday, he was actually getting a lot of points.
He was. I don't deny that. So I think maybe this don't fall down to them. It falls down more on like what we you know, we're looking at them with rose-colored glasses. We're assuming that BTR could never lose to any one of these teams.
That's right. And Bigetron RA, it's not to say that they're invincible.
Yeah.
It's just that they have adaptation to do, especially when you have, you know, a new import player to come into the scene. The Malaysian language as well as the Indonesian language have a fair share of differences and also similarities. But Yuhai boy, he actually picked up Indonesian quite early in his life, I do believe. Is he have, from what I have heard, to correct me if I'm wrong, he does have relatives that are basically Indonesian. So he basically grew up speaking some Indonesian. But then again, if you're not going to be, say, a native Indonesian out there, you could still expect that comms may not be 100% efficient.
Yeah, that's true.
But so long as you understand it or you just play too much PUBG Mobile, sometimes it's just reflexes that does all the talking, right?
Yeah, like the game language itself, you kind of understand. If your friend's going to flank and then you're going to do something else to help him out or some sort. It goes down to, you know, experience, which I'm pretty sure they all have right now. I think maybe I could speak for most of the people in the chat. Maybe we just have a bit of an unrealistic expectations because the bar that was set in Bigetron Season 2 was a wee bit high.
Well, wee bit high is an understatement.
Yeah.
It's basically off the charts.
Yeah.
That's the thing about playing for, you know, a star-studded roster. It can be the same few players who has been there for a long time. When fans have certain high expectations, like any fans, whether you're in like traditional sports like football, like your favorite team starts losing,
yeah,
you start pointing fingers at like, okay, what's been wrong? And nobody can actually pinpoint and know exactly what the real core issue is. But then again, Bigetron RA is still in a pretty good state, I hope. But today may not be their best form, but you know, they are the kings of comebacks.
Yeah.
We've seen them
moving back in on another day with possibly 5 chicken dinners. I was there to interview them when they have 5 chicken dinners out of 6 in the day.
The global finals, was it? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
There
earned...
was global finals. There was also once in SEA.
Yeah, so they earn money for each one of the chicken dinners. Meanwhile, though, talking about BTR, let's look at 4 Rivals instead. Another team with red logos as their main primary color. Taken out. 1 member, 4 Rivals now down and out, which means they only have 3 members to play with in the rest of this map. Luckily for them, they've still got 3 members. We've seen how 4 Rivals perform even with the 3. They can be pretty formidable depending on who they took out first.
Yeah, 4 Rivals, a team with high firepower. So long as they keep Appy as well as Rift alive alongside with Chonburi. These are the 3 members who bring in majority of the damage numbers. And this time they're fielding Apel instead. I think it's still relatively great when you have basically a core strategist who could still basically sit with you in the game, having a TPP view. Well, not exactly TPP view, but the rest of your members' view to instruct them as a captain. Okay, this is what you need to do at this specific moment. Now, as we look at a little bit shift of the circle, it will lead the majority of teams into school, as well as the hill right below the school region. Now, we'll see a swarm of crowd moving right by, and this is where teams will start to pick up fights, and we start off here. Axis Red 1. They have a good angle to basically take advantage of what cuts across.
Yeah, and it's either they go up against Axis here, Geek Fam and Axis, or they might even come across with 4 Rivals who's just making a crossway right in front of their eyes here. So nothing too phased out just yet, but Team Secret going with their split again. I haven't seen, they rotated all the way from the top side in Severny, but you know who's comfortable with this circle right now? FaZe Clan. They have control of school, they're first movers in, and if it were to hard shift towards their position, then it's going to be probably another FaZe Clan chicken dinner. If not, I think it was an open area here outside of school, which still is going to be advantageous for FaZe.
Oh, that's a huge nade though. Sorry to, of course,
go ahead,
you right
go
there
ahead.
because we got a big fight going on. Datcon is trying that perfect nade, and you high boy is sure to, of course, prove the doubters wrong once again. Now flank angles coming right in from Zuxi as you high boy tries to chunk out a little bit of health, but his head is popping out. Datcon goes in for punishment, and Datcon, he may not have all too much of a great angle, and it's Luxy who tries to reposition on Adasia, and he's falling right back. They've already lost you high point, and they know this is not a place to commit. Ryzen, he goes down trying to resuscitate Luxy. Well, not Luxy, but you high boy. And I guess that isn't the best move coming in from the Aces of Indonesia.
Yeah, we were just talking about them, right? Like how shaky it feels like. Like those sort of aggressions, BTR would have, should have, could have punished. We've seen them do that before. 1 bullet their way and they're all exiting the vehicle and spreading out, ready to kill. But it feels a little bit like they're scared at this point.
Indeed they are, and now a little bit of a compound crash coming in. MS Chonburi is going to bring in a few members to challenge 4 Rivals, and Apel, he moves into the compound, but Jasper has already arrived by the broken walls. This is not going to be looking all too easy for 4 Rivals to fight, but Rift will connect that grenade, bring down TG13, so that's one angle that they don't really have to worry about, and that drops one more nade. Ponzai on top of the container. He might just be able to find Apel as he does appear. 1 for 1 for now, and Ponzai will be able to eliminate Apel instantly.
Man, that was a perfectly timed grenade. It wasn't too cooked. It wasn't undercooked. It was just right, and it blew up right in front of Apel's face. But now they're going to toss back more nades onto the side of these Sharks here, trying to retaliate. But he's going in with the revive. Rith has eyes on them. Can he blow them up? No, he misses it. He has no idea on their positioning because of the smoke that they have. But surely you don't go in for the revive at this point. Maybe you could, though.
Yeah, TG13, he's been crawling for quite some time. Jasper, he definitely run for his teammate there, trying to give him that support that he needed. Rift just running around, and it will be one more grenade being connected by members of Anchor PUBG. There's a ditch fight going on, and I don't know what to make out of this. Team Secret, they crash into that area, and they will leave Matoy behind. And Anchor PUBG punishes them for being curious little kittens.
Yeah, it was a good split being opened by APG. If you can see the position of each member, they're creating a death zone right there. Now, this fight seems to be lasting for ages and centuries, just like the, well, evolution and ancestors of sharks. They just don't die, even till this very modern age.
The Great Whites, huh?
Yeah, they're still living here. But can these hunters, 4 rivals, actually send them to the brink of extinction? Here, 2 members up against the likes of MSC, who still has 3, so that's 1 man ahead of them, but very doable so for 4 rivals. We've seen how 1 player can clutch a two-man. Meanwhile, Banam United trying to get some kills onto their side. Eagle Esports, they're one of the more consistent teams here, and they're going to have to go up against it, but BTR finally out at 16th place.
Bigetron RA Aliens suffering a little bit of a blow for today, going out very early this time around on the very final match. I guess they will take an early rest and try to go back to the drawing board of what has not been working out here. Meanwhile, Batnam United, they're going to be taking this fight, and they find another Vietnamese side right upon them, and they crush them up. Eagle Esports is going down and out. Same goes to 4 rivals here, 15th place. And now, Batnam United found their first 3-pointer out there, and this might just be pretty good of a start.
And they're no longer last. So this seems to be breaking the curse already. So Banam United, I mean, this is the team who made a comeback in the last day of the weekdays when it seemed almost impossible. They defied all odds and made it happen for themselves. So I guess maybe this might be the game they're going to do the similar thing. Meanwhile, Jumper, yeah, he's in here alone, but I don't think APG scouted him out, though. He's being super quiet about it. No members.
I'm not too sure if Anchor PUBG is going to check, but Sembe, he's also trying to hold out for his own. Sembe will have that grenade elimination as he tries to toss even more forward. Onyx Esports, they will send the cavalry, but it's going to be Batnam there trying to shoot them off. Whitecat will only watch as teammates falter. And there's not going to be anybody who could actually help Silence out. Those long-range grenades should be able to actually do some damage. While Nonas is going to find a little bit of an angle. Zenos just needing to just hold on for his own. He spots one out, but he gets taken down to his knees.
Yeah, Whitecat though, still standing. Nope, eventually will fall, and that would be Banam. Eliminated at 13, but at least they tried and secured their first ever 3 points onto their name.
Yeah, at least not chicken egg.
Yeah, meanwhile though, Infinity going up against EVOS. This is a hard feat to pull off here, especially with EVOS occupying the high ground, has vision to spray downwards, and Redface going in with the flank. If they're not careful here, that might just allow Redface to come in and clean them up from the side when they least expected it. But the grenades are being tossed on forward. They're trading a little bit of chip damage from the nade, and it will take Microboy down. This is go time for Infinity. Surely they push on forward. Lyserg to fall on whiff. 2 members left on EVOS, and I think that guy might KF, XF might just look to, well, get out of there. The Redface cannot last any longer, maybe, and maybe he could play it a bit patient, but he's tanking the blue zone, and in front of him is Hellfire, and he will go down with the spray flank coming up from Logan.
Love definitely here just to take down Red Faces. Now Microboy healing up and dealing with the entirety of the Infinity. There's not too much time for them to outlast the onslaught of the Infinity. Now, look at the numbers. A perfect 4 for the Thai representative that's been able to clutch that 2 chicken dinners for the day, and they're still looking for the third. They have lost out Newsy, but dealing with 3, I guess there's still a sizable chance now that they're closer to the play zone.
Looking very scary coming up from the Thai region here. As you can see across the board, all top 4s, all waving the Thai flag with kills under their name. They are going all in this final game with the kills here.
You spoke about this earlier, right?
Yeah.
And look, and you've been able to predict that. Kudos to you. Now more of all these deflates being thrown right into Anchor Pubg. Sembe tried to heal up. Now they couldn't really spot Zero inside of the smoke, but they will try to just toss random grenades in hopes to catch out Anchor Pubg, as Jumper have made his way out of that compound to squeeze into a top 11 for the moment. Stone will be able to take down Tony K and spray him down to M4 as well. Sembe sees the movements coming out of that Dacia, but they will miss the shot though. As they move forward, Jumper, they find a catch, and that's the member that didn't really spot onto the movements by the tree. Well, Arcurio have Valdemar here getting pinned down by Mela, who have been able to wipe away members of EVOS Reborn. That frag comes in. Asa brings him down on his knees as well. As Schwebs tries to dance it all off, he still has an HP remaining. And got Tony! He's been taken down by Stone.
Man, Vampire Esports, it's about time they start showing their fangs here, as it's not daylight anymore, it's the moonshine, and it's time for them to head out and get some praise onto their end. Now Onyx to fall on whiff, so a number of teams are dropping, but still on top is VPE, the tie, coming in for blood. Things will be slowing down in just about a bit. People want to play it a little bit slow. They have time before the blue zone comes in closer. But VPE wearing the ghillie, he might be unexpectedly a thorn in the bush.
Yeah, and literally wearing the bush, hoping that there's no thorns that pricks him while he moves. As Ventorius is the sole surviving member of FaZe Clan. This time around, FaZe Clan didn't achieve a single elimination points. QB now having an 8% his way, while Vampire Esports, look at them go. 7 points as they've been able to rampage onwards and still have all 4 members with them. Now they're sweeping by the edges. They are a little bit further from where they need to be. They have to hit up in towards the northern side, and there's a lot of all these players coming from Geek Fam that's currently holding the center of where everybody is currently at. And all they have to do, deal with NFT on the low ground. As we speak of FaZe Clan, this time they walk away with no points in elimination, but a few in form of ranking points on 9th place.
Yeah, so Geek Fam holding the middle part here, trying to gatekeep. I think one member of QB was taken down earlier on, and now they try to retaliate by Vampire Esports. They're here to contest it. Although losing 2 members, they have 2 more to play around with. Geek Fam a bit too close for comfort. The nade starts coming in. If it might pop onto an entire squad, this could be detrimental, taking a lot of hits here. Schweppes would have to mind his steps a little bit. Oh, the nade by Stone will take Sane out. Still, Geek Fam can still fight with 1 leg left on the stool here, but more Molotovs will be tossed on forward. The throwables are coming in. Ravenclaw gets taken out in the back line. The Molotov is there, burning the likes of Geek Fam. They're surely going to go out and bow out, giving the high ground advantage on the side of Vampire. Unfortunately, though, for Vampire, they have 2 members still injured.
You know, people say vampires are immortal. Look at them. 13 points, and there's still 6 other teams here with them. And I think there's a really good chance here, if they continue with this momentum, they could actually get something huge out of that in the form of chicken dinner. But Axis RedONE, as much as they're on the high ground there, they need to push downwards, and they need to only take a few steps, because that's a little bit of a hardship, and that favors the team of Malaysia. At the moment, that grenade will take out Stone, and Voki is just making it rain. He spots them out by just heading over on top of literally another stone.
He might get Fluke, though, if he tries that. Oh, Schweppes get taken out. No, it's crumbling for this Transylvania monsters here. Meanwhile, MSC also being pinned down by NFT drawn here. Fluke will try and go up with the res, but Axis, they have the high ground, but they have to move down soon. And now that's Vampire out with 13 eliminations. Still very, very formidable.
You know what? With the positioning points, that's almost equivalent to a chicken dinner. So I think that's still a really respectable score. And it's one that's so hard to achieve here in Southeast Asia Championship. Now, Voki, with a little health left, he's going to drive around fishing for information. Haynook gets taken down. Instead, they have to put all the smokes, and now all the bullets are flying in Kachang Sus's way. And it's 20 there, dropping the grenades as well. Pazai will be able to one out of the match. Team Secret still having Jumper surviving. He's being so stealthy, and now the grenades are being lobbed towards the side of Haynoob. Susu got to revive now or never, and it's catching fire already. No time to heal up, no time to pick up Haynoob. He does have to say goodbye.
No, we talked about which region is going to claim the next chicken. Well, the wild card is still in it for this one. MSC Chonburi, another Thai team bowing out here, leaving only 2 Malaysians, 1 wild card from Cambodia, and Indonesians with NFT Esports. Whose chicken will it be? It has come down to this. Now, NFT, sure, they have representative with EVOS claiming the first chicken dinner for the side of Indonesia, but man, Cambodia seems very likely at this point.
There is huge possibilities, and you also can't count out Team Secret because Jumper usually will clutch in a 1 versus all situation many a times back in the MYSG scene, so we can put them out. Meanwhile, NFT Esports, as much as they have that duo, they've been zoned out by Voki from approaching forward. Now it's all down to how Acro PUBG moves across to take on the dynamic duo that we have here for Axis RedONE, where Susu hasn't spotted yet, but they know that somebody's hiding behind that broken UAZ. As they push themselves forward, they will have to also worry about where Voki is currently located. Susu ready to take on this fight, and it's going to be Zero there pushing forward. He will be dropped, but there will be a refact coming in. 1 player left from the side of Uncle PUBG. He can go in for the revival. Is there any nades left? There is one coming from Voki, King of Grenade of Malaysia, trying to take one corner out. Here comes another one as well, but this is in the form of smokes. This is Molotov burning down the house. Oh my word, Voki! It takes out the entirety of Anchor PUBG.
And
now
it's gonna clutch it!
and Voki here getting a ticket dinner for Axis RedONE.
My God, Axis! It's not the first time they pull this sort of stunt.
11 kills!
We've seen that happen in the country league, but right here in the platform called the SEA Championship, among all these high caliber teams, Voki, my man, truly is OP. 11 kills. Congratulations, Axis RedONE, taking home the final chicken dinner for today.
My goodness me, and I am proud to tell you that I have worked with this boy before, and he definitely is that player that many Malaysians have raved about before even he stepped into the PUBG competitive scene. Now, not only did he captain his team for the very first time, he's carrying it hard in Southeast Asia Championship. 11 frags, you're telling me, coming from one single individual? This is the first time this week we've seen this happen.
Man, this guy is incredible. This kid, I've heard stories of him, but to see it happen right in front of my face, he's almost the man, the myth, the legend. It's Voki.
He definitely got that seal of approval here from our caster's desk as Axis RedONE here.
Oh, look at that
close off
damage.
to this match with that winner with the chicken dinner. 1,185. Wow. And that's basically taking on and immediately securing a kill on the same person.
Yeah, we've had like the stats for the damage. That should have propelled him all the way up now. That's insane.
This is phenomenal. Voki OP taking all the points, and yeah, he left a few for Haynoob at least.
Well, yeah, sure. Just to let them not feel bad about themselves, like they're contributing. I think, no, okay, in all jokes aside, every member was contributing, but Voki, though.
Yeah, Voki OP, here to steal the show on the final match of day 1. As we check out some of the highlights here, tomorrow there's going to be another 10 matches, well, 5 more matches to go before hitting Sunday for the final 5. And Batnam, this is where they secure their first 5 corners out there as they take on another Vietnamese nemesis in the form of Eagle Esports, and Batnam basically squeezed right through. But this fight was interesting between Vampire Esports as well as EVOS Reborn.
Yeah, I think they were going up against high ground. Like EVOS had all the control in that map.
It was a frag that opened it up.
Yeah, one frag immediately. Microboy was out. It was go time. They started pushing on, and Redface was just caught by the side here, who was initially going in for the flank, but they now cannot do so because the positions has shifted. So yeah, it was quite of an interesting one, but not as interesting, of course, by how this whole finale ended up, as 3 members from APG lost to the 1 of Voki.
Yeah, and when we look into how many of all these pickoffs happened, VPE basically swept aside just like how Axis Reborn did much later on, but because they climbed into the lower ground and allow a little bit more room for Axis Reborn to take over, and this is where you look at Axis Reborn, they have basically the best possible scenario here with those elevated angles here to take on many of these players, and Kacang Susu brings enough damage and also enough time to form this clutch. It was basically 1 versus 3. He catches 2 and dropped that perfect Molotov to seal the deal, forcing them to take that fight at Voki OP. He take that last shot against Jumper to close the case here and give that perfect pointers back to the favor of the Malaysian side. And now, Axis Red 1, it's fair to say, they look like the best team of Malaysia at the current stage.
I mean, they are the first Malaysian team in Super Weekend number 2 to secure a chicken dinner, so that speaks a lot of volumes on its own. And I think I gotta give it to Voki because when it came down to a 1v1, he kind of won it against Jumper. So you can battle and argue about, like, you know, advantages or whatnot. He didn't have any. He was doomed to lose, but he won that one fair and square. OP.
Yeah, it is just way too strong, and I believe that if they just have games like this happening all the time, they can actually make their way into the PMGC. Yes, they won the league, but they did not win the NYSG Championship.
Yes.
So if they could just pull off more games like this, well, who's to say that they couldn't take the title?
Yeah, and even better, the money. A materialistic deal.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Voki's got quite some in the bank already. Yeah, like he's got the league and make it see. Then, well,
Can always have more.
Yeah, more doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Anyways, enough about money for now as we go back into what's important here. Now, we haven't had a look at the standings just about yet, but we'll bring you the stats after a short moment, of course. When we look into majority of the teams that played today, other than this impressive round, I guess that we move back to a few teams that definitely caught our eye. The Infinity is one. FaZe Clan's game was a little bit of a, of course, a stroke of luck when it comes down to the circle. I'm just gonna be straightforward.
Yeah,
today, the surprise was Bigetron not really getting in their usual state.
Yeah.
While it was the other Indonesian team, EVOS Reborn, that was holding on to the #1 spot for quite some time. Maybe with this bit of performance on the final game, EVOS Reborn may not be able to chase back to #1 for this week itself.
For this week?
They started the day with #1 at least.
Yeah, so they had quite the buffer, but like you mentioned, I'm going to echo on you on that sentiment. BTR, I think the stats were they too soon for 4 games. 1 game they got 6th place.
Yeah,
like that's kind of rough. Not as rough as all the other teams who had to put up with Voki, you know. 11 kills. This is probably the best stats I've seen on a single player so far. At 1,185 damage and 62% team contribution because, of course, he had to be the one to serve that chicken dinner onto Axis Red One's plate.
That's right, Voki OP definitely having a stellar performance here, 61% of contribution, and he definitely held the Malaysian flag high on this one after finishing off that round in Erangel and pulling off a clutch against Anchor PUBG as well as the final member of Team Secret.
Yeah, this guy is truly something else, something magnificent. And who would have thought him going his parting ways with RSG and finding this much success with a brand new team? Who's the winner in that trade?
Well, oh well, of course, this is definitely a great performance for a team that has made their debut in the Southeast Asia Championship for the very first time. Mind you that not many teams have been able to just basically say that, hey, we're as good as all these OG teams that's been around for much longer than they do, and that's 13 frags out there, and you compare to the rest, they're not even half of what they've achieved because Voki, he himself took 11.
Oh, but take a look at Vampire Esports. So 13 kills too. This team is also an absolute monster. It was either or, right?
Right.
Between the two of them, they were the highly more likely because one
Thanks
they
for
had
pointing out. I was too stuck on that same point.
because both Axis and VPE at that current point of time had the player advantage and high ground, but it goes all the way of Axis.
Yeah, Vampire Esports, they take the same approach, just that they were hoping the circle to pull downwards as well, which is why they kind of left the high ground and eventually giving up that spot. Kind of bit them for a little bit, but at least they finished off on a really good position, having a lot of damage being done as well. They capitalized on all front, and yeah, to my surprise, it's just so weird to see Bigetron RA aliens here dealing less than 100 damage because of all these rough circumstances in the late game. I think for them to improve, they just have to ensure early game don't go for all these risky plays anymore. Because mid game onwards, they look better most of the time. When they get to the late game, everything's clear for them. They can close out with chicken dinner. They know what exactly to do. While Pubg so far are getting better as we progress through each match. They go in with a third place finish. Meanwhile, the rest of them average of 3-pointers that we're seeing across the board here. And you know, that one day that I didn't vote for EVOS, today it's all EVOS here, telling me EVOS on total limbs, total damage, average survival time, big goal usage rate. And let's talk about this because today, who's the star player of EVOS that caught your eye?
Lyzerg, hands down Lyzerg. I know you probably were hoping for Micro Boy or something, but man, Lyzerg, this guy has done.
Yeah,
Red Face and Lyzerg.
Yeah, these two are kind of equally matched, and you look at the golden numbers out there, 114 limbs already for EVOS Reborn, and the basically edge out of the competition here with basically almost 500 damage difference as compared to Infinity. That's about, what, 5 kills worth. I think that Infinity can still chase up, but when you look at average survival time, you don't see them in the list because EVOS basically have many of these numbers secured by mid-game.
Yeah.
And late game is like, okay, we get whatever position we can.
Yeah, so they say they get the kills, but they bow out a little bit sooner. But hey, I think, you know, it's still a fair and even trade there. But Axis, take a look at the eliminator rankings.
Suddenly he's number
immediately.
one.
Like I said,
he just jumped in one game to the number one spot.
I knew he was going to be number one because I recall that the current holder of number one, I mean previous holder was like 1,000 something, and then he had 1,001, so he just propelled him all the way up to number one spot here. Damron now coming in second, with Lyzer coming in third, and Lamborghini, despite not showing his face today in the Super Weekend and for the next 2 days, still holds his spot in number 4, but that's only time will tell.
That's right. As we look into the other pager here, the top 5 to 10, where we have Newsy here with 26th, and he ties the score with Stone as well as Schweppes from Vampire Esports. Microboy now moving upwards alongside with Infinity Logan with a total of 25-pointer out there. Frankie, unfortunately, isn't playing for this whole Super Weekend, so you see names of maybe the Xavier members slowly sliding down the chart.
He's got a happy face, though.
Yeah, I love to see these players out there, but when you look at MVP titles, though, it's Damron here taking the one spot, so you have 2 Malaysian representatives, 1 Indonesian in the form of EVOS Reborn, and it's Lyzerg with that 36, and it has to be Tony K when you talk about Thailand.
Of course, this guy has clutched many a times now for his team. I think some games, just like Voki, it doesn't seem like he was supposed to win on paper, but he, well, just decided to tear that one piece apart and decided, I don't want to play by that rule.
I hope that if there's going to be a PMGC show match, you include these 4 players to fight against the other regions of, you know, wherever else in the world.
That's a good idea. Hey,
yeah.
Tencent all the way up there. If you're listening, please consider.
PUBG Mobile gods, please bless us with great frags.
Or if our message has not reached Tencent VSPN, please, power of esports, power esports, and power these players too.
That's right, power to the people out there who's supporting all of them. We got number 5, KEF here with 21 limbs, and he's got quite a significant title. And we said Lizard as well as KF, they've been doing really well. And even Micro Boy's been getting a few MVP titles as well. We got Gattuni, Lamborghini, Newsy, as well as Shreps. Shreps make up the top 10 right here. And I think it's definitely deserving because Shreps is basically the backbone of Vampire Esports. Take a look at the standings in one match itself. Axis RedONE on the final game now sits at the top.
Step aside. They're going straight to the top here. Axis RedONE, 78 points. I guess they were previously top 5, right? So them having the results they did just instantly propelled them all the way up. Now Infinity in second, despite having 2 chicken dinners, only 66 points. EVOS holding strong at 60. RRQ Ryu with 56. Still, good news for RRQ Ryu, given that they're the team who missed out the first weekend.
That's right. Moving into the second pager here. Of course, these are your top 16s already. No eliminations for any of these teams here who don't really have too high of the scoring. Onyx have did decently well, 32 points out there for the first day here. Anchor Pubg making it to the top 10 by the final game. So, hey, it's not that rough as compared to what Zero has mentioned early on. 4 rivals here on 11, tying it with Eagle Esports, both 11 and 12. And you look at MS Chonburi, they have a better game on the final round, so that's 24 points, as they are just 1 point ahead of NFT. PN only had 3 points, and yeah, Bigetron Aliens now sliding down because of that, well, dismal of a performance, if I must say.
This is the overall rankings.
Axis have 215.
Exactly. Oh my god! Axis RedONE, they did it! I mean, previously they were already in 4th place, but man, to propel them all the way up there in just one good game, it's insane what these kids can do. Infinity now takes up 2nd spot. Previously, they were in, I think, like top 10, top 8, no, top 5. They were top 5 position. EVOS now goes all the way up from 7th. I think BTR went down 1 point. Yeah, that's for sure. Vampire Esports now went up to 7th, which was EVOS' spot previously.
Yeah, and I do expect a little bit more shift happening tomorrow. And even if Infinity goes up, if this is what we're looking at, and of course we're going to look into the finals that will happen in another 2 weeks, of course. If they just carry this forward, Axis should get the spot here. And you look at MS Chonburi, now they're moving up to 11th space. BN United, unfortunately, this doesn't seem to be their best performance. Let's of course take a look at the rest though. BGM, they never played a single weekend. They're at the bottom. I'm not going to talk too much about that for now. Eagle Esports sliding downwards. Anchor Pubg on 14. At least they're in a safe spot because they got triple digit. This is Dogma not going to be moving. Same goes to Yangon Galacticos, RRQ, Onyx, as well as NFT. This is their first week.
Exactly. RRQ, Onyx, first week, already looking like they're going to overtake YG. This is only day number 1.
Day 2, it's confirmed.
They have 2 more days to play, 10 more games. And so if you're Yangon Galacticos, despite having the sitting in for the first super weekend, you cannot be comfortable. It seems like they are literally like 3 games apart from actually overtaking you, if not less.
Yeah, so far things have been looking great for the teams that are playing in the weekend, and the pressure is on for the other 4 teams who are just lying in wait to hope that other teams don't perform. That's not gonna happen too soon, but we're gonna be listening to Sis Jenny on what she has to break down in that match, and also with an exclusive interview for you guys back at home.
Hi, Zero.
Hi.
Hi again. Okay, so I want to know what you're feeling after playing 5 matches so far today.
The last match is we get some point, and this day it's not very good for us. Hopefully, the next 2 days we will get some more points.
Yes, I did see after we had a chat earlier, after the 3rd map, I did see a big, how do I say, there was a jump in improvement in the way you guys played. It wasn't as much as like the first 2 games. Or I would say after the 4th match, you did try to come back. There was a bit of action. You know, it was not like you guys didn't have to do anything, but there was something that you guys did. So maybe you could share with me, was there like a discussion? Did you reset or something?
There was a discussion about changing our gameplay to be more aggressive and trying to get some point because of the first 3 games we didn't get a lot of point, and the last 2 match we tried to play more aggressive.
Nice. So does that mean playing aggressive works for this week? Do you see that the other teams are changing their style?
Yeah, we see other team changing their style a lot, and we have to adapt to their play style and try to improve our gameplay and be more aggressive.
Okay, so when you say aggressive, does it affect the way how Encore PUBG plays before this, or does it is it a normality that you guys can just I can do aggressive, I can do passive?
I think that we can.
It's okay, guys. Okay, we got him.
I think that I think that we want to be more aggressive because usually we depend on placement point a lot, but this week I think that we need to be more aggressive and get a lot of kills.
Yes, sure enough. I agree with that. Elimination point is very important. So, what is your preparation tonight for tomorrow? Are you gonna do homework, or is there anything that you want to share?
Absolutely, we're gonna have a discussion with the coach and do our homework and prepare for tomorrow.
Alright, I can't wait to see what's the difference for Encore PUBG to come back tomorrow. So with that said, I wish you all the best and rest well. At the same time, plan for tomorrow. I'll see you very soon. Okay, Zero?
Okay.
Okay,
bye-bye.
thank you. Bye-bye. Alright guys, let's talk a little bit about the game that we saw earlier in Erangel. So Flight Route, again, we did see something similar. It went from Quarry to nearby Lipovka, and we did see the circle kind of closing into again towards the east side. The previous Erangel just passed, I think it was the around the third map. Similar flight route also. It was going towards downside, the south side of the map, going towards from similar Quarry to Milta Power. This circle, it emphasizes straightly on towards the mainland of Erangel, which is not looking into Sovnovska, not looking onto the top or the north part of shooting range or whatsoever. So a lot of teams, there was a cluster of teams coming from the east side, especially when the circle starts to close in towards where farm and school is. So a lot of teams was trying to come in towards the east side, but the teams that was on towards the west side, they were pretty much more chill, not much of route disruption was happening, not much of fight, so they literally can concentrate, focus on just the rotation. So X-Ray RedONE, how did they get this chicken? Honestly, how I see it is a lot of determination and hard work, because they travel quite far. As you guys know, they drop similarly or nearby where Infinity used to drop, SMB or Sovnovska we once used to know. They went down around that area, they rotated up. You guys can see the lines and the dotted lines that they cross over. Not only the patrol that they had in mind, they changed their vehicles. At the same time, they have to keep thinking on how to come in nicely. But the benefit or the advantage for X-Ray RedONE is that you can see that they are coming towards, like I said earlier, the west side, which is lesser traffic. But the thing about X-Ray RedONE, why I'm saying that it's a lot of hard work, is because when they came in less traffic, that area, they did not stop. They went in deeper to find people, right? So we can see, like I said, you see the cluster at the east side here, there's a lot of teams. But on towards the other side, it's lesser traffic. But X-Ray RedONE, they decided to split to two. Voke being the IGL, at the same time, he's also the scouter. He usually will go out and look for places to go or even get information of where to find enemies. At this point of time, we can see that there are a lot of teams that are still alive. And the reason you can see that he's separated from his teammate is pretty much far apart. And there's a lot of teams coming in. So that's why I said the chicken dinner that X-Ray RedONE won wasn't a given one. it was literally like he had to go through a lot of hurdles in order to win this chicken dinner. Now, let's talk about other teams along the way. We can see Vampire, they had a very good elimination point, like 13 they had in their bag, because also they were trying to flush out the people from outside. So probably their tacticality or how they strategized this game was trying to flush out people from the outside. But sadly, there were already conquerors right inside the circle. That's the reason why they find it a little bit difficult to come in and steal that place and get that chicken dinner for Vampire, although their elimination point was a lot. So again, coming back to this graphic, actually what we can see is that teams are nicely placed in certain areas, which most of the time, or I would say what happened earlier, was a lot of long range fight, long range distance shooting. But the nice thing, or not say nice, but something that we would like to point out is that they did not rush in. You see, they stayed nicely in this respective area. They did not rush in. You can see everybody is just playing on the perimeters, including Axis RedONE. But the difference is that Axis RedONE, they managed to have Voke being very, very useful at the very last few circles. He decided to, you know what, I'm going to show my bravery. I'm going to try to clutch. And that is something not many players can do, especially when you're under pressure. It's a lot to execute and to show everyone, especially knowing that you're the last person. So with that said, that's all for me. I'm passing you back to our awesome casters, that is Contra and Keith.
And that was our very final matchup out there, won by Axis RedONE with an out-of-the-world finish. Voki with 11 frags to carry the Malaysian flag forward as they represent Axis RedONE. Now sitting at the top of the table after that chicken dinner.
At about 200 plus points. I think it was 215. Talk about going out with a bang. That is one heck of a comeback, right? So today itself, 3 chicken dinners goes the way of Thailand, 1 to Indonesia, 1 to Malaysia. But of course, how that last one was won is insane, and I think I would remember that forever.
That's right, that definitely was a memorable one. And remember this, tomorrow we'll be here, same time, same place for even more PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship here in Season 4. And of course, we'd like to thank you guys for staying here with us all the way through to, of course, listen to us casters, as well as the breakdown, analysis, and of course, support the PUBG Mobile scene in general. And we'd like to thank PUBG Mobile for hosting the PMPL SEA Championship as we are now wrapping things up. So far, any last words from you, Keith?
Yeah, so you remember the last day of weekday? It was your birthday.
Yeah.
So today is kind of my birthday.
Hey,
so
happy birthday to you.
You're gonna have to sing the song, man. I expect
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Keith Eligio. Happy birthday to you. Follow him on his Instagram, Facebook, and everywhere you can find him. And of course, it's great to be able to celebrate our birthday week all together on the same desk. And now, of course, from my end, I definitely thank you for being a good sport, for bearing with all these shenanigans that I put up on the mic. And hopefully you guys all stay safe. We are going to be back here for more action tomorrow on the Super Weekend Day 2. It's time for me to say goodbye. Contra here, and your birthday boy, Keith Eligio, as we're signing out. And of course, I hope you guys have a good weekend.